Boom. We're back. Oh, sorry guys. I'm just looking at the screen. Nothing really right now. I'm just waiting for Matt Venn to come back. I hope he does. Let me call him. Matt, come on, let's go. Actually, you know what? I've got a better way to do that. Let me see if I could just do this here. Boom.
Yeah, I'm right there. I'm trying to log in. I'm right there. Give me 1 second. I'll be right there right about now.
Hold on. Wait. We're waiting for it.
Allowed, Matt Van, camera, this.
You guys,
You should have me.
we're hearing the inner workings. Oh.
Okay. Okay, I'll close this. Okay. Now you can hear me?
And good God, we can see you too.
With the big beer this morning, I didn't have time to make my things.
So what are you thinking about everything?
Oh, it's hard, my friend. It's hard to see after every effort we did as organizer of this thing that was.
I'm not an organizer. Hold on.
We were all organizer, my friend. At the end, we all helped one another. Nobody was the leader.
In the sense that it showed up, we protested. We were all there. Yeah.
But me, I worked there from 8 in the morning to almost 9, 10 at night, my friend. Sometimes midnight, because when the gas tank, they stopped the gas tank. I was there till 3 o'clock in the morning in the street trying to hide to bring some gas tank for people to admit and things like that. As much as you can say, I was there helping. I don't know what's the term for this, but I dedicated my life from the morning till the night of helping people that were there, basically. It was really hard. It's really hard to see. Again, the thing I found the most hard was when they had Pat King, because they only brought the thing of the gun. That's not related to the convoy, but they didn't have one good video of him showing what he was saying to people, showing the heart he had to take care of everybody. Again, it's really, really hard to watch this commission because there's so much wrong things. at some points, and some others are okay, but some points are lying and lying and lying and there's so much lies. Like, more it goes, I don't know, my friend. It's really hard for me to see all of this and to see that we were playing hockey in the streets, we were hugging, we were loving, we didn't live for two and a half years before that, and suddenly we all came together helping one another, caring for one another, and that's how we get treated at the end. It's
They're not
really,
back yet. I still have it open. There's a screen is on, but nobody is there. Lights are on, but nobody's home.
But like I say, it's just hard sometimes, my friend. Hey, where were you this weekend?
I'm busy, man. I'm busy. I work a hell of a lot.
Yeah, I know you do. I'm not saying that, but we made a little gathering Saturday night. It would have been fun that you've been there.
Sorry, the duty calls.
No, hey, I'm not saying anything bad, my friend. I'm just saying.
I would love to be there. Trust me, I miss you guys a lot. I do.
Don't work too hard, okay, my friend? You need to take care of your own health and to your family too. And
Order allowed.
Order a lot. We're back. Here we go for Bill Blair.
The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Okay.
Gross. I'm glad you're back in time for this, Stacey.
Before we start.
Yeah, me too, I think.
I just want to make a brief statement that from now on for the balance of the week, we will be hearing from a number of senior government ministers, including the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister. The Commission recognizes that this is exceptional, and even more so as the House, as I understand it, is sitting. So the latter fact, the fact the House is sitting, is such that it may require some accommodation for these witnesses in the event of votes, the House of Commons, or events requiring that they respond to pressing needs. So I just wanted to put that on the record. So for parties, it's also important that in the course of these examinations, we not lose sight of the reason that they are here to testify. That is the subject matter of this inquiry. The examinations, therefore, must remain focused on this, particularly in light of the limited time we have. Finally, as I have insisted throughout, I will continue to insist that the conduct of the public and indeed the parties be respectful at all times, which I'm sure everyone understands. So I just wanted to say that because we're sort of entering another phase for the balance. Okay, so with that introduction,
it's all ministers from here.
Commission
Oh,
Council.
yeah.
It's all
Ooh. He's chastising us all and then setting up for some excuses for people coming in and out of like.
Thank you, Commissioner. Gordon Cameron for Commission Council, and the first witness in this category of ministers is Minister Bill Blair. If you could take the stand, and he will be sworn.
There's a counselor for the Government of Canada that was sitting with him, I assume. Gross.
Minister Blair, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
On a Bible, please.
Of course. It's going to be gross. It's going to be top gross. Daisy, get in here.
I'm here. You'll see my face
For
in
the
a minute.
record, please state your full name and spell it out.
My name is William Blair, B-L-A-I-R.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
So help me God. I
Thank
swear.
you.
Oh, man.
Sir.
Good afternoon, Minister Blair. I'll begin just with some housekeeping, some formalities, and in particular, what I'm going to ask you to do is recall that you had an interview with me and some of my colleagues on September 6th. And for the record, I'll note for parties that the summary of that interview is WTS 7048. Now, Minister Blair, have you had a chance to review this witness summary that was prepared following your interview?
Yes, sir, I have.
And can you confirm that it's accurate and that you adopted it as part of your evidence before this proceeding?
I can confirm that, yes.
Thank you. Now, if we can just go through a little bit of background for those who aren't already familiar with your role in the federal government recently and before that, you were the Minister of Public Safety from November 2019 to October 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And in October of 2021, you were appointed, and this is a long title, and it requires a bit of updating. You were appointed as President of the Queen's Privy Council. Now you will be the President of the King's Privy Council, I take it, and also as the Minister of Emergency Preparedness. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, in the Prime Minister's mandate letters, that is the letters that the Prime Minister writes for each of his ministers to describe what he expects from them during their tenure, the Prime Minister assigned leadership responsibilities regarding public safety and emergency preparedness, both to you, Minister Blair, and to Minister Mendicino. And so the question is, can you help us understand how that division works under the umbrella of the Ministry of Emergency Preparedness and Public Safety?
Yes, sir. As you noted earlier, I previously held the position of Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness. Quite frankly, the government recognized in the most recent past a significant increase in both the severity, complexity, and frequency of national emergencies taking place in this country. And so a decision was made to bifurcate my previous ministry into the public safety, which is a portfolio held by my colleague and friend, Minister Mendicino, and Minister of Emergency Preparedness, which is the portfolio that I am responsible for. Under that, I think there's a very clear delineation of responsibilities, but there's a very close alignment between the work that I do and that Minister Mendicino does. Mr. Mendicino is, for example, responsible under the Act for 5 different, significant agencies in the federal government, including the RCMP, CBSA, CSIS, Corrections Canada, and the Parole Board. And he also has a number of other significant responsibilities within his own mandate. For myself, my responsibilities particularly pertain to ensuring that the Government of Canada is prepared to respond effectively to all hazards and emergencies in this country, to improve the way in which the government prepares and also creates greater resiliency in the country about these events. Among the administrative processes I am also responsible for is I oversee requests for assistance that are received from the provinces and territories for assistance in the event of an emergency.
He's just talking so loud.
If I could just,
so fast.
if you could try and be a little slower for the interpreters, because they have to translate everything you say, and you have a tendency to have a high output.
Yes, sir. I'll certainly do my very best.
Okay.
And I would appreciate the occasional reminder that I think Mr. Cameron's quite prepared to provide.
Yeah, the scribes at the interview got lost after a few minutes of the interview. Now, if that's a helpful description, Minister Blair, of the division between the two parts of public safety and emergency preparedness. Here's something that's more challenging for all of us, is if you can describe for us your role as President of the King's Privy Council and how that what role you play there. I'll remind you, just as a place to start, that among other things, you chair the SSE committee, the Safety, Security and Emergencies Committee. But writ large, can you describe that office and what responsibilities come with it?
There are within federal legislation certain federal agencies, such as the Transportation Safety Board, that answers directly to the president of now the King's Privy Council. But it also is important to recognize the close collaboration that exists between my responsibilities as the president of King's Privy Council and the work of the Privy Council office within the federal government. It requires, in addition to my responsibilities in chairing, for example, the SSE committee, the Safety, Security, and Emergency Committee.
So this is boring as hell, and we're not going to get any answers here. So I'm going to mute it from time to time because it's monotonous, boring, and fucking stupid. But Daisy, in the meantime, just a news flash: Enterprise Canada is threatening to sue Brendan Miller. That's coming
Yes, I just saw. I was reading that a few minutes ago on the way in here. Yeah,
I hope they do.
See.
You'll see.
Yeah,
no, it's not real. It's not real.
I'd like to know too. I don't think Brendan Miller would just go off on a complete wild goose hunt. Like, he must have had some reasons and some way that he ended up there.
For sure.
I would think. So I can't speculate as to how or why yet, but that's probably standard operating procedure. And get that out there now. Then they can run with that. Whoever this person is threatens to sue Freedom Corp.
Yeah, well, let's see what happens.
It's a good headline.
They said that they're examining all legal options. What do you think? What do you think down there in that corner? We can just watch these clowns.
I think it's coming up, guys, that at the end we'll really see at the end of all this thing what we'll be able to do. I think without having everything out, I think we can't really speculate on what's going to happen.
That's true. We can't really. But,
this week could change things a little bit, but I mean, we got a lot of information that's gold. Once this all gets put together too properly, it's going to be nice. We're going to have some real ammunition to fight with, regardless of what happens.
Because we got so much, like on the 4th day, saying like Monsieur Trudeau, bring the trucks in. Look, the streets are empty here, and he did nothing. And then all Ottawa was full of trucks all over, while he could put it in his front yard. And again, it's a thing that the society doesn't know, that we told that we were there, that we tried to get off the trucks from their street in front of their house. We tried things, but we were blocked. At the end, it can go both ways.
And he's got to justify. It's up to the government to justify the invocation of the act. So it's going to be interesting how they try to do that. Like, we've seen no justification whatsoever so far in how many weeks.
The justification is that they changed the definition to fit.
That's
the
exactly.
Justification.
Yeah.
That's
that's not gonna fly. It's not gonna fly.
But that's exactly. Kathy's correct. If Brandon had the time, he would have showed it, and that's exactly it. The Government of Canada Council was literally yelling over him, and the commissioner was just sitting there like, "You can't do that. You can't do that, Brandon Miller. That's not appropriate. There's commentary in this slide of evidence that you're going to suggest." And he literally did it like 4 times. It got to the point where the commissioner.
He took hours fixing it and making it however this guy wanted. He's like, okay, I have 4 people go before me. Here's this new version. He's like, no, I can't allow this either. This is gonna prove his point. We can't allow this at all.
Exactly. And the commissioner, it got so bad with the government council or with the Council for Canada that the commissioner literally had to tell the government council to stop. But he only did that because at that point it was looking ridiculous, right?
It was ridiculous for a while before he did that.
Officials, sometimes referred to as the senior officials responsible
we'll keep
for
tabbing out of
emergency
this because it's
management, SORM, who also engages in these types of discussions. That's usually followed up very quickly by a formal letter of request from the province or territory that is directed to the Ministry of Public Safety and then on to me for a determination. But we tried to work as quickly as possible in order to see if we can, whatever helps we can provide in response to those requests. And then through, again, Deputy Stewart, a response to that request is prepared, to which I'm able to then hopefully quickly respond.
So if the hurricane's coming up the coast, you don't wait till the letter arrives before you start mobilizing a response to a request?
No, and in fact, in our most recent experience with Hurricane Fiona, as it was moving to Atlantic Canada, we were receiving very good forecasting from Environment Canada, which gave us a pretty good idea of where that hurricane was going to land. And so there were conversations that began days in advance so that we could be better prepared and mobilize and even stage resources in order to respond to what we knew was going to be a significant impact on those regions of the country, and that we would be able to work closely together as quickly as possible. There are a number of other programs as well. And for example, I'm also responsible for what we refer to as the humanitarian workforce, where we work very closely with NGOs such as the Canadian Red Cross and stage those resources and begin to register people well in advance of the hurricane in that case, so that we can respond as quickly as possible in real time to help people be safe.
And I assume that if you do act immediately before the paperwork arrives, there will nonetheless be the requirement for the orderly administration and documentation of the RFA that the paperwork eventually come through and then the request be properly documented.
Yes, sir. Those requests are properly documented, but we don't necessarily wait for the paperwork. Sometimes there have been very limited circumstances where the paperwork arrived first, and then we start responding to that immediately. But in the vast majority of cases, there's outreach from the province and territory who identify a situation that exceeds their capacity, where they seek our help, and then we undertake immediately to see if we can find that help within the federal government.
Thank you. Now, if you can describe perhaps, well, certainly atypically relative to most other government departments, you are lodged, so to speak, in the Privy Council office and supported by.
Can we get a banner, John?
People.
For Bill Blair? Do we need one?
Yeah.
One of the people also there.
We need one for the
guest.
guests.
Intelligence Advisor, Jody Thomas.
For Bill Blair.
If you could describe
or if we need
Bill,
how you
it's
as
Bill.
Minister of Emergency Preparedness work with,
Please.
relate with,
So I can screenshot and stuff.
the National Security
And then it's on
Intelligence
there.
Advisor.
Yes, the National Security
Is this better?
Intelligence Advisors are actually a very important source of guidance,
thank
advice,
you.
and information for our preparation in order to respond appropriately to emergencies. In a number of different capacities, including that I chair the Safety, Security, and Emergency Committee, but even in our daily and weekly interactions, the National Security Intelligence Advisor is a person who gathers information from the National Security Intelligence Establishment, from law enforcement, and from other sources, and provides it to government, including to me, to assist us in making sure that we're able to do our duties in a timely way and be well informed of what government needs to know in order to keep people safe.
Thank you. Now, we've had, as you probably know, already testifying among the senior government officials who testified last week, Jacqueline Bogdan and Jeff Hutchinson. Maybe you could just remind us, now that you're here, where they fit in the scheme of your Department of Emergency Preparedness.
Yes, sir. When the Prime Minister decided that to place a special emphasis and create a unique ministry dealing with emergency preparedness, we recognized that in order to make that work, we also had to fundamentally change the way in which the public service, through the Privy Council office, organizes itself in response to preparation for emergency. And so there was decisions made within PCO by the clerk in order to create some additional positions within the Privy Council office to essentially create an office to more formalize and I think to make more effective the government's response to emergencies and in our preparation in a wide variety, a very significant spectrum of activities, including increased resilience, investment in critical infrastructure, and an all hazards approach. And it was also, I think, very important to make connections. One of the things I have found in my responsibilities, sir, and working with PCO, that emergencies are not uniquely located within any one ministry or department. They're very often implicated.
Okay, guys, one real question. I'm being a bit brigaded. I'm being brigaded on Twitter. Go on my Twitter account right now and like all my tweets. That'd be great. Go follow my Twitter account and like as many of my tweets as you can. In the Twitter war with all the Trudeau supporters. So just
Go
get on
for it,
there
people.
Get on there right now and bring me over the edge. Just go do it. Just go do it. Let's go flood over there, guys. It's gonna be entertaining. We're in the middle of a pretty large Twitter war. Everyone go over to Patriot Smoothie, like all my tweets, follow my Twitter. Let's and give me my fake internet points
Do
so I
it.
can win. So I can win all of these arguments on Twitter. Give me all the fake Give me all the fake internet points so I can win everything here.
Yes, come to
Let's just like flex our muscle, our muscle. Brigade my post, and like everything I say. Go click the tweets button.
I say.
Click the tweets and replies button, and go down that list and literally like everything, and we'll be great. It'll be amazing. We'll win if we get enough fake internet points together.
Yes,
we
victory is coming.
Victory
is coming.
If we get enough fake internet points, we could totally just like we win, and Justin Trudeau will resign, I think. And it was back to this bullshit.
Going to be a government
in clown world.
all the ministers from First Nations leadership in coordinating all of government's response to the floods, and Jeff acted as the secretary for that committee as well.
Okay, and a third name that we're going to encounter in some of the documents, and that those who have been following will have seen already, Zita Astravis. Can you describe?
Good work, plebeians!
In your
yes, the power is flowing through me.
Oh, it's too loud! It's too loud!
I'll turn it down. Earlier you said it wasn't loud enough, and now it's too loud. Make up your mind.
And media relations.
Make up your mind.
And finally, with
the pendulum swung too far the other way.
Every region of the country, and all of the people that work in that office,
I'm awake now.
Are overseen by my chief of staff.
Holy
crap! Can we get to the meat and potatoes here, bud?
Experienced.
It's going to take 3 hours of this. You know that.
And she previously served as my chief of staff.
For 10 minutes of cross-examination where all the facts are.
Yeah,
right, guys,
of course.
And don't forget, when you're on my Twitter account, follow. Click that follow button. And then go click on like all my tweets, retweet all of my tweets, comment on all of the tweets, and then go click the tweets and replies button and go in there and do the same thing all in there. And the best one there will get like a thumbs up. Thank you. Let's do it.
As a police officer and ultimately the chief of police of the Toronto Police Service. First of all, can you describe in broad strokes what that was?
That's his natural color.
I'll bring you back to the particular public order experience that you had in those roles.
I'm winning my Twitter argument, John.
Cameron, I joined the Toronto Police Service in 1976. I served as a Toronto police officer for 39 years, and for the last 10 years of my 39-year career, from 2005 until 2015, I was the chief of police of the city of Toronto. And in that capacity, I served in a number of roles and that were somewhat related to the events that transpired.
Right. Now, as I understand it, as you were coming up the ranks, you in fact served a term as an inspector of a public order unit itself, that is the actual unit that goes out and deals with public order incidents.
That's riot police unit.
I was public order trained, and I served as a public order incident commander for
police commander.
Many public order incidents in the city of Toronto over a number.
A lot of riot.
Okay. Now the one that often gets remembered because it was so newsworthy was the G20 event in Toronto, which ended up being a public order event as well as its political event on its own. And you played a role in that, but it would probably be helpful if you described what role you played, what role you didn't play, and roughly how that, what you learned from that experience.
Yes, sir. The G20, it occurred in June of 2010 in the city of Toronto. It was a planned event. I was, throughout that entire period of time, the chief of police, and therefore responsible for policing in my city. But the event itself was actually headed up by an integrated command structure with a gold, silver, bronze command structure that was put in place, the leadership of which was with the RCMP, but also it had representatives from...
Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I have to cut this off real quick, but you gotta go into the tweets and replies. You gotta really dig in there. These Twitter wars are really escalating. You need to get into the trenches of the Twitter battlefield here and get those likes going. Every single like is a soldier.
You should warn
on
the
my front
people.
line.
Yeah,
Every like is
fair
is a
warning.
soldier.
It's a cesspool in there. Though, be ready. It's a wild place.
Every like and retweet is a soldier on the front line, and God damn it, we're gonna win this war with General Patriot Smoothie and Lieutenant Dan, Chris Dacey, and and Major Matt Venn.
Staying up
during that period when you were chief of police, where the Tamil protests.
I dropped my tweets and hit the burners.
You gotta get into the replies.
No, it's not how I roll.
Get into the weeds of the replies.
I do Twitter like TikTok. I just get in there and get the hell out.
If you could just
in and out fast,
those
boom.
events and how they were resolved, at least as best as.
Well, that's not the first time you've ever said that, is it, Daisy?
Hey.
It was 2009. It was a
We're
period
moving
in
past
which
that,
there was
John.
a great deal of concern within the Tamil community, and there's a very substantial Tamil community in the Greater Toronto Area, about events that were taking place in Sri Lanka at that particular time. And as a consequence, a number of people came out onto the streets to begin to protest. There were two, frankly, significant and somewhat distinct matters that I had to deal with as the chief of police during that event. On Mother's Day of 2009, about 5,000 people from the Tamil community were demonstrating and marching, and unfortunately went up on the ramp of the Gardiner Expressway and ended up on the elevated highway that runs through downtown Toronto.
Wrong turn.
I was called because, of course, they had blocked the highway. It wasn't a particularly serious traffic issue because it was Mother's Day, a Sunday evening, and not too concerning. But I heard from my operational commanders that evening that there were no safe ways to remove those people from the bridge. There was a real concern because the guardrail really is for vehicles, not for pedestrians. There were children and elderly people up on that elevated highway, and there was a very sincere concern among my officers that any action that we might take to remove them from the bridge or even bring them down the ramp could result in a stampede, a crushing of people, and would just be simply too dangerous. And so I directed that we would slow down, that we would engage with the people that were on the bridge. We would find people that we could talk to on the bridge, and that took a couple of hours. And then eventually I engaged them in some conversation. I had a pretty good relationship with that community and found a way to have them safely.
Oh, he knows how to talk?
That bridge.
Yeah, but the freedom protesters never got to talk with anyone. Isn't that right, Matt?
Exactly. We tried each and single morning to have anybody of these leaders of the parliament try to organize something that we can talk, that we can resolve this issue. And every morning was the same answer. Please get out. No, we're not talking today. Please get out. Please get out.
Also, why are we giving this guy's like nonsense stories here about Tamils on the Gardiner Expressway? Like, we don't need your padding here, buddy. We need to get to the meat and potatoes of the issue.
Yeah. Sad.
Dundas, so that the transit would continue to move. Those are pretty important transit routes in the city. We also were concerned about access and egress for our hospitals on Hospital Row on University Avenue. We worked out with them a way in which we could do that. And although that protest went on for several days, and there were concerns actually being expressed by the time I remember hearing from Superior Court judges about the noise outside their courtrooms.
Now he's referencing noise. You notice he's bringing up all these things that they're going to bring up.
In that area, I would also want to acknowledge the people that were protesting did so in a very respectful way. They cleaned up after themselves. You know, they were on the street. They were very seriously concerned. But I think that was a situation that in Toronto we were able to resolve appropriately and safely. And eventually, I think it actually strengthened our relationship very much with that community.
And if I recollect accounts of those events, one of the things you were able to accomplish with that demonstration was to move it from an arguably illegal demonstration in the sense that it was blocking University Avenue to a location nearby where the demonstration could continue but not be obstructing traffic and potentially breaking the law.
Yes, sir. And actually, that was based on some experience that we'd had in that particular area as well. I also remember in the late 90s.
Is he saying the G20 went well? Like they handled it well?
Croatian at that same location. And we were
Is that what he's saying?
those protesters.
Is that really what he's saying? Is that what he's saying?
In his imagination, yeah.
That was like the example of what not to do. And now this man is in charge of emergency preparedness and making decisions on what to do when a bigger problem in Ottawa. What the hell? This is clown world. Absolute clown world.
Senior police officer.
Wow, geez, man.
How do
It's only
you
been 5 minutes.
factor in that particular
G20 was not a good example of what to do.
Encounter
Look it up, folks.
A public order incident. Ideally, you're able to keep it legal from beginning to end. But when it starts to transition into illegality, either because it's obstructing traffic or violating some other law, where in your ranking of objectives do you put turning what has become an unlawful protest into a lawful protest?
I think it's important. Frankly, I actually very sincerely believe in the right to lawful, peaceful protest. It's a protected charter right in this country. Sometimes it can be a challenge. It can be very difficult to manage these events. But I think if the protesters are willing to work with the police and if the police work with them, there are always some individuals who will push the limit and sometimes will break the law, and there are ways to deal with those individuals. But in my experience, it is always preferable if you're able to minimize the impact and to facilitate lawful, peaceful protest while not allowing unlawful protest or risk to public safety.
And you might not have monitored this part of the evidence, but we had a similar discussion with Deputy Commissioner Zablocki of the RCMP about this attempt that the RCMP took in and near Coutts, Alberta, to find a legal way for the protest to continue. And let me ask you if you found in those days when you were doing this the same tension, because the protesters want to be visible, they want to, in effect, cause at least enough of a nuisance that they're noticed and that they're able to make their point and be heard, and yet you want them to be as little a nuisance as possible. And is that a tension that your forces and the people you have as your liaison team are trained to try and sort out?
Well, if I may, just let me cite as an example. During the G20, we designated certain places where we wanted to facilitate lawful, peaceful protests. And for example, over at Queen's Park, we said, if you gather there, you'll be able to protest. And some people were quite willing to do that, but unfortunately not everybody is. And then some people, prefer to be, to disrupt traffic, or in the case of the G20, unfortunately, it also resulted in a set of circumstances where there was significant property damage, fires were set, and windows were smashed. But I think it's important to distinguish. There are always people who seek only
minor issues
lawful,
there.
Peaceful protest. And I think
none of that happened in Ottawa.
And I say, you'll forgive me, it was the police responsibility to facilitate that to every extent possible. And unfortunately, there are also, in some circumstances, people who choose to engage in unlawful behavior and don't engage in lawful but rather unlawful protest. And then there has to be whatever action is required in order to curtail that.
Right. Now, coming to the events in question,
I'm totally not playing a phone game because this is boring. As the
protest is a protest is a protest, Bill Blair.
There was a series of what end up getting called briefings on truckers' convoy.
There you go. Good job. Thumbs up. Thumbs up to James Van Allen.
The government, and it looks from our
if you're just joining, everyone, go follow me on Twitter, like everything, retweet.
No one's just
comment on everything. Yes, they are. It's the numbers do change. And you know what? If you haven't done it, just do it. Just get on there and get into the weeds of the replies so that we can win all of the virtual arguments and get internet points. Thank you.
Also, trigger warning.
NSC CAN 50251.
Yes, exactly. There you go. I can't see my face because I'm in the blocks.
And if you could, Mr. Kruger, if you can just scroll down, there's a point where we have a number 18, and Blair, there we go. And this is the notes of that, the readout, as it's called, of that meeting. And do I understand the way this is laid out correctly, that beside the number 18 in your name are a series of points that you were making at the meeting?
Yes, sir.
The one I'm going to ask you to talk about is C. We need to keep the language down. And probably the people in the room knew what you were talking about, and you probably used more words than just that. So if you could flesh that out for us, what message you were trying to get across during that briefing when you said we need to keep the language down?
Come on.
I believe we all have a responsibility to do what is necessary to keep the peace. And I was concerned that inflammatory language
Like from
could
the Prime Minister.
incite a more violent response, potentially.
What the Prime Minister did.
Or incite others to continue to come to the protest. And so
Coming to the
I
protest
think
is allowed.
one needs to maintain, and I've had some experience in this, in your language around an event, to speak of it in such a way as to not aggravate it.
Yeah, is that what the Prime Minister did? Not at all.
Minimize name calling and that.
You violent, you misogynist,
Right.
That's literally
white
Is
supremacist,
that what you mean by keep the language
transphobe,
down?
etc.,
Keep the rhetoric
etc.
moderate on the
Views
on the
are
government
unacceptable,
side,
sir.
On the protester side.
I believe in my experience, sometimes people live down to your expectations, and so one should be careful in how you speak of these events. I also, quite frankly, I'm always concerned about fear. I think fear is one of the greatest enemies of public safety, and I think if our language is
Someone better tell the
intemperate,
government.
we can make people quite fearful. And if people are fearful, then they don't use public space, they don't engage with their neighbors. It can actually create a more dangerous situation. And so my advice to colleagues was that we would remain tempered in our language.
But that's not what happened.
No, most certainly not. We need the video of the Prime Minister
Now to another topic area.
calling everyone names.
Being extremely inflammatory.
It's apparent
Yes.
that you took a role.
Inflammatory.
And that has to do with the arrangement of what were called, perhaps it was ended up being a misnomer, but what were originally called the tripartite meetings. Can you describe, first of all, what those were meant to be, to situate them in time?
Tripartite.
They were February 7th, 8th, and 10th, the ones that started it off. But if you can just tell us what you had hoped to accomplish with those meetings.
Yes, sir. It was my intention to convene all three orders of government, to bring them to a table, because I believe that all three orders of government had a role and responsibility here. I believe that good communication between all three orders of government could have been facilitated by convening, a meeting among, initially it was attempted to do so at the political level. And as you said, it wasn't entirely successful, but I believe what we were able to achieve is convening officials to come to that table, because I believe that the events that were transpiring in Ottawa really did require good communication, clear and clear expectations and communications and how we could assist each other. All of us had a responsibility, all of us had a role to play, and I was attempting to convene that. And by the way, not inconsistent with the role that I also play, as I mentioned earlier, in convening other orders of ministries within my own government. I've learned the value of bringing people together from many different disciplines and authorities to be at the table to share perspectives and to help each other.
Hey, now there's two topics I'd like to see.
Holy
if we
crap,
can
this
talk
guy's
about,
long-winded.
And I'll see if we can do it without pulling up too many documents, but just going by your memories of these meetings.
Good point, James.
And I'll just describe the topics and then we'll try to treat them one at a time, though they might end up getting blended together. One is the fact that you didn't succeed in getting Ontario at the political level to the table, as I think had been your ambition. But the other topic is why there seemed, in at least the records of these meetings, so much confusion or misunderstanding between the City of Ottawa and the federal government, and to the extent they were there, officials of the Ontario government, about which resources would be committed by whom, when, who was actually there, etc. The documents just seem to be the equivalent of a whole bunch of ships passing in the night, nobody understanding what the other person's saying, and perhaps even a lot of mistrust. So let's take the first of those issues, the effort you made to include the province of Ontario and how much success you had there.
Well, first of all, I reached out to Minister Jones, who was the Solicitor General in the province of Ontario at that time. I've enjoyed a very long-standing and very positive professional working relationship with Minister Jones. I reached out to extend an invitation for her to join that table. Minister Jones indicated to me during the one call I had with her that she would consider the invitation, but she did express some concern, and I understood that concern, and I acknowledged that to her. She expressed some concern that she did not want to be seen to be directing the police. And actually, we had a very brief exchange because I'm also very familiar, as she was, with the Linden Commission report on the Ipperwash event. And I think there is a natural sensitivity and concern among Ontario officials about any appearance of being seen to direct the police. I would also acknowledge Minister Mendicino, who has a direct reporting relationship. He is essentially Minister Jones' counterpart. He also had a number of conversations with her and with the Premier at the time. But in my one conversation with the Solicitor General, I sought to offer to make the invitation and to provide her with assurances about what my intent was in convening that table.
Mr. Clerk, perhaps you could call up SSM NSC CAN 402676.
How's it going?
And just start at the top so we can orient ourselves with what this document is. That's got a nice, helpful heading there, Tripart Meeting Readout. And this is a February 10th
This is going to
meeting.
go on for hours.
And so, Mr. Clerk, if you could scroll down to about page 3. Thank you. There's just a little further, please, Mr. Clerk, so we get Mr. Blair's, Minister Blair's comments there. And under BB, which is doubtless you, there's this notation. Thanks. If we can speak frankly for a moment, it has come to the media's discussion that they are not in this meeting for the third day. And are we understanding this correctly, that they is Ontario?
Yes, sir.
And so this is the third of your 3 attempts to table a tripart meeting, and the third time that Ontario is missing in action. And you refer to a statement from Ontario that your meetings will accomplish nothing. Is that what you're saying there? Is that what you'd heard from Ontario?
I believe that's what I'm referencing to. I don't have a memory of that statement at this moment,
Right.
but I think clearly my comment here is that there was a statement suggesting the table would accomplish nothing.
Right. And then there's a discussion between you and I take it that's you and the mayor.
Yes, sir. Myself, the mayor, I believe, as well. I believe the city manager and Minister Mendicino, of course, were on that.
Right. And there's, you say good point, and then, sorry, the mayor says good point, and you say, you refine a point he's trying to make, and then the mayor says, in the third line, I can say that I'm disappointed that the province has not come to the table. Premier is telling me, and then he's quoting, it appears, what the Premier is telling him, anything you want, but then there is silence. Now, we've already heard from the mayor, and he's given his side of this, but from your perspective, were you disappointed that Ontario hadn't participated in these meetings so far, and was it your sense that the mayor was also disappointed that Ontario, at least at the level you would hope to have participation, hadn't shown up at the meetings?
frankly, I had hoped that we would be able to convene the tripartite table as I had originally planned it. But I was, this was on the 10th. By that date, I was receiving assurances that, for example, Deputy Minister Stewart was in regular contact with his counterpart in Ontario, Deputy Minister Di Tommaso. And that there was ongoing discussions between my Government Operations Center, between the Deputy Minister of Public Safety, and between, as frankly, the Deputy Minister of Public Safety, Mr. Stewart, was acting as an interlocutor between both municipality and the province in these circumstances. And so, yes, a little disappointed that the minister wasn't able to attend, but quite gratified, frankly, and that there was now, I think, and my goal had been good communication between the three orders of government. I believe that was being achieved.
That is helpful. Thank you. And the other point, again, the mayor wasn't only, as you'll recall, because I think you might say you got an earful from him as well. The mayor wasn't just disappointed in Ontario, and the notes, which I don't think you need to be taken to remember, because you probably had some of the same frustration experiencing these exchanges as one gets just reading them, which is the mayor seems very frustrated that
Thanks, Joyce.
he cannot get the support from either Ontario or from Ottawa in terms of boots on the ground in Ottawa, in particular federal. He'd be looking to you for commitments with respect to the RCMP. And there seems to be almost interminable confusion about how many are committed, how many are actually there, different ways of counting how many people are there. Were you able to participate usefully in that discussion? Did you have good lines of communication to the RCMP? Because it doesn't seem that much was being accomplished on that front in these meetings.
Minister Mendicino is the minister with direct lines of communication to the Commissioner of the RCMP and that organization. That's his responsibility. He was on this call and made a number of comments in response to the mayor's, as I recall, from those discussions. One of the things I tried to contribute to this discussion is that it wasn't just a numbers plan. It wasn't just about how many people. And in fact, I pointed out that it's actually difficult to start talking about specific numbers because, the number of police officers to be deployed is a matter, frankly, of police confidentiality, and it can actually compromise police operations, in my experience. And so I cautioned about that. And so my recommendation is that we should be talking about resources. We should be talking about providing the support that the city needs without being specific about numbers. There had also been discussion, Mr. Cameron, throughout these tripartite meetings and in other fora, about the need for an integrated action plan, not just how many people were required, but how those people will then be utilized in order to effect the purpose of bringing the protest to a peaceful resolution.
Okay, well, that you've segued right into my next point, which is from your perspective, and we've heard a lot of police perspective from people similarly qualified already, but you were in a unique position here, so we'd benefit from your perspective on why it was, as you saw it, that there might have been some challenge for the OPP and the RCMP to commit resources to solving the problems that Ottawa was facing.
Yeah, to be very clear, sir, I was never briefed on any operational aspect of the plan. That would have been inappropriate. I never sought to be briefed on it, and I was not. But what we were seeking was assurances from those who did have operational responsibilities that they were satisfied with an integrated operational plan, an action plan, and that they were prepared to action it. That, I think, was a consideration, because it's also useful to remember, I think, Mr. Cameron, there were a number of things happening right across the country at the time. The OPP in particular were dealing with a difficult situation in Windsor. They had also had to respond to other events across Southern Ontario. Their resources were being quite significantly challenged because they had to continue to respond to a very dynamic and mobile threat across the country. And so,
not a threat.
My understanding
the Prime
was
Minister's
that
ego, maybe,
they needed the clarity of an integrated command action plan that they'd all agreed to in order to facilitate the movement of people to go and deal with the situation in Ottawa.
And in that context, did you have a view as to whether there was any logical order of operations, if I can call it that way, in terms of where Ottawa should look to first? We have heard from Commissioner Lucky that she wasn't standing on protocol here. She was prepared to devote resources as quickly as she could while Ottawa sought help from the province as well. But putting aside those urgent first steps that were taken, did you have a sense of what the proper protocol was for Ottawa to follow in this context, putting in mind both the hat you were wearing as Minister of Emergency Preparedness and your history of having encountered similar situations, doubtless, over many years in Toronto?
Yes, sir. To be very clear, there's a number of different ways.
What do you think, Matt? What are you thinking? How's this going for you?
Yeah, but it's okay. Like it's just I don't know how to explain what I'm feeling right now. Like, my friend, there's no organization. There's nothing. Nobody wants to talk with anybody. They're all throwing their ball to something else, to somebody else. It's, oh, but that's secret. Oh, that's this. Oh, that's that. And at the end, none of this, I don't know how to explain that. At the end, we could have resolved this issue in so short term, instead of nobody talks with anybody, and it escalates to a point where we are right now. It's
exactly sad.
Period.
Well said,
but I was familiar with it when I was a police chief, where the RCMP worked very closely with the Ottawa Police Service. I believe the OPP were at the table, and the Gatineau Police, and so there's always been good cooperation among the police services in the National Capital Region. I'm also very familiar. I've been involved in very many incidents when I was a police officer, where we would, in the Toronto Police Service, we had, frankly, a lot of people. We had a lot of people trained in public order, and we would bring our public order resources to assist in Kingston, for example, for their homecoming event, in other towns around Ontario that didn't have those resources available to them, so we would go and assist. But there's also, and I'm aware, that within the Ontario Police Services Act, which is, frankly, the legislation that governs policing in the City of Ottawa and in the province of Ontario, there is a provision in that act that in circumstances that exceed the capacity of the police of jurisdiction, a municipal police service, to deal with an emergency, there is a provision within that act for the chief to make a request to the commissioner of the OPP, and the commissioner is required under that act to respond. You may also make a request to another municipal police service, and that municipal police service has the ability to decline. But there is a provision whereby a police service dealing with an emergency exceeding their capacity to manage can also, within the act, make an appeal and a request to the OPP. I believe that was done, in fact, in Windsor, in response to the event at the Ambassador Bridge. It's a rarely used provision of the Act, but it is a tool that was available.
You describe it as a tool that was available. Was it your view at the time, or is it your view now, that it was necessary for Ottawa to take that step before it came, the City of Ottawa to take that step before it came to the federal government for policing assistance?
Not if the police services, the OPP, the RCMP, and other police services were willing and able to send their people. Keeping in mind, it's a difficult thing to pull people from various jurisdictions, bring them to Ottawa for this type of a planned event. And that's an approach that had been used successfully in the past. If that could be facilitated, that could be.
If you're enjoying today's coverage, and I know it's very sleepy, consider buying a coffee, buymeacoffee.com/PatriotSmoothie. You can also send donations directly on e-transfer. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Thank you.
Normal use of the Police Services Act, or more likely, when you're talking about planned events, simply consensual arrangements where
I believe so.
Looking perhaps months or even years ahead to an event, you can get a multi-police organization team put together. That doesn't work if the event manifests itself over the course of a weekend. And so one thing that the commissioner might be interested in your views on is whether it would assist matters to have a protocol in place so that there isn't quite as much confusion and disagreement about whose responsibility it is to who goes where and who provides what, to have a protocol in place and perhaps even stand by memoranda of understanding or something so that within days rather than weeks, everybody knows who goes where, whose responsibilities are what, and the matter hopefully gets sorted out more quickly.
Yes, sir. I believe good communications and to the extent that it is possible to plan for an unplanned event, those types of arrangement can be very useful. I've actually had the experience as a police chief making arrangements with other police services in the event of emergency, how many people I would send them and how quickly I'd be able to get them there. Because we all know that certain types of events can exceed any of our capacity to respond to an emergency. Planned events is actually pretty straightforward. And I believe that we've got a long history and a lot of success in dealing with, I'll stop saying we, sir, it's in my previous capacity. The police services have a long history of working very collaboratively together for planned events. And a number of different things are worked out well in advance, including the integrated command structure, who's going to be in charge, what they're often referred to as a gold silver command structure that is put in place, who's paying for what, and et cetera, what resources and obligations each of them will undertake to provide, is usually worked out well in advance. It is, quite frankly, more challenging in the event of an emergency, and made even more challenging when that emergency might be taking place in multiple jurisdictions.
Right. The speed with which you're able to deliver information, Minister Blair, is helpful, if not to the translators, to me in getting through my questions in record time. So I'm flipping through some pages here. I want to ask you some questions about a related issue. You talked about Ipperwash. You had the probably not entirely pleasant experience of having a commission of inquiry look into the events of the G20. Not an entirely pleasant experience of having your conduct examined in a commission of inquiry. And one of the issues that came up in the Morden inquiry into the G20 event and in Ipperwash as well had to do with the extent of administrative oversight and political input to the activities of the police. And
just so we're clear, Bill Blair, David Vigneault of the CSIS, the director of CSIS, was a former Liberal cabinet advisor. So in case you had any hesitations about David Vigneault and why he said something so wildly crazy, out of touch, not based on the law or fact or reality, you can understand that he is a Liberal at heart. He's a Liberal politician at heart, and he's a Liberal political appointee at heart. So he has to satisfy his boss, and that's all it is. You wonder why he's telling you he's going to do something, he's going to advise something that's not in the law. It's because he's a Liberal and he agrees with the Liberals, and that's it. That's literally all there is to it. He can, bend the law as much as they want to get what they need. They'll twist the orange and the lemon until there's no more juice left in the rind, right?
Inquiry. It was a report commissioned by the Toronto Police Services Board. In the aftermath of that report, there was also another public report done by the Office of the Independent Police Review Director, Mr. Jerry McNeely, also on that report, but also not a public inquiry.
thank you.
One of the things I can share with you, sir, I was a police chief for 10 years. I was appointed by the Police Services Board. The Police Services Board is constituted under the Police Services Act. It's defined on its duties and responsibilities and how it's comprised. I very firmly believe, very sincerely believe, that good policing requires good governance. And governance is not to suggest, sir, that a Police Services Board or the governance authority will direct the police in their investigations, in their operations, will even direct them in the administration of their police service. That's not the function of good governance. The function of good governance, in my experience, is oversight and accountability.
Given a speech.
And I think it's fairly well articulated in a number of provincial statutes across the country, including the Ontario Police Services Act. In my own personal experience, I used to meet with my board every month for several hours over the course of a day. It was done in public. Some of it was in camera, much of it was in public. They would ask me questions about use of force. They would ask me about training. They would ask me about HR issues, the discipline and maintaining of conduct within my organization. I reported to them in a very public way about our engagement with diverse communities, about a number of efforts that we were making to prevent crime, all those things that were the responsibility of the police service to deliver adequate and effective police service. And that's actually directed at the board and then delegated to me by the board. The police have extraordinary authorities in our society, but those are not unfettered authorities. I think there's an expectation that we will be held to account for the way we use those authorities, and that there will be independent civilian oversight of policing activities. And I believe that's absolutely key. There is no good policing without good governance.
So sorry, slow down and say that again, please.
He's literally just giving a
There's no good
speech.
policing without good governance.
And when you use governance in this context, you're not talking about the police and his or her deputies. You're talking about some level
Well, sir, I'm talking about independent civilian oversight of policing. The police chief answers to someone. I answered to my board. I worked for my board. And I was accountable to my board. And I understood that was my responsibility, to be accountable, to answer their questions. They were always very careful, by the way, and I can't recall at one incident in 10 years where they ever directed me in an investigation, in an operation, but they asked me a lot of questions about what we were doing and why we were doing it. I believe it was my responsibility to provide them with that information so that they could fulfill their function of providing oversight to me and to hold me accountable for the job that I was doing. And so I know there's been, because I've watched, there's been a lot of discussion about, having a civilian or a politician directing the police. And that's never acceptable. But at the same time, the police must be accountable to an independent civilian authority. Now that can be achieved through a government minister who's assigned for that responsibility. It can be done through a police services board. But in my experience, policing is all predicated on public trust and the consent of the people who are policed. That trust is really warranted by that oversight and accountability and transparency and the way the extraordinary authorities given to the police are exercised.
Right. And in the time that you were chief of police and having this governance relationship with the police services board, would you have considered it interference, or what is sometimes called directing the police, for that board to have outlined to you either long-term or immediate priorities or rankings of objectives to accomplish with your available resources?
There are a number of different models of governance that are often employed by police service boards. One of them is through policies and priorities. I believe it's called the Carver model.
Sorry, slow down for the report again. The what model?
The Carver model. I've actually spent a lot of time. I also felt it was my responsibility to help my board be a good board, because they would help me be a good chief.
Be a good board.
And so we spent a lot of time talking about how they could do their job, and that would help me do my job as a board. And I think it was a very effective relationship. They did set priorities for the service. They also set my budget. I would collaborate with them and work very closely with them, and they would consult with the public on what those priorities should be, because there is a bridge that a governance body can serve for a police service to be that connection on behalf of community. And so they would bring, there was lots of community deputations made at our board meetings where people would
Does anyone remember what the question was?
And the board would set priorities, but my board was also very careful.
Also, like, he's outlining a lot of things that who is the government going to be? Who are these accountable people? Like, he's going to have to be accountable. No, is that not the point?
He's talking
he's saying all. I know, but he's saying
Blair
all these things.
Blobber. The Bill,
Oh, man.
the Bill Blair board blabber. That's
I
what
haven't
this is.
heard so much politicking in a while, man. It's like just
get
giving
ready.
like 10 minutes of speeches. I got a coffee. I'm out here smoking.
Get ready. You got ready. All right. Would you have anything to? Well, for me, it's just like I don't really care about his past experience. I want to know exactly why did the government of Canada believe that they had the right to interpret the law, to interpret the Emergencies Act to be whatever they wanted it to be, to justify it. And we were also talking about David Vigneault, the CSIS director, before he was director of
liberal?
CSIS. Yeah, he's a cabinet advisor to the. He was a cabinet advisor to a liberal cabinet advisor.
You don't say.
He's
Yeah, I
talking
mean,
about the past and
and
not the present of the situation of what happened in Ottawa. He's talking about everything he did in the past, and
everyone does that. It's so stupid. It's like we get everyone's life story.
Nothing relevant to the convoy.
And it's all about man. And you
His
could already
job,
tell how
his
you could already
title,
tell
what he
the
does.
commissioner today. I think he showed us what he's going to decide. The way he handled the government of Canada talking over Brendan Miller, interrupting his right to openness, his right to fairness, his right to an open and fair proceeding. In his testimony, constantly screaming over him, like useless objections.
That was pretty out there.
And literally, it got so bad he had to interrupt once. But the way the venom,
He did it very gingerly, though.
But the way to which the venom to which he spoke to Miller with the commissioner, I think it tells exactly where he is, and you know exactly how he's going to decide. Even before it came out today, even before the government had nothing before today, literally had nothing. Now they can say, okay, CSIS told us to invoke it. The director of CSIS said that he told you that as an advisor, not as the director of CSIS, whatever the fuck that means.
Yeah, exactly. What does that mean?
He's like,
Yeah,
as an advisory role, I told the government to invoke the emergency. What the fuck are you talking about? You're the director of CSIS, and your legislative scope is very fucking narrow and very well defined. What the hell are you talking about?
That's not okay. Yeah, because so he can say two different fucking things, which he did.
And they all did. They're like, oh, the Emergencies Act is very clear on what constitutes a public order national emergency. Okay? First of all, no other law of Canada can deal with the situation. And guess what? There was 1,000,001 other laws to deal with the situation. So it's disqualified there. Secondly, it has to be such that there is a threat under Section 2 of the CSIS Act. That wasn't the case. On both counts, the act is invalidated and unjustified. What else is there to say about it? Yeah, can we get a fucking objection in there, please? Somebody object. Give these dickwads. You know, during the government of Canada, when they were doing their questioning with their liberal witnesses, CSIS, they were allowed to say whatever the fuck they wanted. No one interrupted them. Like, god damn.
That's the thing I find a little bit annoyed is when it's our group, when it's our side. It's no. Same thing as in the convoy. And as soon as we object and things like that, they counter-attack us and things like that. But when it comes to them, no, nothing happens. You understand? That's the thing I find.
He yelled over like the whole time. He yelled over Miller the whole time. Miller was making a really important point about Enterprise, allegedly, and Mr. Fox or whoever he is. And before he was able to make his full point, he did utter it at the end. He was cut off, and you could tell that the government was desperate to stop whatever it was he was trying to say. He got some of it out. Sad that the government was allowed to do that in our free and open society, that the government was allowed to monopolize the hearing like that and steer it in such a malicious way in our open society. Very, very sad for good government. Like Bill Blair keeps saying, good government. Yeah, well, that was toxic to good government, to have a so-called biased and to have an unbiased, objective hearing steered by the government of Canada's council like that. Well, they just yelled over an opposition councillor who was introducing pivotal evidence that they may have manipulated the public and the IMVE narrative, which was pivotal to any justifications for law enforcement actions they had. And the fact that was allowed to happen in a free and open courtroom and a free and open hearing, of a proceeding of law is a sham and a disgrace to justice and a disgrace to the proceedings of law.
And do you have any specific recommendations, or I shouldn't say specific in the sense of drafting legislative terms, but what a more complete governance structure would look like for the RCMP?
I think there's a number of models to be considered. I also want to be respectful. This is the responsibility now of my friend and colleague, Minister Mendicino.
But
He is the minister.
you
of
want
that
to stop there, then we're going to hear from him shortly.
But at the same time, I have obviously some thoughts on the matter, and I'm more than happy to share that with Minister Mendicino. I think ultimately it's going to lead to better policing, which is our collective goal.
The collective goal is freedom and respecting people's fucking rights.
Now, there were a couple of times, and you might remember them. I'm going to bring you to one in particular where you made comments to the effect of the police just need to do their job. In other words, you made comments that gave the public the impression that you didn't think the police were doing as much as they could to deal with the situations in both Ottawa and elsewhere in the country. The Ottawa ones, I think you're familiar with, and we've heard a lot from the OPS and about their reaction to your comments. So let me just begin there. Did you have the impression that the Ottawa police were not doing as much as they could or should have, or perhaps as early as they should have, to deal with the situation that they encountered when the convoy arrived in Ottawa?
I think initially their response was incorrect. Was incorrect. I think, and based on the intelligence that they had, I think allowing those trucks into the downtown core to establish themselves and become essentially very large barricades, in hindsight, and I appreciate this is the clarity of my hindsight, but I believe that was a mistake. And I think they would acknowledge that it would be better had that not happened. But once that actually happened, they were dealing with what, in my experience, would be a unique set of circumstances, a uniquely challenging set of circumstances, which was extremely challenging. And in fairness to them, my concern and the statements I made, frankly, it was not my intention to criticize the police. It was to encourage them to utilize the tools that were available to them, because again, I've spent most of my life telling police officers to do their job. And I have every confidence in them. I'm very proud of my profession. I'm very proud of the men and women who do that work. And I was just trying to encourage them. We as a society needed the police because they're the only ones empowered to deal with these public order events. And we needed them to do what was required to bring it to a peaceful resolution. And I was simply commenting that we needed them to do that job.
Okay, and I'll ask the clerk, if I can read this, to call up SSM NSC CAN 403129. Minister Blair, this will be a text exchange between you and Zita Astrovas, your chief of staff. And of course, you can see the words that caught our attention when your office sent the commission this document among all the others, and that is your comment. The police are finally doing their job in Windsor, and we'll go on to the next paragraph in a second. But had it been your impression that the situation in Windsor was taking longer than it should have to resolve because the police were not doing their job?
And again, not something I would have ever said to the police. Because
it's hilarious that we get to see all the name of these fake news hacks like brought up in these things as this circular evidence chain, as we talked about ad nauseum before, where there's something leaked to the media, they report it, the government goes back to what they leaked to the media and says, see, it's true, and they use that as a fucking justification for whatever they're trying to do. It's madness. It's madness. We're in clown world, clown carnival. That's a clown merry-go-round.
And I believe there was a sense of urgency to resolve that. I respect, the operational commanders. I wasn't second guessing them, certainly to them, but I was frankly relieved that they were, in my opinion, finally resolving that. I also had every expectation, as I indicate in that note, that they would do everything to avoid violence, that they would be measured and proportional and professional, because I know those guys and I have every confidence in their work. But I was very much seized with a strong sense of urgency about the blockades at that particular location because I believed that they had been so impactful.
And do you recollect any view you had about the liaison efforts?
Not according to CSIS, not according to
We're
Statistics
looking now
Canada.
at the second
Statistics
paragraph
Canada
where
that
you
all
say
the
it
economic
appears
impact
they,
around Coots
presumably
and Ambassador Bridge
the
was
police,
negated by
Windsor
neighboring
Police Force and the
ports of
OPP
entry,
and
it was
RCMP who are
negligible on
acting
trade.
here. It appears they didn't actually need to offer terms and concessions to the protesters. Can you explain what you were thinking there, if you remember?
I don't really recall, except, again, I was feeling a sense of relief that they were now clearing that bridge, because it did strike me as a matter of urgency, and previous tactics had not been effective in clearing the
Right. I'm going to move to a different topic. So before I leave, is there anything more you'd like to say about those topics that we've just been covering about police governance, about the effectiveness of the police operations in Ottawa? I'm not expecting any more from you, but I'm just about to change topics, and so I'd offer you that.
Let us change topics, sir. I'm fine.
Okay. Although you might not like to change the topic, it's to the Alberta RFA. You'll recollect that, I think. And
You might not like that. I'm going to ask you some real questions now.
Can you just,
You might not
to
like
those
that very much.
who haven't followed the proceedings quite as closely, maybe as the rest of us, can you just outline what that was about and how it came across your desk?
Yes, sir. And I don't recall precisely whether the letter arrived first or I heard from Deputy Minister Stewart, but I became aware that there was a request from the province of Alberta, and I believe it was from Minister Rick McIver, stating a number of things about what was transpiring in Alberta with respect to the Coots blockade. The Coots blockade had been going on for some time, and among the things that Minister McIver was asking for, he made a number of comments, but his primary ask was for access, and he was very specific, to Canadian Armed Forces tow trucks, I believe, in order to assist in the movement of trucks that were blockading the highway in southern Alberta at Coots. And so immediately, because he was asking for Canadian Armed Forces resources and personnel in order to respond to this, that request I forwarded to the Department of National Defence and to Minister Anand, because it didn't fall under any of our existing agreements. So it would have been something that, first of all, we'd have to hear from the Canadian Armed Forces whether or not they had equipment fit for purpose, and it would also require the approval of the Minister of National Defence. And so that information went on over to them. I also recall a number of days later being advised by Deputy Minister Stewart that the Canadian Armed Forces advised that they did not have equipment fit for purpose and didn't believe that they would be able to respond to that request. The advice I received from the Deputy Minister at that time is that we should simply advise Alberta that we weren't able to respond positively to their request for assistance. We always endeavor to try to do our best, but there have been a few occasions when we've had to say, no, we just don't have that equipment. But I did ask the Deputy Minister and some of my own staff to explore, again, from a whole of government standpoint.
Literally a smoldering wreckage of where the government admitted that they just interpret the law as they see fit to their agenda. And that's all they got today. And the fake news is acting like it's some big Hail Mary that CSIS advised. CSIS, the legislation is crystal clear. It says that it must be a threat under Section 2 of the CSIS Act for a public order emergency, and it was not. It was not. It also says there can't be any other law of Canada to effectively deal with the national emergency, and there was. So the justification is dead on 2 fucking counts. Dead, DOA, dead on arrival. All right. So this is all a bunch of politicking, a bunch of nonsense. That's all it is. And he's trying to MacGyver his way from this smoldering testimony. Some fake news hacks think that there was some big revelation today. There was nothing. It was nothing. It was sad. It was sad. There's nothing there. It's literally the corpse of an argument. There's nothing there because the law is crystal clear on what it means. It literally has no room for interpretation. It's written in black and white plain English. Okay, there's no room for interpretation. It's clear. So what they're doing now is politicking and padding and MacGyvering, for God, something besides the sound bites, because they got the sound bites. The media's like, "Whoa, CSIS act for the emergency." No, no, no. And also, when the director said that, he said he was acting more as an advisor. It's like, what the hell does that mean? And also consider his previous political appointment, and also the fact that he is a political appointee and can be replaced at whim.
It might give some more insight on that process if we looked at another document. So, Mr. Clerk, could you call up SSM CAN NSC 402689? And if the system is working, this will be the unredacted version of a document that has been redacted to the parties until just about right now. And you can see there's a, we're at February 11th here at this exchange of emails, and the email we're looking at right now is from Ms. Astravas, and she's recording that the PMO is approved, and this, we're going to find out when we go down here, is followed by an email from you, and I'll suggest to you, you might recognize it, but you're commenting here on the response to Alberta.
But watch, they're going to yell.
And if I've got that right.
When we get to the cross, they're just going to yell over Miller and all them the whole time.
The response you or the federal government is giving to Alberta, it's a weak response, but all we have, I approve, please advise Alberta. And if I've correctly characterized that as your message in relation to the response to the RFA, why were you describing it as a weak response?
Because I wanted to help Alberta. And we had examined all of our options, and we weren't able to provide them with the equipment that they sought. And so a letter was prepared. I believe it indicated our willingness to provide them with financial assistance for what they were requiring. But at this point in time, we weren't able to provide them with the trucks that they sought. I had hoped we would be able to. And so that, I thought a weak response, but I also thought it was equally important that we respond and that we advise Alberta of the position that we were in, and that in particular that CAF had advised, the Canadian Armed Forces had advised that their equipment wasn't appropriate, and they didn't. It requires their approval, and they didn't give that approval.
Okay, so one reading of it's a weak response would be, we, the federal government, don't have a good rationale for denying this RFA. That is, it's a weak response to Alberta, but that's not how you intended those words to read.
No,
you meant it's a...
Not at all, sir. And frankly, we didn't have the equipment. The rationale was pretty straightforward. We don't have the equipment that you've asked us for. The Canadian Armed Forces said it's not fit for purpose, and they're unable to provide it. And you know, that is exactly what it is, sir.
So you would say it was a complete and logical response, but it was unfortunate in that it was you weren't able to deliver anything.
My strong preference would have been to help Alberta.
Yeah. Now, moving chronologically through events to the consideration of the Emergencies Act as it came up, you participated in the SSE meetings, and then the IRG meetings when the forum transitioned to the IRG. Were you present at or represented at all of those meetings?
I was present at all of them, sir.
Thank you. And if you can describe in general what...
Of course he was.
What was Cabinet, or at least those of members of Cabinet who were gathered in those meetings, looking to you for, and what were you able to contribute to the meetings?
First of all, in the Safety, Security, and Emergency Committee that I chair, it's a smaller group of cabinet ministers that regularly convene, although each of these meetings was what I refer to as ad hoc. It was beyond our regular schedule of meetings, but I brought them together in order to receive briefings from, depending on the officials, Deputy Minister Stewart, Commissioner Lucky, the NSIA advisor, to provide information to my cabinet colleagues, also to discuss the appropriate government response. I also took the opportunity during these meetings, and I think what I was able to contribute was to provide them with an understanding, because of my policing background, with the policing environment that governed this event, and as the event unfolded over the course of a number of days, about what, again, the policing environment, not just in Ottawa, but in various locales in Alberta, British Columbia, in Manitoba, and a number of points of entry in Ontario.
Right. Now, I have a particular question that comes out of something we discussed in the interview, and that I believe you have a view on. You were participating in these meetings as events were coming to a head. We had IRG meetings coming up towards the IRG meeting immediately before invocation on the 13th. And I'm going to get in your interview summary, which the parties have already seen, you outline the reasons that you thought were certainly bearing on your thoughts as you were contemplating the propriety of invocation. But there was a particular sub point that I wanted to ask you about, which was whether you were aware of, because I think you've probably heard about now, at the time you were contemplating this and ultimately giving your input to the Prime Minister on the 13th, whether you were aware of Commissioner Lucky's views that she thought that there were still law enforcement tools available to the RCMP to deal with the situation in Ottawa and elsewhere in Canada.
I don't believe I was aware of that on the 13th.
Right. Or before.
Or before.
Yes.
I've obviously subsequently become aware of it, and we've talked about, you've asked me about it, but I don't recall being aware of it.
Right.
Prior to that.
And as I'll just, to be clear, despite having been at all of the SSE and IRG and ultimately cabinet meetings that were considering invocation, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, can we come to your four? You don't have to do them off by heart, although you might remember them. I can help guide you through them. But as I recollected from our interview with you, you had categorized the reasons that you thought invocation of the act was important. And as I don't want you to characterize these necessarily as the advice you gave cabinet, because that would be a confidence of cabinet. So if you can just describe them to us as how you were viewing the matter as you were contemplating invocation. Yes,
sir. If I may, the situation in Ottawa had been enormously challenging for the people of Ottawa. And I think people were living in a state of fearfulness and intimidation. And frankly, I think it was a very difficult set of circumstances for them there. And I was aware of that, and obviously anxious to resolve that. But I remained hopeful throughout, and I'd like to also sort of be clear to characterize. I believe very much the Emergency Act was a measure of last resort, and that it was incumbent upon us to, first of all, either exhaust all existing authorities or acknowledge that they would not be successful and could not be used for a number of different reasons. And we were hearing that type of feedback from law enforcement about the enormous challenges they were facing. We were also hearing about how stretched their resources were being pulled because of events that were taking place in different parts of the country that required them to respond to one place, but then be required in other places. And that was a challenge that we were hearing quite frequently as well. But I will also tell you, I became very concerned because one of my responsibilities as the Minister for Emergency Preparedness is the resiliency and safety and security of critical infrastructure. And we define critical infrastructure as 10 different sectors of critical infrastructure. And in particular, as it relates to this event, it includes such things as manufacturing, our transportation routes, the essential supply lines, the movement of essential workers. And what I was witnessing at the Ambassador Bridge, at Coots, at Emerson,
all of that,
and then in a number of different.
All of those were resolved without the use of the Emergencies Act. Coots, Emerson, everything.
Similar activity being threatened to be done at Point Edwards, at the Peace Bridge, at the Pacific Highway in British Columbia. That escalation, and I viewed as a significant escalation, because it did result in significant disruption of critical supply lines, the cutting off of essential goods and services, the impact that it was having, not just economically, but on people, on families.
Yeah, well, okay,
And,
what
you know,
about the people who got
lost
fucked
their
over by your
jobs.
policies?
And
Holy fuck, the
factories were
arrogance of
being
this.
idled. I was also concerned because I'm aware, being a person from Ontario, that the integrated manufacturing processes in Ontario, particularly in the auto sector, but in many other manufacturing sectors as well. You know, prior to being public safety minister, I was also the Minister of Border Security. And so it really did give me an understanding and appreciation of how important the integrity and functioning of that border is to our prosperity, to our economy, and to the well-being and health and safety of Canadians.
Been dicking around at the border for a long time, these people.
Essentially closed. And that,
Yeah.
you know, the movement of
They
goods
were
and
closed a
services,
long time.
particularly some of the parts that go into our factories, was being
This,
essentially
these
stopped.
chumps.
It was hugely impactful. And I believe that it had risen to the level of a national emergency. We were
Yeah,
also
well, not
seeing
according to the legislation.
Not according. Yes, exactly.
information
Your
that we
belief
received
is
from
not
RCMP
the standard of
on
the
or around
law,
February 10th, that they believed that there were firearms
Minister.
present at Coots. And then subsequently, I believe on the 13th and 14th, when they completed their criminal investigation and arrested people and seized a number of firearms, it also, for me, elevated concern about public safety and the risk.
Elevated
that
concern,
not
and you're
everyone involved in these protests represented, but embedded within these protests, the possibility, certainly in Alberta, of violence and even serious violence taking place. And so for me, the impact that it was having, not just in the city of Ottawa, but I don't want to minimize what was going on in Ottawa by any stretch of the imagination, but right across the country, particularly as it pertains to critical infrastructure, for me, elevated the situation to a national emergency. I would also observe as well, I believed that, you know, there was strong evidence that what was the fact that this protest was so well entrenched in blockades in Ottawa really anchored what was taking place even right across the country. There was, in my mind, a clear correlation between the activities of border blockades and what was taking place in Ottawa. And it
correlation
also,
does
for me,
not equal
highlighted to me
causation,
they had to
Minister.
resolve the whole situation, and failure to do so failure to resolve in Ottawa would have resulted just continue to like whack-a-mole.
Now he's calling it a blockade in Ottawa too.
From one point of entry to another. There are 119 border points of entry, land border points of entry in this country, plus our airports, and all of them are vulnerable to this type of unlawful action.
Oh, okay, they're
They
vulnerable.
represent a serious threat to their
maybe.
national security and
Maybe.
a national emergency.
But that's not an emergency, a possible threat.
Your observation that
guy.
the impact on the critical infrastructure elevated the situation, that the blockades, the convoy, the protests, et cetera, elevated that to a national emergency. When you say that the impact on the critical infrastructure, when I think of infrastructure, I think of physical built bridges and roads and trains and things like that. But I don't think there was any actual harm to those. So I take it you're talking about the impact on trade and the economy and people in the vicinity, their lives, things like that, not the infrastructure itself.
When an artery, a point of entry into the country, in Manitoba, in Alberta, in Ontario, is essentially rendered dysfunctional, when it's closed and nothing is moving through there, the movement of those goods and services, in my opinion, is part of our critical infrastructure. It supports manufacturing. It's part of the transportation. You know, but and you don't have to blow everything up to render it unusable.
Right.
And that, you know, that can be done through cyber attack, for example. But rendering it unusable is an attack on critical infrastructure, in my opinion. And that's precisely what happened in these circumstances. And it was, for me, like we'd seen bridges and highways and rail lines go down in the floods and storms in British Columbia. We knew we had to work hard to get those reopened, but the situation in across this country,
Looking good there, John, that new avatar.
it was exacerbated by the very significant challenges the police were obviously having to clear these in a timely way.
Right. And if I can remind you, you had a fourth, believe it or not, you just did go through three of your factors that they sort of got lumped together, but your fourth had to do with your view on whether or not the existing legal authorities were adequate, whether they had been exhausted, etc. What was your view there?
Yes, sir. One of the things that I can go through a bit of a list. One of the things we'd heard in Alberta, in Manitoba, in British Columbia, and certainly in Ottawa and at the Ambassador Bridge was the very significant challenges that the police were having in gaining access to vehicles that they could tow. The large trucks that were being used basically to blockade. You know, they almost ceased to be trucks. They were fortresses and very, very difficult to move.
Holy, he just called them fortresses.
That I think have been articulated for this commission.
Holy shit.
They couldn't gain access to those, but it was a reality that they could not.
This is a minister.
This is carefully, by the way.
This is a government minister calling trucks fortresses.
In their measures, they did attempt to address making those tow trucks available, at least in Ontario.
Holy crap.
You know, it only authorized the use of the truck. It did not compel it. And so I was
no, they had the trucks lined up, secured, everything in place.
Why those trucks weren't available to
No.
either at Ambassador Bridge or in Ottawa.
No.
That we needed to do something else. I'm also
We heard OPP testimony.
Part of my police career, I was very much involved in organized crime and money laundering investigations. And
So are you?
I'm familiar
I bet you
with
still
the
are.
authorities and the activities of FinTrack. And one of the questions that we had
FinTrack.
was, where's this money coming from? And
It wasn't
how is
foreign.
being used? I became aware that FinTrack did not have existing authorities to provide us with that information. And so that was, in my opinion, a deficiency in existing authorities and something that
This is a
needed to
joke.
Whoa,
consider
you
how
don't need the Emergencies Act for that, you dummy.
There were also a number of
Yes, he
areas.
does.
Oh.
He needs a supreme
One of the
power.
things, when Ambassador Bridge, as an
Who does this guy think he is, man?
One of the first things I did is I dug out the International Bridges and Tunnels Act to see what authorities we had, but the authorities within that.
Should have
act
just
were
dug
not
out the
only
charter.
bridge
This
and
is
to-
so coached. This is so coached. He's
Yeah.
attacking all the previous points made on the previous days. Talking about the Bridges Act, which I believe the CCLA brought that up. The Canadian Civil Liberties Association brought that up about the International
Nice
Bridges
catch.
and Tunnels Act. He's really going
Nice catch.
after. He's going after. He's coached and he's systemically going after all the arguments that destroyed their use of the Emergencies Act. And he's trying to do it in a coy fucking way, but he's visible. He's visible, and we see you, Bill Blair.
On a parkway, in order to where those activities would not be prohibited. And so there were a number of circumstances where the normal tools that the police would rely on, either in municipal
there wasn't.
statute,
No,
in
there
provincial statute, or municipal bylaw, provincial
Lie.
statute, or in federal statute,
Lies.
were not being able, they could not use them effectively to resolve
Yes,
this
they
in a
could.
peaceful way.
Yes, they did.
And
What?
we listened
How do
very
you know?
carefully to the challenges that we were facing, and I came
not
to
an
believe
argument
that
at all.
We needed to find a remedy.
guy's too
to provide
much.
them with the tools that they required in order to affect
Unlimited power and violence.
Okay, and coming to the
Seizing
end
of
our
bank
time and
accounts.
to the end of part of the
Our
story
regular
that,
police
the
nonsense isn't
commission
good enough
wants to
now.
Have you
Our public order units
talk
and
about
our
you observed
liaisons,
not as a
our
police
spies.
participant, but as an experienced public order commander.
That's riot.
The
Public order
enforcement
equals
action
riot.
that eventually came to pass in Ottawa when the plan. Joint,
Public order unit equals
forces
riot
plan
squad.
was implemented. Did you have observations about the propriety,
beat the public into
effectiveness,
order.
timeliness, etc., of the police action once the plan was in place?
Yes, sir, I did. And I can tell you, it restored my pride in my
Oh.
profession.
Oh,
I have great respect and admiration
Puke.
for men and women who do that very difficult job of policing. And what I witnessed, certainly in the city of
guy's
Ottawa,
such a
but in
politician.
other jurisdictions as well, but particularly
Bill
in the city of
Blair is
Ottawa,
lying and using extremely
an
loaded
entirely
language
professional,
to paint subconscious
proportional,
imagery, calling the trucks
measured
fortresses, saying that police didn't
response.
have the powers they
They-
needed
they
to end a
moved
protest. All police
slowly,
testified they did.
methodically, respectfully.
yes.
It was
Yes.
very clear that they were well trained, very clear they were well led. I believe that
We need more power, though. A little more power.
exercise of the
How are we
authority
gonna
Little
take
that
their-
they had,
how are we
both
gonna
in
take their
existing
bank
law
accounts
and
if
in the
without
new
that?
regulations, was done in a very
Yeah, well, you gotta pay for the
careful way.
new beating squads.
And
All these riot police everywhere. You gotta
I've
pay for
seen some
that somehow.
video of how they've done it.
A lot of
It's
horses
excellent.
to feed too.
Like I've been trained as a public order commander, and I've seen it done well, and I've never seen it done better
For those armored
than what I
personnel
witnessed
carriers,
here in the city.
whatever
of
the hell
Ottawa,
they are,
as they,
those things take a
I
lot of
think, to the
gas, I bet.
extent possible, as peacefully as possible, brought this to a resolution. They allowed people, for example, points of egress. It's always important to let people have a space to go. They
Give it
did
the damn
that work. They
The police
moved slowly.
barricaded everything up.
I actually
You're-
found myself
couldn't
trying to
egress.
explain to some of my friends that why they're going slowly, because that's the right way to do it. And in my opinion,
Except you wanted to use the Emergencies Act on like day one.
Why it's going slowly?
Thank you, Minister Blair, and thank you, Commissioner. Those are the questions of Commission Council. I
Oh,
think
cross-exam.
pretty close to on time.
I
Cross-examine.
think you've.
Can't hear
10
anything
minutes
this
left.
guy's saying, John.
There you go.
Not bad.
Think
Can't hear
of
you.
new questions, I'm sure. We're happy to share them. So this may be a
What are you
good
on about,
time for
Commish?
the afternoon break then.
Oh, now they're gonna give him a break, of course.
We
least he's
can
not-
come back in 15 minutes to go into the cross-examinations.
Yeah, give him some time to prepare himself. Holy
The commission is
fuck.
in recess for 15 minutes. La commission est levée pour 15 minutes.
Holy mackerel.
Calling it fortresses, lying about
Yeah,
Fintrack,
that's a little much, this guy.
like
I know.
lying about Fintrack, using the subconscious language to paint a negative image.
Like saying that they didn't have tow trucks when we heard like repeatedly in testimony prior that they didn't
Hold
have tow
on,
trucks.
we've got all that loaded up, chat. Share this with a friend, guys. Let's get the truth out there. We've got all this.
Yes, we've been doing this a day or two. We have the
got what we
testimony. We have the testimony. Stand by. John's gonna have it up here in a minute. Oh, Matt Van, what up?
Yeah. How are you?
Oh, look at you! Look at this. Your beard is free.
Getting
Freedom
on.
beard.
I
Yeah.
met my child. Remember, he says, "What are you gonna do for the convoy to remember, like to honor the convoy?" I says, "Oh, I won't cut my beard for 10 years, but now I think 1 year is gonna do the
Okay,
job."
hold down the fort a little bit. I have to step out for
Yeah.
a minute.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's doing all right though. What are you gonna do? Yeah, that's oh man. So we're gonna get cross now. 15 minutes, 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Existing legal authorities provided police with a variety of measures to deal with the illegal activity. The Emergency Act was not required to formulate an effective police response to the situation. That is a quote from the OPP, apparently.
But the thing I don't understand at the end, there's just one thing. Why don't you have sit down and try to resolve?
Yeah.
the
No, no.
issue? That's
No,
the
yeah.
only place where I'm like,
Well, that's a pretty big question. I mean,
like just sit down. We were there. We wouldn't.
No,
we
I know.
were not like saying like we want it and we want 100% and that's what we want and we're not leaving till we have it.
I mean, still nobody's talked. Still nobody's talking. Nobody's talking. Everybody's just it's crazy. It's going to be interesting to see what the Prime Minister has to say about it.
Oh my God! When is he?
Friday, I guess. He's last. He's the last one. Here. I'm going to jump out here for me. Hold on.
Because if it goes like this and it's only a bunch of lies, they'll end up with a second convoy coming to Ottawa, I bet.
Oh, careful.
No, but I'm just saying, I'm not saying it. There is going to be one, but at the end, they have to be accountable for this little lady on her knees saying, you want a hug like this? And
I know. I get it.
wooden stick that slap her. At the end, I do not understand. That's the last image I have of the convoy, okay? It's a lady about 50, 60 years old on her knees saying, you want a hug? And you got this police with a big...
Oh, yeah, there's one where a woman too, she's holding the flower, and the guy like smacks it out of her hand with a beating stick. Smacks the flower right out of her hand. She's on her knees like this, holding up a flower.
If I would have did the exact shit, do you think I wouldn't be accountable for my action and I wouldn't be doing jail time right now if I took a stick and...
Don't you ever take a stick at my flower. Oh, hello. What's going on, John? Oh, and here we go. We got more info here.
All right, guys, head over to the Twitter account. Like everything. Get on there. Get over there. There's no traction.
That's twitter.com/PatriotSmoothie.
Get over there. Propagate everything.
Newly
Propagate all the
acquired by
propaganda.
Elon Musk. Whatever side you fall on, get on Twitter and like his stuff and talk about that.
It's great.
Is it
It's
true
great.
we can put way more stuff on Twitter now?
Are we?
Oh,
Possibly.
yes and no.
I don't know yet. Yeah.
Get
A lot of people are back.
Go over there, like everything, comment on everything, retweet everything, guys. We need everyone to see these things.
I haven't gone on there at all. I will.
It gets really old. So let's read some Facebook comments on some of the posts that we had from today. I guess we can do that right here. We could just put this into this.
I'll follow your lead.
I think we could just put this in here somehow. Okay, so we can go on my
Facebook
Facebook
account.
account.
Hey, what up? Okay.
And we could just read the comments going on here. So let's see what people have been saying today so far.
That's exciting
our
stuff.
different updates that we've been posting throughout the day. Let's see what people are saying. So CSIS said nobody has a comment for this one. Let's see what the comments are on this post about the CSIS documents. Wait until Trudeau is in the city. He's going to be there for the next couple of days. Okay. Their faces seem to get red at certain points of their explanations. All the government officials is the same thing. What does Drama Boy have on all of them? Enough. Russell Finley. Trudeau must go. Justin won't show up for this. He's losing the high ground here. No, he's going to show up. The CSIS gave him a padding, so now he could just come in. Or sorry, liberal advisor Vinod gave him a padding to land on because he was burning up in the atmosphere. So now he's got something. He can just come in and say, "Oh, CSIS told me it was the right thing to do."
Yeah, in an advisory role though, not an official CSIS capacity.
Well, that's what he said, but they're trying to justify.
That's
saying like
it's quite an interesting distinction.
Johnny Rose says right, but no, for fuck's sakes. All right, Johnny, I hear you. Calm down.
Johnny.
I don't want to see you any kind of fortresses of any type. 2A, 2B, 2C, 2D was not met under the CSIS Act. He said he still recommended to the PM that the EA be invoked and that the EA definition is broader than Section 2 of the CSIS Act. The CCLA and other litigators are on Twitter right now demanding that the government remove its solicitor-client privilege so that the scope of that legal advice given to David Vidneau and others can be examined in the fairness and the scope of the inquiry. Of course, it won't be. So they can see exactly what legal principle the government is using to say that words that don't exist in the legislation exist. They're literally inventing. They're literally inventing context. They're literally inventing definitions, guys. It's exactly what's happening right now. Pay attention. Exactly. Yeah, we know. We know. Then now the rest of the world knows. Absolutely. Like. Seems to me most of the government witnesses are all recently new to their position. It makes one wonder just how well they really know their jobs. Enough to do what they need to do. I believe they know the rules but refuse to comply, refuse to answer, covering their asses for the Liberal government and their CBC jokes of a wonder, says Fern. Right now, I've lost all faith in the head of the commission. Yeah, he is. He really showed that. I'm sorry. When he let the Council for Canada yell at Brendan Miller for 10 minutes to just interrupt the entire proceedings, his bias was very visible. I'm sorry. I think because of parliamentary privilege, we'll see Freeland and Trudeau answer the same way. Trudeau's so sure of himself the past month, can't see this going anyway but on his side. Even our local radio station in the West has gone against the convoy and what it stands for. No, they haven't. No. They've always, big media has always been against it because they're just puppeteers and they benefit from money that they get. If people can't see through all the BS, then they are choosing to be blind. Yep, that's true. I have to like all these comments. All right.
Like.
The government didn't meet the requirement
Follow,
to
share,
the Emergencies Act, so
comment.
they made up their own definitions. This is probably one of the most important things I've said today. I think we all knew
that's a popular theme with our government.
Yep, my husband is glued to the inquiry, and they make up rules as they went along to justify what they did, says Ann Willis. And I hope something is done about this so that can never happen again. Well, we all knew this was going to happen. Yep. Anna says the media is ignoring the text showing the building of a narrative, but jumped on the Vinod saying he thinks DMA is needed because he was told by the DOJ that it was basically, but they won't make that statement. Surprise,
I shared
surprise.
the documents earlier about the narrative. They were already coming up with a narrative before the convoy arrived, and there's documents to support that. They already had the narrative in place. They're just waiting on the convoy. Now we can put it into so.
Who is Brian Fox? 47 comments. Holy crap, this one got a lot of intense debate. I think he was carrying the flag with his face covered. Then they called him out. And now they're threatening, of course, legal action. We don't know. We weren't able to see any of the facts because it was very carefully obstructed by the government of Canada. The government of Canada very carefully obstructed the facts relating to that line of that matter of fact from being revealed in the inquiry. It was very successful obstruction by the government on that part. And then the government counsel was allowed to whine and whinge when he was out of time and say, no, I'm making an important point, but he was allowed to yell over everyone else for 20 minutes straight. Works for So we need to see more about that. I really do hope they sue him because then we'll be able to see what happens in court.
Yeah,
They're not.
That's interesting. Some people do that. I know.
They're not going to sue.
I'm like, now I got discovery.
What's with Brian Fox when he mentioned it? I have to go to show. What did I miss? Rob Hicks. He was a liberal stooge. I don't know. So Brian Fox was a paid government plant snitch like Antifa. What? He's a journalist. How did that Maverick podcaster get a hold of his number so fast? Wait, did Maverick call him on his stream?
I don't know. I wasn't watching Maverick.
Somebody saying Maverick may have called him on the stream.
Oh, yeah, I'll find out.
Like the man who's waiting for the call in question. Something is off with this. He was the government's... So frustrating with the fuckery government pulls to hush the truth. Oh, man. No, I don't want to go into any of this. We'll see what happens with this. Suddenly the laws...
Rabbit hole. We found a rabbit hole. Everyone. Into the rabbit hole, everyone. Tell us what you find.
Counsel for Canada gets told they're out of time, cries that they have an important point to make. This same counsellor yelled over Miller through the duration of his questionings, and Miller had a damned important point to make. Hilarious. If you think there is going to be a good outcome from this inquiry, it's not because of government control. Here we go, liar, liar, planets on fire, Blair, yeah. Says Judy Marshall. Judy goes on. They also let him put answers in one mouth. Yeah, they're allowed to do that when it's the commission, though. That's not allowed to do.
No, they're like, hold on, would you like 10 minutes to speak politic? Like, give us a speech? Yeah,
not
like,
hilarious. It's sickening. Well, Wendy, something.
Before they even switched topics, they give him each individual topic had an opportunity to give his politicking speech after. So let's move topics.
Wendy says it's not hilarious. It's sickening. Well, Wendy, comedy is tragedy plus time.
Yes. Too soon, then? She say?
I think so. There's Matt just giggling over there. The fact that Counsel for Canada was allowed to yell over Miller the whole time he was making a pivotal point is a blow to the openness and fairness of these inquiry proceedings. Absolutely.
Agreed.
I cannot believe they counted that as his time, but you also have to look at the fact he was clearly given more time to get to the point, which he was successful at doing despite objections from the opposition, interjections by the commissioner. He would have done better. Miller was tenacious and scored the point he did, but fuck, did he ever have to claw for it? But in an objective hearing, that shit would have been stopped. He got screwed on that one. Honestly, it was the first time I seen him flustered on the. Well, yeah, you'd be frustrated too if you dedicated your whole life to openness and fairness and to legality, and then all of a sudden you're in a pivotal. You're getting lambasted by someone breaking the rules in a pivotal inquiry. It's getting very old listening to Blair. Blah blah blah. Says Al Valiquet. April and Michelle says, "Oh, he's using all the key words. Yeah, fortress, occupation, insurrection in the OPS.
Yeah.
Painted language. What do you think, Matt?
Yeah, exactly what you're saying. I can't even put a word. Like, you're completely right on what you're saying. It's astounding. How can I say this? It's estimated like what they're doing right now. To my eyes, it's all to give excuses to not have been able to negotiate and try to resolve this issue. Anything except talking resolution and having some sort of answer at the end.
That's true.
I don't know. I can't believe that's Canada. That's the thing. I'm not. It's not computerized in my brain. I don't believe that this is in Canada. This is happening. That's the thing.
Yeah, that is hard to believe.
It is.
A lot of this stuff. Everything that's happened over the last 2.5 years, or however long it's been, has been impossible.
So fast. It's like we're boiling alive. We're the frogs in the pot, being boiled alive.
Slow boil. Slow boil.
But now we're literally like freaking free falling out the side of an airplane here, crashing into the ground.
Oh, analogy. It's serious. Analogy switching.
Realizing exactly, how little, how close to the ground we are here, and literally
about to smack.
and how little is left of the integrity of our institutions, and they're all politicized and they're all very blatantly biased to one side and to the objectives of one side. And we have to face, that's not okay. That's literally the public service has some cleaning up to do, I guess.
Well, we've got problems with rule of law. Like if things are allowed to just continue the way they are, then the law doesn't exist as we knew it to exist.
If we can't understand that if the law is good for me, it has the same law who needs to be accountable for them too. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, for everyone.
Okay to do anything you want, and us, we have to go by the law, but you're able to do whatever you want. Like at the end, it's not.
Yeah, that doesn't work. It doesn't work at all.
Exactly.
As you guys, here's an important point. I'm posting a lot of updates to the Facebook, and the thing is that I'm just doing it for the big things that are happening. If you can go on my Facebook and like the statuses, the reason I'm asking you to do that is I make so many of them, and each one that doesn't get the traction of the last one demotes the next one in the algorithm. So it's like a steady slope downwards. And the thing is, I need to make these updates to keep it going. But the more of these posts that don't get traction because they're getting demoted by the algorithm. The less that these streams are going to get to people, the less that the important posts are going to reach people. So we need to keep engaging with the content and liking it so that we can at least keep the algorithm neutral and keep distributing this to everybody.
Do mine too, please.
Yeah, do Daisy. He's messed up, but
mostly I was on ban, man. I'm still coming back off ban.
Mine is too low, I'm being told, so I'll turn it up to 67. But if you could just go on the timeline, give the post a quick like.
I don't like 67, John.
Well,
no. Put it on a better number.
And then if you could just do that, that'll keep that so that when we keep posting these updates, they get shown to the right people and they keep getting circulated and shared. And thank you for the Twitter help as well. That's helpful when we're making so many different updates so quickly because there's so much garbage to plow through here.
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
Yeah, we might actually be back at the commission by now. No, we're not back yet. Okay, here I'll put it on just in case though.
It was a break. I forgot what's happening.
It's a break.
So riveting.
The afternoon break, as they call it.
Oh yeah, it's 5:00. It's dinner time.
Frig. We'll probably be done.
I guess we'll eat when we're dead.
I can't handle these daily update posts, so it's too much.
Maybe you should have a second goblet of water.
A goblet? Is that what you call it?
Yeah. Sounds better than pitcher. Pichet.
Pichet. Freedom. Let's go.
You know, have you ever been to medieval times? Dinner in theater? That's pretty cool.
No.
Yeah. They probably have a goblet there, that's all. Okay. Let's go. It's right. Run the goblet. Is that what? Okay, what are we doing here? Oh, riveting stuff. Man. Okay, so who's up next? Cross, but so it'll probably be what?
I'm trying to bring in guests over the weekend.
Government of Canada, or?
Yep. That's the most.
Should be fun stuff.
Yeah, sure. Whatever you say there, boss.
Everybody will only get like 5 or 10 minutes, I reckon, because there's not a lot of time left.
The GOC is going to get thousands.
Well, somebody will get half an hour, and then everyone else will get 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Tried to say though, but that'll be easier for the council to interrupt if it's only a minute or two. Way easier for him to interrupt his way through. Stand by for that. Should be good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. What are you? Oh, long day. 2 p.m. 2 p.m. Where are you? 2 p.m. Oh yeah, that makes sense actually. Miller's first, isn't he? Sometimes Miller's first. I don't know how they decide, honestly. Maybe they draw straws, or maybe through combat. I'm not sure. Combat in the back parking lot. Not really sure.
I don't know.
Hey guys, I got a question for you quickly. With all this lying that happened, that it's a pure lie now. Okay, do you think that our country should
order alert?
Order a lot.
Bring them out,
Go ahead, quick.
you know, like to tell
Oh, looks like Brandon Miller. It's Miller time. Everybody chat.
Oh,
Miller time. Quick.
shit.
Matt.
yeah.
Miller time. Everybody, Miller time. Let's go.
Warn me first.
That's gonna be fun.
Was it too loud?
No.
Well,
Perfect.
Minister,
depends how you're listening.
good afternoon.
Go
Good
to
afternoon. Long week. My name is Brendan Miller,
long week.
and I'm counsel to Freedom Corp, which is the
It's not
entity that
Monday.
represents the protesters that were in Ottawa January and February of 2022. If we could please bring up document ssm.can.0006358_rel.0001.
Look at the joy on Matt's face.
I know. He's loving it. Yeah.
Council, is that 1658?
6358. 6358.
I want to get Canada Libre in here. We're gonna have guests all week. I'm trying to get them. We're gonna have a lot of people in here to help us with this bullshit.
Thank you.
So if we can scroll to the last page, please. Have you seen this email before, sir? The last page, please.
No, sir, I don't recall.
Okay.
I
So
don't
this
recall.
email is from January 27, 2022 at 4:21 p.m. You can agree with me that the protesters in Ottawa didn't arrive here until the 28th. Is that fair?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
All right. So they're already preparing the narrative that they're going to label the protesters with. Can you scroll down, please?
Oh, yeah.
And there I put this to the last witness as well. Our government recognizes and respects that everyone in Canada has the right to safe and peaceful protest. Threatening acts of violence and inciting hatred, as we have seen from a select few in recent days, is unacceptable and does not reflect the views of the majority of Canadians. We condemn all such hateful and violent rhetoric in strongest terms. So can you agree with me that that labeling of the protesters had already been set out on January 27th?
Sir, I don't know the context of this email or frankly where it comes from.
Okay, if we can scroll up. Okay, scroll up to the top, please. So this is with your chief of staff, and they're agreeing about how they're going to set the narrative for the
Who's
protest.
chief of staff?
And if you scroll down again, they confirm with one another that this is what they're going to do. So can you agree with me again that by January 27th, 2022, essentially all your colleagues and yourselves had agreed that there'd be a joint government response, and this was how you're going to deal with it. You were going to label the protesters violent, to incite hate, hateful, violent rhetoric. That was the intention on January 27th, correct?
No, sir, I disagree.
Okay.
Oh, of course I
There
disagree.
is no agreement here. It's recommendation from someone on staff.
Right. If we could bring up document ssm.can.0.
I recommend it, and then they did it. Then they did it. They recommended it, then they did it.
_rel.00001.
They literally did it. Like it literally.
Like
happened. It's not- there's no disagreement. That's
word
exactly
for
what happened.
word. Like exactly to every fine point in detail.
And he's arguing.
Exactly what happened.
And he's
These are the
arguing.
notes of Miss Sarah Jackson. I take it you know Sarah Jackson is the office manager to the chief of staff of the prime minister. Is that correct?
I know of her. I don't believe we've met face to face.
Right. And you know who Katie
Right.
Telford is,
Yes, sir.
and she's the chief of staff to the prime minister.
Yes, sir.
All right. Can we scroll down to page 3, please? All right. So you'll see that this note, it's the notes from Miss Jackson. It says February 4th,
I wonder if
KT.
Miller will get.
So I'm sure you can agree with me that KT, that's Katie Telford. Is that correct?
I have no idea, sir.
Okay. So let's scroll down to page 4, please.
It is.
And there at the note on February 4th,
The Government of Canada Council's being quiet.
2022, it says Blair Strategy Emergency Act. You see that?
Yes, sir, I see it.
Yeah, because it was your strategy on February 4th, 2022 to get the Emergencies Act invoked, was it not?
No, sir, that's incorrect.
So why would, in a conversation, to your knowledge, why would Ms. Jackson record that in a meeting with Ms. Telford? Why would she do that, to your knowledge?
I have no idea, sir. I can tell you I recall the meeting in which I talked about the need for
The Emergencies Act.
the police of jurisdiction to exhaust their existing authorities, and that we needed to support them. I also made it very clear to colleagues that the Emergency Act was a measure of last resort, and not appropriate at this
Not
time.
in this case.
That was
It was a
the
measure of
conversation
like
I had
fourth
with them.
resort.
And can you agree with me
Third,
that
maybe.
if there was a strategy to invoke the Emergencies Act, that if the purported emergency resolves itself on its own, of course, there's no reason to invoke it, correct?
Again, sir, there was no strategy to invoke
This is going to be
act.
hilarious.
There was a discussion among colleagues about the various options that were available, and I was very explicit to my colleagues that the
I thought you said you
Emergency
didn't
Act
recall
was
any of this.
not under consideration.
But
at
now
this
he.
time.
Yeah,
That was
Right.
on
But
February
now he
8th.
remembers.
You had said
Yeah,
on
okay.
He's all over the
Global
place.
News
Whatever he wants.
on the 13th at 8 o'clock on the 13th.
You said on global news.
You had told
Yeah.
them, and I have the transcript, if you'd like me to repeat it. You said that the Emergencies Act was under consideration from the outset. Do you want me to read the transcript to you?
To be really clear, I believe what I said is, and you can read whatever you like, by the way, but what I believe I said is
Oh,
everything
thanks.
was on the table and we
Thanks,
were
Bill.
considering every option throughout. That is the responsibility of.
Like what? The nuclear
Sir,
option
what
too,
you
or
actually
no?
said was that it was under consideration from the first day. That's what you said. Would you like me to show you the transcript?
That might be useful.
Okay. If we could bring up the support documents, I believe.
And
is
now
in
we're going to
there.
get the objection from the peanut gallery.
Yeah. Shit,
I'll be the government counsel. Objection! He's making the minister look dumb. Objection!
You're referring to HRF 401622, right, counsel?
Yes, sir.
Do we have the actual reference? Maybe your associate can tell us what the reference is in the
Oh, here we go again.
Commission counsel,
Shit, son.
going in it again,
In the
as
database.
always.
What's wrong with that reference?
Well, I don't want to slow this down, so I'll move on and come back to that. So, sir, we'll come back.
I'm
to
not
what
falling
you
for
said.
that trap again, he says.
But
Yes.
Not falling for that.
Fool me
bullshit,
once. I'm Miller.
by
Only fool me
February
once.
4th,
Kill you now.
2022, you agree that the Prime Minister and Minister Mendocino had already labeled the protesters in Ottawa as extremists. Is that correct?
I have no knowledge of that. I don't agree with that.
But you can agree that on January
you
31st,
can't have both.
2022, the Prime Minister addressed the nation on TV and on the internet by video. Do you remember that?
No, sir.
You don't remember that.
He doesn't
You
remember
said
that the
when
Prime Minister gave a speech? Holy fucking liar.
went on television to
My
the whole
goodness.
nation and talked about the Ottawa protest on the following Monday. You don't remember that?
I know the Premier spoke. I have no recollection of what he said. I was busy doing
Okay.
things.
Well, I'm going to read you what he said, and you can tell me if you remember it. And he stated, I know you are wondering about what you saw in our capital city this weekend. As my friend Erwin Cotter said on Saturday's Freedom of Expression, Assembly and Association of the cornerstones of democracy, but Nazi symbolism, racist imagery, and desecration of war memorials are not. It is an insult to memory and truth.
You should get
Hate
checked
can
for
never
dementia.
be the answer. Over the past few days, Canadians were shocked and frankly disgusted by the behavior displayed by some people protesting in the nation's capital. I want to be very clear. We are not intimidated by those who hurl insults and abuse at small business works and steal food from the homeless. We won't give in
What a
to
joke that
those who
was.
fly racist flags. We won't cave to those who engage in vandalism and dishonor the memory of our veterans. There is no place in our country for threats, violence, and hatred. So to those responsible for this behavior, it needs to stop. To anyone who joined the convoy but is rightly uncomfortable with the symbols of hatred and division on display, join with your fellow Canadians. Be courageous and speak out. Do not stand for or with intolerance or hate. Do you remember hearing that now?
Actually, now that you've read it to me, sir, I not only remember it, but I agree with it.
Okay.
not only
And so you can
remember it, but
agree
I agree
there
with it.
that the Prime Minister has stated that being part of the protest is essentially standing with intolerance and hate. Can you agree with that?
I don't believe
Aye,
that was
aye,
the
aye,
decision
aye,
the
aye,
Prime
aye,
Minister
aye,
made.
aye, aye,
He
aye,
was
aye,
actually
aye,
now I
people
know.
who
Now I
agree
know.
with those measures, not to stand with those who do.
Selective.
Right.
It's
And
a
I
joke.
take it you
It's a
know
joke.
that
It's not
when the
transparent.
protesters arrived on January 28th up to February 1st, that the evidence to date is that they were largely and completely peaceful and that there was little to no violence. Do you agree with that?
No.
And again, I think
I'll be good.
I think there might have been isolated incidents, and frankly,
That's the
I also
jabbing, the
believe
jabber
Oh,
stammer.
the carrying of hateful symbols, like a Nazi flag, is in many ways
Right.
causing fear, and it is a form of violence and intimidation. against people who would be caused
What-
to
what-
be very
what
fearful of
flag?
these symbols in their community.
And so
Bugger
the
off.
bearer of the Nazi flag, that is
Oh,
a person who is hateful, and it is someone
we're going back
the
to
government
it.
of Canada is concerned about. Is that fair?
Again, I don't know.
They
the
know what he's
person
going
who's-
to.
who's
He's
bearing
they
the
know
flag,
what they're
and
going
I
about.
wouldn't comment
It's not
on that.
us.
The commissioner's going to interrupt.
I
The commissioner's
know
going to stop this.
how
Just wait.
a Nazi flag can be to very many Canadians.
The commissioner's
who
going
in their
into
life
this.
experience.
Commissioner's
that's
about
a
to-
symbol
They
of
opened the door.
Anti-Semitism, hatred.
I understand.
fear.
And so I understand that you're also, though, you're familiar with the company Enterprise Canada. It does work for the Liberal Party of Canada.
I'm not, sir.
Are you familiar with Suprad Davini? Does that sound familiar?
I'm not, sir.
Are you familiar with a Mr. Brian Fox?
No, sir.
Have you heard anything about the individual carrying the Nazi flag actually not being a protester, but somebody sent there so that photos were taken? Have you heard anything about that?
Only from you, sir.
Okay. And we'll just come back to the issue. of
Commissioner's
labor.
trying. Commissioner wants to interrupt.
I take it, though,
Commissioner's.
that
The commissioner's
you
like,
consulted your
do something
people
so I
on the
can interrupt.
narrative
The commissioner's sitting
that
there
you
like,
wanted the media
say something.
to
I
accept
could jump on you,
before the
fucker.
protesters even got here, according to that email.
No, sir, that's not correct.
That email states that they were buying the narrative. That's what it states.
With respect, sir, I believe what the email says is that some of our communications people were examining
working
and being
on
prepared
narrative
for the
building.
event coming, but no decision had been made. None of that was presented to me, and it did not form any of my messaging.
Can you agree that from the protesters' arrival, at least after February 4th, you intended and wanted the protesters removed by force, didn't you?
Absolutely not, sir. I wanted the protest to end and them to be removed, but I've always been committed to doing that as peaceably and proportionally as possible.
But you couldn't talk to them after they had been labeled these extremists, because your colleagues and yourself, of course, extremism, Nazis, terrorists, you can't talk to that sort of group, can you? It would look bad, wouldn't it?
I would actually disagree with your characterization. In various points of my life, sir, I've engaged with people who are engaged in protest, and so frankly, I disagree with your characterization.
So on February 7th, 2022, when the mayor of Ottawa asked the federal government and yourself to bring in a mediator to meet with the protesters, do you remember what you said to your chief of staff in response to that?
No, sir, perhaps you could share it with me.
Of course he
You can
doesn't
bring up
remember.
document
Holy fuck.
Doesn't remember.
ssm.nsc.ca.
No, we're gonna find out. We are gonna find out.
What a clown.
003070 _rel.0001.
0010010010010.
So this is your response to finding out about
This is high
the
energy.
request for a mediator. And you respond as follows. I don't know who is advising Mayor Watson, but this is a bad mistake. He has conceded without ever using the many tools available to the city. His language is also problematic. This is not a labor dispute between interests. It's an unlawful occupation. As long as the city and its police refuse to do anything, no progress will be possible. So I take
Look at him
at the
fiddling.
time when you
You
wrote
see
that
his-
to your chief of
you
staff,
see his thumbs,
that
everyone?
was how
You
you
see his
felt,
thumbs?
correct?
Nervous.
He wrote
Yes,
that.
sir.
All right.
That's an email from myself to my chief of staff.
Correct. And so
He doesn't even remember.
it's fair to say that
Holy
you did not want to bring in a mediator.
I was concerned about the intention of the mediation and what was being negotiated. In my experience, the intent of engaging with protesters is to bring a peaceful resolution to the protest.
Yes, but also then on February 11th of
Keep the comments
2022,
coming. Let's
you were
go.
given a copy of the
Right,
engagement
right.
proposal that Inspector Bedoin
Miller
of the
time,
OPP
Miller
and
time.
Deputy
Everyone in the
Minister-
chat,
Deputy
say
Minister
something.
Stewart had drafted, right? You were emailed a copy.
You'll have to share it with me, sir, to help me recall.
Oh, yeah,
If
he's
we can
going
bring
to
up document SSM.
literally
Stalling.
obstructing on every
Stalling.
single point, obstructing.
Chugging water, fiddling his thumbs.
0001.
Patriot Smoothie's already got it up.
If you
He's
can
faster
scroll
than
down to the
you.
bottom.
Clerk.
And so this
Miller
is attached
time,
as the
Miller
draft
time.
for your review and
Miller
comments.
time.
I have validated the proposed approach with the OPP expert and since shared the draft, but no word back yet. And that is from Deputy Minister Rob Stewart. And it is on February 11th, 2022 at 12
Rob
p.m.
Stewart.
If we can go up, we can keep going. It is then forwarded to you by your Chief of Staff, Astravas Zita, And then it appears, if we can scroll up, you have a response, but it's redacted under Section 39 of the Canada Evidence Act. Now, can you agree with me that your chief of staff is not a member of cabinet?
That's correct.
Right. So what was your response here?
I don't recall.
You don't recall. Would it be helpful to the commission if we had your response?
I don't know because I don't know. I don't recall the response.
You don't recall the response? But given that it's an engagement proposal,
Doesn't recall anything. It's a joke.
In the meeting when you actually
As soon
had
as
it before
he's going to remember, he can remember 40 years ago a POU event that he was at, but he can't recall anything from January.
Is it fair to say?
Yeah, weird how that
both
works.
yourselves, including the Prime Minister and Minister Mendocino, you were never on any terms going to carry out any such proposal that would essentially require you to go and talk to the protesters, were you?
No, sir. I don't agree with anything you've just said.
So you had always been open to meeting with the protesters?
We were, and Deputy Stewart had advised that he was involved in a process of engagement with the protesters. But I frankly, I was not in favor of having senior ministers of government go out and engage with the protesters. In my experience, that's done at an officials level and not involving cabinet ministers, or certainly not the Prime Minister.
But right now, as I understand it, and there has been testimony that it's not uncommon for law enforcement to request of the political branch to assist in a negotiation like that. It's actually relatively common. They testified to that. So what was the problem? Was it because you couldn't be seen to meet with Nazis and extremists? Is that what was the issue?
First of all, I disagree with the characterization you've just provided, but I'm not.
So he disagrees that they were Nazis. Okay, cool.
Many years I've dealt with.
Yeah, I know.
Public order events of engaging with political figures to engage with protesters.
Okay, can we please bring up one last document?
Ooh, come on.
SSM.can.0087.
Finish strong, Miller time.
63_rel.0001.
Holy crap, that's a
Over
mouthful.
your time, so I hope that's the
Yes.
last. Okay, thanks.
Oh my God! As soon as it
The
starts,
commissioner
Morning.
is so frustrated.
This is
Morning.
a copy of the proposal.
This is
worry,
not
Bill
going
Blair.
well,
Respect to
guys.
engage in
Bill
the protest.
Blair, just
go.
Okay,
just a bit more, Bill Blair. We'll get
Minister.
you out of this.
what's the problem with it?
It's not going well, guys.
Could I see the whole thing?
Absolutely.
Great.
I can't see.
And again, I did not express a problem with this. The deputy minister was engaging with city and provincial officials in this, and then came with his proposal to.
Sir, this proposal was before you in the IRG on the 13th.
Actually, I appreciate you bringing that up, sir. I also recall that in the discussion, almost immediately after Deputy Minister Stewart advised us of the discussions that had been taking place, there was very public disagreement among a number of people in the protest who disavowed this process. And so, quite frankly, I think that had an impact on our consideration.
I understand that, but that's not really what the evidence that's come out. There's been evidence, and we'll leave it at that. But at the end of the day, when you saw this, you agree that it was recommended by the OPP, it had been brought to you and drafted by the Deputy Minister of Public Safety, and they were on board. In fact, I found an email. Can you agree that the Privy Councillor clerk, she gave it the green light?
Again, I have no knowledge of that, sir.
It was cabinet, was it not?
Well,
There was no recommendation.
Mr. Commissioner, I think that misstates the evidence
Yeah.
of the clerk with
So,
respect to the
just-
green light.
Oh,
one
here,
of the-
guys.
I'd like
Yeah,
to
here we
ask
go.
that my friend have a good faith basis for the questions put and the characterizations of the evidence that are
Yeah,
placed
you're not in
before
good
the witness.
faith. You're not in good faith.
As some of the characterizations suggest that there's a purpose to the questions, less of seeking the witness's evidence, but a purpose of stating facts as though they were evidence when that
Right.
evidence is not.
That's what you do
I
it all
have
the
one
time.
last question and I'm done. So you agree with me that after the invocation, on numerous occasions, your government told the public that law enforcement had told you that the threshold to invoke the Emergencies Act was met. Do you remember all those statements that your colleagues and maybe even yourself made? Do you remember those?
To be very clear, sir, I do not agree with you.
Okay, so you don't agree that those statements were made?
I don't agree with what you've said.
Okay, so you don't agree that ministers in your government have said that law enforcement advised
sickening.
cabinet that the threshold to invoke the
just
Emergencies Act was met?
And again, sir, the question you put to me, I do not agree with.
Okay, but then you do agree, of course, is that law enforcement never advised you that the threshold to invoke the Emergencies Act was met, did they?
Frankly, it was never a question I put to law enforcement.
So
I
no.
don't think that would have been appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next is.
They turned off his mic. They turned off his mic.
Service.
They turned off Miller's mic at the end. I'm almost sure of it.
He did great. That was fantastic.
Yeah, good job.
Good afternoon, Minister Blair. My name is David Michikowski, and I'm counsel for the Ottawa Police Service.
A friendly face. for the
One of
minister.
the things I gather you
Oh,
know
hello.
from your long experience as a chief of police is how important an operational plan is. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And in order to have an operational plan to end the type of event that occurred in Ottawa, you'd agree with me it'd be necessary for the police to draw upon subject matter experts.
Very often the case, yes, sir.
And you wouldn't be critical, I take it, if the police needed to draw upon resources outside their own service, whether that be other Ontario services, the OPP, the RCMP, etc.
Not at all, sir. That's a very common practice.
And that might take a bit of time to assemble such a team. Fair enough?
Yes, sir.
You participated in a meeting with, and you may have had more than one, I believe, with Mayor Watson and Minister Mendocino, I believe Mr. Kanalakis, Deputy Minister Stewart. And at the time, OPS and the city had made a request for more police resources. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And you indicated at that meeting that it may be necessary to look at the matter of information sharing around the allocation of resources. Because fair enough, you'd want to know what are you going to do with those resources, correct?
Yes, sir.
And one of the things Deputy Chief Bell said at the time was that the OPP were asking for the same thing. And then Minister Mendocino said, we need to know from the chief what the plan is with the appropriate boundaries on operational independence. How is the convoy being broken up and disengaged? And then he added, we need to know the plan. And I take it you would agree with that.
Respectfully, sir, I don't believe I needed to know all of the operational details of the plan. I needed simply to be satisfied that the police services that would be contributing to its execution would be involved in the plan and be satisfied with its sufficiency. But I did not ask for details of the operational plan.
Right. So what you needed was the RCMP and the OPP to say they were satisfied with the operational plans.
When we were asking them to bring significant resources to bear, my understanding from them is that they also wanted to be satisfied to the sufficiency of the plan.
And the subject of the Ottawa Police Service not having a fully developed operational plan came up several times during the period prior to the Emergencies Act invocation. Is that right? And
yes, sir. I think that's fair. We had heard it from a number of police officials. There was some general discussion about the plan.
right. One of the comments I see that was made, and this may sound familiar, was when they showed up, there was no let me turn to the document. Mr. Clerk, if you could please turn up ssm.can.ns 402674. And if you could turn to the first page of that, please. And so this is from Ms. Astravas, And in it, that's your chief of staff, correct?
That's correct.
And so she indicates there's an operational update as
Thanks
to
for
what
joining
the
today.
RCMP were reporting. RCMP Integrated Planning Cell was set up to
Yeah,
assess
why not?
OPS operations.
Yeah, Lynn, why don't we just go around the bush and he just tells them that, like tell them what to say exactly. Somebody's breathing like Darth Vader, by the way.
Identified to be part of that plan.
Matt, what are you thinking? Come on, quick.
Like I say, like I'm just watching, guy. I'm computerized everything like right now that's happening. But like you say, my friend, wow, it's astonishing. Like, wow.
There's really nothing more to say than that. They just don't remember anything.
We're going with all of this. The other guy who's been cut off. Again, I'm astonished. Like.
Reluctant to comment on Chief Slowly's involvement in this thing. This is the information we were receiving back from the RCMP.
But
then he remembers things that happened 40 years ago. Exactly.
Yeah, that he remembers. But what happened last winter? Oh no, that I don't remember. It's.
Can you show it to me? Can I read the whole thing? I disagree with that. I disagree with you. I'm glad for him. I'm glad he disagreed. He disagreed with the characterization that protesters were Nazis. Thanks for disagreeing with that, Bill Blair, which is the truth. But that's not what you didn't even remember the Prime Minister's speech that literally ripped the nation apart and inflamed everything.
If it's just more inaction, the OPP and other Ontario police services will sit this one out. Do you recall that exchange?
Yeah, I do. I in my conversations with a number of police officials outside of the city, there was concern. They wanted to see an integrated operational plan that involves an action to end the blockades or end the protest.
And in another email exchange with your chief of staff, you also indicated, and that was the one I think that Mr. Miller just took you to, as long as the city and the police refuse to do anything, no progress will be possible, correct?
There was a concern. We were hearing from both the RCMP and the OPP that they wanted to see an action plan for the resolution of the problem, the protest.
Have the discussion.
You talked about the importance of communication with the protesters and the style of communication. I take it you wouldn't disagree with me that equally a chief of police needs to have the ability to communicate effectively with those in his or her organization.
Yes, sir.
And as chief of police, it would be important to respect those below the chief in the chain of command.
Yes, sir.
And you would not condone a chief of police telling his command that if they didn't support his plan, he will crush them.
I don't think that language is appropriate.
And you
Friday,
wouldn't
correct.
take, you understand that the RCMP and the OPP were asking for information on operational plans. And you indicated that that would make sense, that they want that information if they're sending 1,000 or more officers, correct?
I would expect that they would have an expectation to be aware of how their people would be used.
And you wouldn't take that as evidence that the RCMP wanted to see the OPS fail or that they were serving their political masters. That wouldn't be the message you'd want for a chief to deliver to his or her command team, would it?
Well, again, I have no direct knowledge of that communication, but my expectation is that everyone had a strong interest in resolving this quickly and peaceably.
You indicated that you attended the IRG meeting, I believe all of them.
Peaceably
correct?
is a weird word.
And one of the
Peaceably.
things I noted at the February 12th IRG meeting was the commissioner of the RCMP advised that there continued to be challenges working with the integrated planning team in Ottawa around communication and it says decisively, I assume it's a typo, communication and decisiveness of the OPS chief. You heard her make that comment, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that did not come as a complete surprise to you, did it?
I was hopeful that they would be able to resolve it.
You understood that ultimately the integrated planning team did come up with a plan that was very successfully executed.
Yes, sir, as I commented in my earlier testimony.
And that team only came together on or about February 9th, and the plan was then actually signed off on February 13th.
And sir, I don't have a line of sight into the internal meetings and discussions that were taking place. That was not shared with me. I was aware that all three organizations were working together, but the timing and the steps that were taken, I don't have a sense.
And you also attended the February 13th cabinet meeting.
Yes, sir.
And at that meeting, it was reported that there was potential for a breakthrough in Ottawa, correct? I can pull up the document if you need to see it.
It might be useful to see the document. I don't have a precise recollection of that comment.
Okay, the document is SSM NSC.can 50216, and it's on page 8. And I believe it's 6 lines up from the bottom. With respect to recent actions, the National Security and Intelligence Advisor indicated that law enforcement gains have been important and that there was potential for a breakthrough in Ottawa, Ontario. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that the breakthrough was that there was now an integrated operational plan, correct?
And again, I recall this now, knowing that there was a breakthrough in Ottawa. We were also made aware that significant enforcement action was now taking place in Coutts, Alberta. And that
No,
the
no,
cabinet was
significant
informed about
enforcement
that.
action did not
I
happen
don't
in
have a
Coutts,
recollection
Alberta.
of
The
exact
protesters in
nature of
Coutts,
the
Alberta
potential
ended the
breakthrough
protests
to which the
themselves.
NSA referred.
Get your facts straight.
And finally, if I may just have 2 minutes left, Commissioner, I was hoping not to have to go to the document, so that used a bit of time, but I will be very quick.
Go ahead.
You had certain frustrations with Chief Slowly, and there's a text message exchange with your Chief of Staff where you refer to your frustrations with Chief Slowly, which is an internal issue we need to needs to be managed. Do you know that text message exchange?
No, sir, I don't recall.
Okay, it's ssm.nsc.can.03, 403014. So it says, individuals have relayed your frustrations with OPS Slowly, which is an internal issue we need to manage. I assured them that Mendocino has been working with the RCMP. I've relayed this conversation to NSIA, PMO, and Mendocino Chief of Staff.
Yeah, I think what was being spoken of here was that unfortunately some people were making assumptions and speaking about
like you.
Some of the concerns that I was expressing about the police response to the Ottawa thing, and I was concerned that frankly some people had been speaking in my stead. I'm perfectly capable of speaking for myself.
No, you're
and
not.
Was,
you don't remember
was
anything.
concerned that others would
How are you
be.
capable of speaking?
And ultimately, just to finish off, you had a text message exchange with Senator Vern White.
Yes, sir.
Senator White was the former Chief of Police of Ottawa.
Yes, sir.
And he expressed the view that Chief Slowly had not done his job. And you didn't disagree with that in that exchange, did you?
I didn't take a position one way or the other. And if I may, sir, I think I've known Chief Slowly for a very long time. We worked together for 25 years, and he used to be my field deputy when I was the chief in the Toronto Police Service.
Interesting
He was
that
facing
Vern
a very
White came up.
difficult situation and in a very challenging environment. I have respect for the man and for the very difficult job he had to do.
And when you stated that the police response was inexplicable, that was after the actions on phase, and you indicated at that point that the police then had redeemed themselves.
And to be very clear, when I said that I was asked specifically about the police response, and I said it was somewhat inexplicable, and to be really clear, what that means is I could neither explain nor account for the police response. It really isn't my place to explain or account for it. And so I characterize it as inexplicable.
And ultimately, they redeemed themselves, correct?
Well, and the work, and as I've already characterized in my earlier testimony, I think that they did an excellent job in utilizing the tools that were available to them and clearing the convoy in the week following the invocation of the act.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, for the OPP, please.
Diane, last name? He's good.
Commissioner, I will endeavor not to go over time.
Be nice.
Thank you.
Good evening, Minister. Chris Diana, counsel to the OPP. We've heard pretty extensive evidence from both Ottawa Police Service and Windsor Police Service witnesses that the OPP provided significant support to both Ottawa and Windsor. I don't know if you've heard any of that evidence.
Yes, sir, I have, and I would agree with it.
All right. And former Chief Slowly, in particular, was very complimentary of the assistance provided by Commissioner Carrick and the resources provided that helped bring an end to the protest. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And as you said, you would agree with that assessment.
Yes, sir, I would.
Right. And that assistance started with the Hendon reports, went to frontline officers, POU support, integrated planning team leadership, and that's just in the Ottawa context, correct?
And if I may, sir, I'm not familiar with the Hendon report. It wasn't intelligence that I had access to, or the internal activities within the police service. But my general overall impression is that the OPP were very helpful.
All right. Can we go to document ssm.nsc.can 402983? So what I'm bringing you to appears to be a text exchange between you and your Chief of Staff, Mrs. Stravis. Now, unfortunately, there doesn't appear to be a date on this. If you can scroll down and allow the witness to see it, it's fairly short down to the end. Now, at the bottom, you'll see that you suggested that Chief Slowly does not have a strong support network within provincial police leadership. Now, again, I don't have a date on this, but certainly at the time you wrote this, you would not have been privy to the many text messages and phone calls between Chief Slowly and Commissioner Carrick, correct?
And to be clear, I wasn't referring to Commissioner Carrick or the Ontario Provincial Police in that message. I was referring to his relationship with some of the other police services in Ontario.
So he forgets everything important, but he remembers exactly what he's talking about. What he's talking about in these specific text messages, but he doesn't remember the Prime Minister's speech. Yeah. Okay, there, buddy.
Right. And was this your own observation, or was that
Liar.
observation made by others that you were
Liberals.
forwarding on?
It was in part my own observation, but also in feedback I was receiving from former colleagues.
And was that the view of Cabinet?
No, sir.
Right. I'd like to move to another issue, which is consultation on the Emergencies Act. If you can bring up, Mr. Clerk, document ID pb.nsc.can 403256. And while that's loading, we've heard evidence from Commissioner Lucky that the RCMP did not request the Emergencies Act, but she was asked to provide a list of tools that may be useful in terms of the Emergencies Act legislation. I'm sure you're familiar with that.
Yes, sir.
All right, so what we have here is an email exchange between Mike Jones, who I understand is the Chief of Staff of Minister Mendocino.
Yes, sir.
And of course, Commissioner Lucky. If you can just kind of scroll down a little bit, this appears to be the commissioner's kind of list of tools that could be potentially useful. Did you see a copy of this list?
No, sir.
Now, by this point, if you can scroll to the top, just so we can get the date, this was February, if we subtract 5 hours, this was the evening of February 13th. And by this point, on February 13th, the OPP was heavily involved in policing protests all across Ontario. You spoke about this in your evidence, both leading the enforcement in Windsor, integrated planning team in Ottawa, 402, there were other areas in Ontario, correct? So the OPP, you would agree, was heavily engaged throughout the province.
Yes, sir.
What I asked both Deputy Minister Stewart and Commissioner Lucky about consultation, and both agreed that in light of that context where OPP was heavily involved and would be using these tools, the OPP could have provided valuable input into the request as to what would be useful or necessary policing tools. Would you agree with that?
I'm not sure what the OPP might have provided. There was also an issue of the decision had not yet been made. At the time of this email, it was under consideration, but the decision had not been made, and it was a matter. There was still a very important consultation that the Prime Minister had to undertake with the First Ministers from across the country, and so the decision to invoke had not yet been made. There was some consultation internally about useful tools, but it wasn't completely. It wasn't fulsomely pursued because of the need to maintain the process that is required under the legislation.
No, fair enough. But it would have been relatively easy for Commissioner Lucky to reach out to Commissioner DeCreek to say, just in case at some point we get to an Emergencies Act invocation, are there any tools you might find useful? That could have happened, right?
Well, I have no direct knowledge of that, but we were also, over the course of the entire event, witnessing some of the challenges, the very real challenges that law enforcement, the OPP, the RCMP, and many others were experiencing in this event, and it very much informed our deliberations and consideration of various tools that might be useful to the police response.
Sure, but you're not in the command room anymore, right? I mean, you're observing from afar, but Commissioner Carrick would certainly have the better perspective on.
No, and I agree, but it's also, I think one has to be circumspect about it's not the police that determine what tools would be provided under the Emergencies Act. We consult with them on some of the challenges that they were facing, but it is a responsibility of government to determine what measures would be appropriate.
This whole week's going to be
Sure, the decision is made by politicians, but ultimately, in terms of proportionality and using only the tools that are useful or necessary, it's a good idea to reach out to law enforcement, isn't it?
And again, to understand the challenges that they were facing, but not specifically to ask them what additional tools. I don't believe that would have been appropriate. I've never been in circumstances where that was a question put to a police leader. What additional legislative tools do you require?
So we heard from Deputy Minister Deputy Minister Di Tommaso that's what happened before the Ontario emergency legislation, that he consulted that way. And of course, Commissioner Lucky was consulted for tools. But you think it's somehow inappropriate to ask police for input on this?
I think there's an appropriate process. I'm mindful of Commissioner Carrick's reporting responsibility to Deputy Minister Di Tommaso. Yeah. I'm also well aware of Commissioner Lucky's reporting relationship to Minister Mendicino. I'm not part of either of those.
All right, okay. So just so I'm clear, would you disagree then with Commissioner Lucky and Deputy Minister Stewart that there ought to have been consultation in that regard?
I think consultation on the challenges that the police were facing. I would not personally have asked what additional legislative authorities they might require, but it's very helpful to understand the difficulties that they were having with existing authorities.
Right. Now, of course, you're not like most other cabinet ministers because you're looking at this as a 30-plus year police leader yourself, correct?
Close to 40, I'm afraid.
Right. As a police leader, but yes.
But in fairness, I don't have that role anymore, and I'm mindful of the responsibilities of my current position, and that I no longer hold that position.
All right, fair enough. I'll move on. I've only got a couple of minutes left here. In your capacity as a politician, as a cabinet minister, of course, you're no longer in the room, the police room, so that you're no longer having a direct look at the intelligence reports. You have to rely on your federal law enforcement advisors, various agencies, to advise you what the situation is, correct?
Yes, sir. I have been regularly briefed by, for example, the National Security Intelligence Advisor, the RCMP Commissioner, and the Director of CSIS, but I don't have any line of sight into the raw intelligence or many of the reports.
And you rely on those agencies and the National Security Advisor to give you credible and reliable information so that you can make informed decisions as a cabinet minister?
Yes, sir.
Now, you mentioned you had never heard of Project Hendon, and nor would you have had any reason to, correct?
I was not familiar with that. Subsequently, after other information came out, particularly through testimony, I've heard the phrase, but at the time I was not familiar with that portfolio of intelligence.
All right, now we know from the Hendon reports, and we've looked at this in some detail, that as early as January the 20th, which is a week before the protest started to arrive, that the OPP had warned in its reports that this may not be a short protest. You've probably heard some of that evidence,
Yes, sir.
that there was no exit strategy and that at least some protesters intended to stay until the demands were met, correct?
I've heard that subsequently.
Right.
There was conflicting information and intelligence that was being made available to me prior to the arrival of the protests in Ottawa. But quite frankly, there was also open source reporting that some intended to remain.
Right. As a decision maker, it's important to know as much as you can about the potential risks of any situation,
It's
correct?
always our hope.
And of course, intelligence like you get in the Hendon reports would be more valuable than simply opening the Twitter machine, right?
Of course.
Right. I see I'm exactly at my 10 minutes. I need about 45 to 60 seconds. Can I have it, Commissioner?
Go ahead.
Hey.
I was hopeful, but
All right. So not only is it important that you would know this information, but you want to be told in a timely way so that you can make appropriate preparations.
And again, there's a decision as to what information is appropriate to share
Yes.
with Cabinet, but of course we want that information to be as clear as possible, not only so that we can assess its on its merits, but also its credibility, and so that information could be very important to us.
And the reason I ask, I go back to a phrase used by my friend for the commission earlier when he talked about if there's a hurricane moving up the coast, you want to know well in advance. And I'm not analogizing necessarily between a convoy and a hurricane, but the earlier you would know, the better, correct?
Yes, sir. Just went through Hurricane Fiona, and we were tracking really carefully where it was going to make landfall.
Right. And so your first briefing, according to your witness summary, was actually January 27th. That's in your witness summary.
Yeah, I believe that's correct.
And that's a full week after the OPP reported in Hendon about the fact it could be a long protest.
Again, sir, I didn't have any information about that. I'll take your word for it, of course, but
course he doesn't remember
I did
anything.
receive my first briefing, I believe, on January 27th.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for the indulgence, Commissioner. Much appreciated.
okay, next is counsel for former Chief Slowly.
Interesting. They listen to fake news, and you're absolutely right. They listen to fake news.
Thank you, Minister. I'm Tom Curran, or your former colleague, Chief Slowly. Can I start by asking you a couple of questions about your relationship with the former chief? He was your deputy chief for the period 2009 to 2015, I understand.
Yes, sir.
And prior to that, I think you told the commissioner
That's a while.
that you had worked with him in the aggregate for 25 years.
Close to it, sir. I think we first became, he was actually subordinate to me in a division I ran beginning around 1997 or 98.
Right. And during the time that you worked with him, he had succeeded under your command in achieving promotions and taking on increasing responsibilities.
Yes, sir.
And you knew him then and now to be an experienced and effective police leader. Is that true?
Yes, sir. I have great respect for Chief Slowly, Mr. Peter Slowly.
And that included in, as I understand it, in matters that concerned public demonstrations. You mentioned the Tamil demonstrations. I understand that Chief Slowly, or at that time, not Chief Slowly, but at that time as a member of the Toronto Police Service, that he was a major incident commander in that respect.
There were a number of my commanders, but Peter also held that role in the service at that time.
And you have seen firsthand his ability to manage successfully large-scale public demonstrations.
And again, I did not have direct observation of Peter dealing with large public order events. Of course, his actual involvement in the G20, as I recall, was somewhat more limited. But certainly I recall quite vividly the Tamil protests. Frankly, I think we took a very careful, measured approach to that. And frankly, I've always been proud of my services keeping everybody safe in those circumstances.
Including the role that he played.
Including all of the men and women who were involved in that effort. It was very much a team effort.
Thank you. Now, during the time that you were chief of the Toronto Police Service and Deputy Chief Slowly or Chief Superintendent, he held a number of different ranks. During your tenure, he had your confidence and respect.
Yes, sir. Just to be clear, if I may, I deployed him as my field commander, which put him in charge of close to 4,000 of my officers, responsible for all of our divisional response, which was one of the largest and most significant jobs in the police service.
And during that time, you were asked a number of questions by my friend from the Ottawa Police Service about the role of a chief and various other aspects of things. During the time that you worked with Chief Slowly, you just confirmed he had your confidence and respect, and you saw him in command, and he was a good commander. True?
Yes, sir.
Now, when he came here to the city of Ottawa to become the chief, you understood also that it was to implement a change mandate on behalf of the Police Services Board.
Yes, sir.
Including in respect of the board's effort to try to improve the relationship between the Ottawa Police Service and racialized communities, marginalized communities.
Yes, sir.
And those strategies are challenging strategies as an agent of change. Is that true?
I have had considerable experience, Toronto being a very diverse city, in bringing about a stronger relationship between the police and the minority communities we serve.
I was going to say that you yourself made improving community policing one of your objectives as chief of the Toronto Police Service.
Very much so.
And of course, Deputy Chief Slowly at that time was an important member of your command team on that score.
Yes, sir.
Very selective.
Now, when he came to Ottawa, you learned, am I right, that he faced some opposition from within the rank and file?
Actually, Peter reached out to me upon his appointment, and we met. And he requested, we went and we had breakfast, and we talked about the challenges of taking over a new organization and the change agenda he was hoping to implement.
Got it. Now, turning for just 1 second to the events of the convoy.
Just that change agenda didn't go over well.
Said in your
A
statement,
lot of problems in OPS.
friends, that these were unprecedented events. In your nearly 40 years of policing, you've never seen anything like this.
There were certain aspects of it that were unique and uniquely challenging.
And in terms of the questions that you were just asked by my friend on behalf of the OPP about what could have been known or foreseen, I won't take you to the documents because there are a number of them, and I won't take the time. But were you aware that representatives of the RCMP, the OPP, the Sûreté de Quebec, Parliamentary Protective Service, all reviewed the Ottawa Police Service plan for the convoy?
I'm not aware of that activity, sir. I had no line of sight to it.
Or that you wouldn't be aware that the OPP, one member of the OPP described the OPS plan for managing the convoy in advance as a robust plan?
Again, I've not seen any documents with respect to that. I have no knowledge of it.
Fair enough. And it's, as I understand it, you aren't second guessing the Ottawa Police Service's plan or the plan that was reviewed by those other police services in advance of the convoy.
No, sir. And quite frankly, I have no insight into the plan. I don't inquire about the plan. I only needed some assurance that one was in place.
And then once it was here and it became a very different protest leading eventually to an occupation, you understood that the Ottawa Police Service on its own lacked the resources to manage it successfully.
That had been made clear to me, yes.
And you accepted that?
Yes, sir.
Now, let me just take you to one document that one of my friends had projected for a second, just while I have it. SSM, please, Mr. Registrar. SSM NSC CAN 2983. Minister, this was shown to you a moment ago. I'm just going to ask you to look at a different line than the one that was shown. Thank you. Just scroll down if you don't mind, please. Keep going. And keep going a little bit. There, thank you. Stop. I doubt, you wrote this, I doubt Peter is getting a lot of support in his own organization. They are likely sitting back and waiting for him to flounder. And then the line that was read to you earlier about lack of a strong support network within other police leadership. Just focusing on the first part of that sentence, it was your concern that members of his own police service, the Ottawa Police Service, were not supporting this chief.
And if I may, just to be very fair here, I have no
Let me be
information. I had no
perfectly
insight
clear.
into, what was
Fair.
going on within the Ottawa Police Headquarters. I don't know. I don't know the men and women under his command or anything that may have been, we've heard some evidence since, but I had no sense of that. But I was concerned because, and the conversation Peter and I had upon his appointment, that he was coming in with a strong change mandate, and I know how challenging that can be.
And the expression to here in this text or message was a very real concern for you. Is that fair? That you were concerned that his own command team, or at least members of his own organization, would sit back and wait for him to flounder, not support him in the expectation that perhaps he would fail and pay a price, not unlike the one that you were invited to comment about by his own police service in their questions to you.
Well, and again, to be fair, I was speculating here, and I don't want to characterize this as based on any factual information that was available to me, but I was concerned that in a very challenging set of circumstances,
it's going to be sick.
Cohesion within the command structure is
need you all.
really important.
Matt,
and I was concerned that cohesion may not have been as strong as it needed to be.
I need you.
Yeah, I'm right here, brother.
And
right
of
here,
course,
man.
one cannot lead
It's going to be a
organization
shitty week. You can't leave me alone with this.
that does not.
I'm not.
You
can't leave me alone on this week. You can't leave me alone, guys. You
I
can't
got
leave me
you.
alone with these guys. I
I
can't
know a
handle
little
it.
bit
I'm
about the
going to go
challenge of
ballistic.
leading a large police organization.
I'm going to
and
scream at myself.
I think leadership is very important.
Please help me.
But I would also say leadership doesn't exist just in the chief's office. There's leadership throughout the entire organization, and that leadership has to be mobilized to get the job done.
Understood. Now, a couple of things, if I may, please. I want to ask you, if I could, about RFA, requests for assistance. Can I just ask you, please, to confirm that the Solicitor General Ontario asked for the use of the Cartier Drill Hall? Do you recall this?
Yes, sir.
And
Cartier Square
am I
Drill
right
Hall,
that the
where the
Solicitor General
GGFG was?
Ontario asked for that use of the Cartier Drill Hall parking lot for 2 days, being the weekend of the protest?
Yes, sir. And I also recall being
Governor
able to
General
give a positive answer to that request.
Right, and exactly, you made that available. Just for the record, Commissioner, I don't want to see it, but SSM CAN 4564. Minister, you spoke about, just in terms of the role of the chief, could you help this commissioner, please, with this question? During the operations in respect to that Tamil protest, in your witness statement, I won't take you to it, but you described how, or I think today you described how you directed operations when you needed to as the chief in terms of keeping the protesters safe on the off-ramps.
And just to be very clear, I was taking advice and guidance from my operational commanders on the ground who told me that this situation couldn't be resolved.
I love how he can remember things that happened like 30 years ago, but he can't remember things from 6 months ago.
And therefore, it was on their advice that I made the decision that we would engage with these people and find another way to resolve.
Understood. And in the same way, I think in your witness statement, I don't want to turn it up, see if you recall this, it's paragraph 5 for the record. You reviewed
See if you recall.
plan.
See if you recall that. Was that a cheeky little tongue-in-cheek stab there?
And in fact, as the chief of police, there were literally dozens of protests taking place in Toronto every single week. And I, for the larger events, would have those operational plans presented to me.
Right, got it.
For my awareness, the command structure for those events was not, the chief doesn't command those events. We actually maintained a very robust command structure for those types of events.
Right. And I think the language that you used in your statement was that you would review those, approve them, and then present them to the board.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Now, Commissioner, I'm going to go a little overtime with your consent, only because my friends for the commission introduced a few new things through the minister about police services.
Yeah, no,
boards
you're
and so on.
already over time, so
Thank
don't get me wrong, you're already there. So
I'm going to see what I can do as quickly as I can do it, but thank you for that. The resources. You mentioned to the commissioner that you received a request for resources from Windsor for the Ambassador Bridge blockade. Can you confirm that you received those via a letter directly from the chief of police to you, and one similarly went to Minister Jones.
Yes, sir. We did in fact receive that letter. It wasn't something that frankly, I'm not authorized to deal with, a request for assistance coming from a municipal police chief, but it was referred back to other officials to deal with.
Right, understood. But in that respect, regarding Windsor, the request for resources came to you as the minister, to Minister Jones for her counterpart. There was an urgent need for resources, and you did what you could to send them urgently. Fair?
I think in fairness, it was the
urgent
OPP
need, urgently
that responded to the Windsor situation. And again, I stand to be corrected, but I understood that the Windsor police chief utilized the authorities under the existing Police Services Act in order to seek out the assistance and support of the OPP.
So I think I won't take you to it, but just for the record, Commissioner, WIN 1648 and 1649 are letters not directed under the Police Services Act, rather directly to you and to the minister.
Yes, sir.
You passed them on, and the resources came from the RCMP and the OPP, but nobody followed the Police Services Act protocol in Windsor.
I'm not sure, sir. My understanding is with the OPP involvement there, they essentially led that response. That was my understanding.
And the Police Services Act protocol to which you referred isn't mandatory in respect of a sequencing. It is there, but police services, including at the time that you were the chief in Toronto, gain resources through memorandum of agreement and other requests through police services, correct?
Generally for planned events, yes. When I made reference in my earlier remarks to this Police Services Act and the provision within the Act for a chief of police to deal with an emergency that exceeds their capacity, there is that provision in the Act. But I am in agreement, sir, that quite routinely for a lot of these events, they reach out to neighboring police services and people come to help each other as best they can.
And what you observed from Chief Slowly was that he was trying his best to get the support he needed for the community, to keep the protests safe and his own service safe, correct?
He was certainly advocating for what he believed to be the necessary resources.
And your observation was that he acted in good faith in the performance of his duties?
I did not detect any element of bad faith.
And that were you made aware, I assume that you weren't, you did not know of the plans that the OPS had, their evolution and the approvals that Chief Slowly's team gave to those plans?
No, sir. As I've previously testified, I made no inquiry and received no information of the operational plans that were either being developed or in place.
The information that you received as a minister and in cabinet came in respect of police services and resources through Commissioner Lucky. Is that fair?
Primarily through Commissioner Lucky, yes.
And are you aware that certain of the information that you received turned out not to be accurate in terms of the resources? I'll give you a couple of examples. That you were aware of what has been described, I think, by Deputy Commissioner Duhaime to the Commissioner as a mix-up about the 250 RCMP officers.
I'm not familiar with
it's a tough job, but somebody's got to do it. Yes.
Wasn't following it.
What about Minister Jones' 1,500 OPP officers on the ground in Ottawa? Were you aware she made that statement?
I'm not.
Okay. Or therefore that it was inaccurate?
This guy's not aware of anything.
I forgot again. I'm not.
Couple
No.
of last
I
things, then, if
disagree wholeheartedly
You-
and entirely.
I think in your evidence,
So
in
if you
your
disagree with that,
statement,
would you
have
agree with this?
described that
No,
you
I
had
disagree
requested
again.
or spoken with Chief Slowly about
Everything
the
you say, I
possibility of
disagree with.
tagging vehicles and towing vehicles.
Yes, sir.
He explained to you why that was not possible as
He
a
was at-
matter of safe enforcement, and you accepted his.
Yes, he was out of time a while ago.
And did you know that RCMP and OPP officials
But when
were
for us
urging
to cut him out
OPS
right now, but
through
when
Chief
it's
Slowly and others to
the
not
other
take
side, no
enforcement
problem.
steps
Take as much time
because
as you
in
want.
Ottawa they
For
lacked
freedom,
resources to
defending
do
the
so
freedom
safely?
I'm not aware of that.
But they
If
gonna
they
cut
did,
it.
you would again defer to them and the OPS as to the people with the best line of sight into that.
Of course, Chief Slowly gave me an explanation and I accepted that. He was the chief of police and that was his belief.
Last thing then, please, if I could, because of course, Minister, from the nature of the questions that you've been asked, that there's a great deal of scrutiny about what Chief Peter Slowly did here in Ottawa. And you agree that in hindsight, that more could have been done and sooner to assist Chief Slowly and the OPS to secure the assistance of resources?
I believe with the clarity of hindsight, sir, that there were a number of steps that upon reflection, I think everyone involved would have liked to have seen a quicker outcome. I'm very mindful of the enormous impact this was having on the people of Ottawa in particular. And because of some of the other then related protest activities across the country was hugely impactful upon all Canadians. And so the timeliness of resolving that, I think, was important to all of us. And in hindsight, I think it's also our responsibility to learn from that experience and make sure that we can do it better next time.
And in hindsight,
they're
nothing more
planning
Chief
for
Slowly
next one.
could have done individually to make a difference.
Well, again, that's a judgment, but I don't have
He
enough
is
information to
way
make
over
respectfully.
time. Way
But-
over
But
time.
at the same time, I think we all need to reflect on how we could have resolved this quicker and more effectively.
More peacefully. More peacefully. He said more
No, peace-
peacefully.
Okay.
He almost did, but not.
He
He
said no,
normally
he
says
did.
Now we're into the
No,
shorter,
peaceably.
more challenging time.
He said he hopes that he could have resolved it more peacefully. Matt, we can't hear you.
Oh, you can't hear me? I said
Oh,
that.
No.
barely. You're really low.
Okay, I just said, like, if you want to resolve something.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll do my best. Minister, my
No,
name is
that we
Elizabeth
can't hear you.
Tompkins.
No,
I'm one of the
we
lawyers
can't hear you at all.
representing the City of Ottawa. So I will try to be quick. I do want to take you to a couple documents, though. So first document, Mr. Clerk, ssm.nsc.can 402993. So this is one of the texts between you and your chief of staff. And it's just this comment. So if we see there a date below, Thursday, February 10th, but I'm actually looking at one of the comments above. And I believe if we scroll up, because I believe these are produced by your chief of staff, so your texts are the ones on the left. And there's in white.
Yes, sir.
And there's a comment that says, and it's not really going to help in Ottawa unless the OPP take over here. I just want to know what you meant by the OPP taking over.
I don't recall.
Again, I'm not entirely clear on the context of this because
Oh
there's
my
clearly
God.
conversation that was taking place before. But I believe that it was going to be necessary for the OPP to have a much greater operational role in the resolution of this event for public order.
Okay, and if the next document we can go to ssm.nsc.can 403140.
Very sad.
More text messages.
Man, I'm getting
between you
so
and your
hungry.
chiefs of staff. Now here it's just
know.
forwarding tweets, but there's a tweet being forwarded from Robert Fife that says,
Robert Fife.
"This is what Ontario government sources have said
Tinfoil
was
hat
coming.
guy, where the
She
shawarma's
slowly
at, man.
pushed aside to allow OPP RCMP to take charge of 16 days of chaos in downtown.
Tinfoil hat guy on
I
Friday,
think
you need
you
to buy
then
us lunch.
forward
Kidding.
a text from Glenn McGregor, maybe the OPP. was
Starving
up.
now.
I'm just wondering, particularly with respect to the text from Mr. Fife.
Don't say it. He'll do it. Don't threaten him. He'll
He's
do
hearing
it.
from Ontario government sources that OPP
Chicken
and
pot
RCMP
pie
are
in the
clean. I was just
fridge.
wondering, sir, whether you ever heard anything to that effect.
Somebody yelling
from
at you
the
about
front.
chicken
No,
pot pie?
ma'am. My
Casey?
only knowledge of this information was what Mr. Fife was tweeting, and that's why I shared it with my chief of staff.
Okay, no, those are my questions.
right.
Thank you very much, sir.
We need elevator music. I got you.
Well under your time.
Ask and you shall receive. Chicken
Okay,
pot pie.
next is
apparently.
the Ottawa Coalition.
Oh, here we go.
You're not off the hook,
Champ,
tinfoil hat
it's-
guy.
It's Champ. Here comes Champ.
Oh, my fave.
Yeah. Here we go.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll try to be as efficient as my friend, Ms. Tompkins. Minister, my name is Paul Champ. I'm one of the lawyers for the Ottawa Coalition of Residents and Businesses.
Where's his eat the rich
As the
laptop?
Toronto
You can't
Police
see it.
Chief for 10 years, Minister, I gather you to become very familiar with the Police Services Act
Yes, sir.
in Ontario. And you know that under the Police Services Act, the mayor of a city is by default a member of the Police Services Board unless he or she delegates it.
I'm aware that it is a position that they get ex officio, but they can delegate it to others. And I'm also aware of many municipalities where the mayor chooses not to sit on the board.
And in your last, I think the last mayor you had when you were chief was Mayor Tory. He sat on the board.
Not while I was the chief, sir. I don't, well, perhaps, maybe for a few months, but only a few months.
Yeah, you were near the end.
I was kind of on my way out the door.
1 foot out the door.
And prior to that, it was actually Mayor Miller had served on the board for a period of time, not his entire term.
Right. Mayor Ford didn't choose to. We won't go into that.
No, sir.
Now, you convened tripartite meetings on February 7th, 8th, and 10th with intended to be the municipal, provincial, and federal levels of government. Is that right?
That had been my hope, yes.
And you had from Ottawa, City Manager Steve Kanalakos and Mayor Jim Watson. Is that right?
Yes.
No, John, because at this point, the CSIS director gave him a landing pad to come in on Friday. Before that, he was free falling. Now he's going to be able to land his glider without landing gear and scrape it up on the landing strip. But maybe he'll make it in. Certainly not justified.
Right, but given your familiarity with the Police Services Act, would you not have wanted to deal with someone from the Police Services Board who actually has some operational guidance and responsibility over the
and again,
Ottawa Police?
If I may, I don't think that's an appropriate discussion for a minister of the federal government to engage with the chair of a municipal police services board. My intention in establishing the tripartite table was to bring the three orders of government.
Right.
And I use that word advisedly, by the way, because I don't believe in levels. There are orders of government. The federal, provincial, and the municipal governments all had a responsibility to work together, to collaborate, and it was my intention to convene that discussion.
But I gather then, though, if you were sharing information with the mayor and the city manager that was relevant for the Police Services Board, you would have assumed the mayor and the city manager would have shared that information with the Police Services Board?
Again, I make no assumptions about those discussions. My intention was to bring the federal, provincial, and municipal governments to the table.
But to do what, sir? It's about managing the police services.
No, sir. It's about managing the protest that was taking place in Ottawa. It was hugely impactful. There is obviously a police responsibility there.
Holy hell.
But respectfully, I don't believe it is my place. And I've always been meticulously careful not to in any way interfere with police operations. I believe, the city clearly has a role with that, with their police services board, but not directly from me.
Now, we know from your testimony or for your witness statement as well that it appears that there was indeed a delay in resources, RCMP resources being provided to the City of Ottawa, in part because there wasn't a firm plan in place for the deployment of those resources, correct?
There are a number of reasons, as I've come to learn, as to some of the challenges of deploying those resources. Some of them were also deployed in a number of functions, as I understood it, that were dispersed from the downtown core.
But you on your witness statement anyway, sir, which I understand you've adopted, you said one of the main reasons was that there was not a firm operational plan in place.
And that's true, Mr. Champ. There was a concern that we were hearing from not just the RCMP, but other police services, that they wanted confidence that an operational action plan was in place before they were able to deploy the resources.
And you would have agreed with me, sir, that it would have been important for that information to be shared by someone in some way with the Ottawa Police Services Board?
I'm going to object. This is, again, Alyssa Tompkins. Chair Deans, in her witness statement, stated that she knew that there was a concern that there wasn't a plan. And my friend keeps putting that to witnesses to try to get to them to agree, when her witness summary, which she adopted on cross and confirmed, states expressly that she was aware that that was.
Well, I'm ready for my friend this time, if I may, Commissioner. The testimony of Ms. Deans was that was her speculation, but she was never told that by anyone. No one shared that information. She was concerned that she wasn't getting detail in the plan. She was wondering why there was a delay, but no one shared that information. That's what's in her statement. That's what her testimony was when she testified.
In fact, her statement suggests that she's the one that suggested
Okay,
to
well,
the commission that was the case.
let's try and keep this. Can you just...
I just want to be careful because it's an important point, and my friend keeps putting it to witnesses.
I'll be sending a letter to my friend after this. But I just want to close with this, Minister. You would agree with me that it would be inappropriate for a federal government official to be trying to influence the Police Services Board on the selection of a chief of police, or to delay a decision of appointing a chief of police for municipal service?
I can speak for myself, sir. I would not engage in in that behavior. If my advice was asked on a matter, I might provide the advice, but as you characterize it, I'm trying to influence or interfere with that decision. I don't believe that would be appropriate.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr.
Of course.
Okay, next is the Windsor Police Service.
Yeah,
Hi, good evening.
now lawyers
Heather
are
Patterson here for the Windsor Police Service. Good evening, Minister Blair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. In your testimony today, you praised the Ottawa enforcement operation because, and I'm going to paraphrase what you said. You said because it moved slowly, it took care, and it allowed for the least amount of force possible.
What?
I think you described it as a textbook operation.
Yes.
Then would you agree that it's a hallmark of good police enforcement, that type of slow, careful, least amount of force possible type operation?
Yes, I would certainly characterize that police operation as proportional, measured, charter compliant, and appropriate.
Yeah, charter compliant.
Great.
You suspended
and you
the
praised
charter.
the Ottawa enforcement action, even though you had to explain to colleagues the need for police to move slowly and carefully in an enforcement operation.
I don't. That's probably inappropriate to characterize it. I needed
That's
to
what you
explain
said.
to colleagues, but I have some familiarity with those
least amount of
operations.
force.
And what I was witnessing here
My
in
goodness.
Ottawa was, in my opinion, textbook and entirely appropriate. And I certainly shared that with colleagues.
Okay, so then let me put it to you this way. Would you agree it's important to move slowly with an enforcement operation, even when others feel there's a sense of urgency?
And again, I think the response is it depends on the urgent nature. If someone was being injured for example, I think under those circumstances one might want to go a little quicker, and it'd be necessary. But I think a methodical, measured, and proportional response. Every public order response is in part determined by the actions of the other side, the protesters, and if their behavior is less aggressive, then that type of approach is entirely appropriate.
Okay, and would you agree that that equally applies to the situation in Windsor and the Ambassador Bridge?
Oh, yes.
And would you agree that citizen and officer safety is the forefront in any public order operation?
I believe certainly in public safety, and that includes officer safety as a priority in every operation.
And you would agree with that despite the fact that you felt there was a need for urgency of action in Windsor?
I was very concerned about the blockade of that roadway and that there was a need for urgency. But at the same time, the operational decisions made by the police commanders on the ground, knowing the challenges they face, the resources available to them and their legal authorities, I respect the decisions that they make.
Okay, great. Mr. Slowly's counsel briefly referred to the letter you received from Chief Mizuno on February 9th requesting assistance from Windsor.
Yes.
Just for the record, I don't need to see it. It's WPS 60788. And you advised that you passed that along to others but didn't respond to it directly. Is that correct?
To the best of my recollection, it is not part of the process that I'm responsible for, the request for assistance, to receive requests directly from a municipal police chief. Those requests come through provincial and territorial ministers, and it was referred, to the best of my knowledge, to the appropriate minister in the Ontario government.
And do you know who that minister was?
I believe it would be the Solicitor General, Sylvia Jones.
Okay,
But,
and if I,
but,
Mr. Clerk,
if I may be clear, that was likely done through officials. I don't want to suggest that it was done directly to Minister Jones, but it would have been done in all likelihood from federal officials to provincial officials to make sure that information was properly shared.
Okay, great. And Mr. Clerk, could you please pull up SSM CAN NSC 402671? And while that's coming up, you're going to see that this is a that after receiving the WPS request, this seems to be a draft between Carolyn Williams and Rady Barrick.
Yep.
These are members of your staff, correct?
Yes.
And did you direct them to prepare a draft response to Chief Mizuno's letter?
We tried to respond to every bit of correspondence and not leave it simply unanswered.
Okay, and if we go down towards the end of page 1, We see that this is a draft, but I've never been able to find whether it was actually sent or not. Do you know?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
Okay. And if you look in the last paragraph on that page, it says local communities are the ones ultimately paying the price for the actions of these demonstrators. Do you agree with that sentiment?
I think certainly the local communities were in fact being significantly impacted by these actions and by these blockades and demonstrations that were taking place.
Okay. And would you agree it's vital that government ensure that police have resources required to maintain public safety to bring about a peaceful resolution to a public order event?
I believe keeping people safe is the first responsibility of every order of government, and to provide whatever resources are available to assist law enforcement in effecting their purpose.
Great, thank you. Commissioner, I just have 3 more questions if I could have a brief indulgence.
As long
Please.
as they're short.
Yes, they will be. And are you aware the Ambassador Bridge is privately owned?
Yes.
And you're aware that it's the Windsor Police that will respond to incidents on the bridge, such as a traffic accident?
I would have anticipated yes.
Okay, and we looked earlier this afternoon at a February 12th text exchange that you had, for the record, SSM NSC CAN 3129. I don't need to see it unless you do, Minister. But this is where you said police are finally doing their job in Windsor.
Yes.
Are you aware that the enforcement action took place over February 12th and 13th?
Yes.
And that the bridge was opened in the early hour mornings of February 14th?
Yes, I watched it very carefully. I was very concerned about the blockades at the Ambassador Bridge.
And so you would agree that any difficulties the OPP or the WPS were having in Windsor were resolved before the Emergency Act was invoked?
I was aware that they had been able to move that protest. I was also aware of concerns that they were expressing to us that those blockades could either go to some other place or could return to Windsor. And what we had heard very clearly from the police is, although they had been effective in clearing it, there was real concern as to whether they could hold it open.
Okay, thank you. And lastly, would you agree with me that the Windsor enforcement operation was a success?
Yes.
That there was no loss of life or serious injury to either the public, protesters, or police?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Next call on the City of Windsor.
Good evening, Minister.
Good evening.
My name is
double
Jennifer
Windsor.
King.
Hold on,
I'm
I got a
legal
necktie
counsel to the
joke.
City of Windsor. Mr. Blair, I would like to start by confirming your views about the unlawfulness of the blockade in Windsor. Mr. Clerk, if you could please pull up PB NSC CAN 402437. Well, this is coming up. Can you confirm, Minister Blair, is it your opinion that the blockade in Windsor was unlawful from the outset? That is, when the protesters blockaded the bridge, access to the bridge on February the 7th?
Yes, I believe that was unlawful. I believe there are relevant statutes, municipal, although I don't have a deep knowledge of your municipal bylaws, but certainly within the Ontario Highway Traffic Act and even criminal code offenses that were relevant to the situation.
Okay, so what I'm showing you is a transcript of a media availability that you held on February the 9th at 1 p.m. with Ministers Mendocino and Alhambra. Do you recall that media availability?
I did several of them that week and the next, but I don't have a
smokes, just
specific
answer the
recollection of this
question.
unless you bring me to a specific.
Okay, so this was one on February the 9th. It's the first media availability that I've been able to find, or statements that you made about the blockade at the Ambassador Bridge. My friends will let me know if there was an earlier one. Have you seen this transcript that's on the screen? If you could just scroll down a little bit, Mr. Clerk.
I've actually not seen this transcript, but if you could scroll down, and by the way, I think I likely used the word thuggery, not thuggery.
Okay. Well, Mr. Clerk, if you could please scroll to the bottom of page 3. And you'll see here, I think at page 3 of the
Thuggery is a new one, I think.
PDF. I apologize, I might not have the right spot.
Sorry, your time's up. Out of here.
If you could scroll up, please.
Oh, you're done. Sorry.
All right, so I don't seem to have the right spot, but instead of wasting time and scrolling through the transcript, I'm just going to read to you some of the parts of your transcript. So in the transcript, you state these blockades are unlawful. And I would urge all of those who are engaging in this unlawful activity, think about the people you are truly hurting and stop. Let me be very clear. The Ambassador Bridge is a vital artery to our country, and it's a vital artery to our supply chain. It's central to the functioning of our economy and to serving all Canadians. Do you recall making those comments?
Yes.
And later in your remarks, you referred to the protesters' unlawful actions blocking ports of entry as essentially putting their foot on the throat of all Canadians. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And in your remarks, you also state that the rule of law has to be upheld, and Canada will ensure police have the resources they need to uphold the law and keep the
by
peace.
putting
right?
our boots on the
Your
throats of
opinions reflected in
Canadians.
these remarks have not changed since February, have they?
No, sir. No, ma'am.
I take it you made these statements to national media to make it clear to the public and to the protesters that protesting by blockading ports of entry is unlawful, correct?
Yes.
And that the protesters should stop.
Yes.
Are you aware that the same day as this media availability, that it was widely reported by American and Canadian media that you and your fellow ministers labeled the bridge blockade as illegal?
Didn't have the opportunity to read the American press, but I'm not surprised.
Okay, but the protesters did not stop, did they?
No.
Okay. I have a few questions, Minister Blair, about
Well, they did
plan
stop eventually.
around critical infrastructure.
Actually,
So will you agree with me that
Act
systems of
wasn't
support
required
should be
for
in
that.
place to support the communities and local authorities
anyone
who are
cares
most
about that,
often
find
the
a
first
little
responders
detail.
to emergencies?
I would agree that local communities are often the very first impacted. I tried to make the point, though, the blockade at Ambassador Bridge went well beyond that intersection in Windsor. It was affecting auto plants, for example, right across the province and in Michigan, that, a lot of people were being deeply impacted. But certainly I would acknowledge how difficult that was in Ottawa and in Windsor.
Minister Blair, are you aware that shortly after the successful police operation, Windsor representatives, including Mayor Dilkens, started asking all three levels of government to sit down and develop a long-term sustainable framework to protect the critical border infrastructure?
I did not have a direct conversation with Mayor Dilkens, but I believe my colleague did.
Well, Minister, are you aware that Mayor Dilkens wrote to you directly on March the 17th?
If you share it with me, it'll refresh my memory. I have no direct recollection of that letter from Mayor Dilkens, although we've communicated quite extensively over the
I
course of
have
the
no
pandemic
direct
and other related
recollection
matters.
of that.
Okay, well, I will ask the clerk to bring this up. This is Win 402240. So he sent you a letter on March the 17th. And just to summarize it for you, and you can see it, but I don't have very much time, Minister. He does ask for you and Minister Mendicino and former Solicitor General Jones to sit down, to debrief and work together to protect Windsor's important international border crossings. You don't recall receiving this letter?
I have no direct recollection of it, but it strikes me as a reasonable request from the mayor.
Okay. And Minister Blair, are you taking any steps as Minister of Emergency Management to ensure the interjurisdictional collaboration that's requested by Mayor Dilkens here and the planning occurs to protect border infrastructures and the communities around them?
There's a great deal of work ongoing about creating a more resilient critical infrastructure for this country from all hazards, including what we have seen over the course of last year.
And if I may, I'm over my time. Are you taking any steps as a Minister of Emergency Management to ensure that municipalities and border municipalities are included in these conversations?
I can tell you in every community that I go to, I try to go and visit the mayor. I believe very much in all three orders of government have a role here. And as I said, I've engaged with Mayor Dilkens on numerous occasions and many of the mayors, particularly the border mayors.
Selective
Throughout the
dementia.
pandemic, I met on a very regular
seem.
basis with all of the mayors of Ontario border communities. They had some important things to say, and they needed to be heard.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to now call on the province of Alberta.
Good evening, Minister Blair. My name is Stephanie Bose. I'm counsel for the province of Alberta.
Alberta, here we go.
I'd like to start with document SSM.CAN 406055. And if, Mr. Clerk, if you could scroll down to the last email on this page, or sorry, in this document, it'll be on the next page. And this is an email dated February 9th from Mr. Stravas to you, subject line ABRFA. And if you scroll down to the text, please, Mr. Clerk, you'll see the text on the letter itself. John Broadhead and I spoke, and I think we revised the response about exhausting provincial resources and enforcing contracts and laws. And we look forward to learning more on that front. So it's not a no, just more context. Now, I understand Mr. Broadhead is the Director of Policy in the PMO. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know what the reference to "it's not a no" is about?
I believe I do. I was very concerned when I heard back from the Deputy Minister and the Canadian Armed Forces that they did not have the equipment that Minister MacIver had requested in his request for assistance. And so I asked my staff and public safety to explore other areas of government to see if there was any way that we could provide assistance to Alberta. And we looked, for example, in other federal departments. We looked outside the country in Montana. We were looking for any way that if the CAF equipment was not appropriate or available, we were looking to see if there was any alternative that we could help Alberta with.
Stacey, are you a veteran?
All right, thank you.
No. No.
ssm.can.nsc 402689. This was a record that Commission Counsel put to you earlier today. And I'll ask the clerk to please pull that up. The version that you saw today was unredacted, and I understand that that was only recently supplied. And when we review this, this is an email from, again, your Chief of Staff on February 11th. If we scroll down, we see an email from Rady Barrick to you on February 11th. Within the next page, we see a response. Further, I understand that Alberta has the required legal authorities necessary to enforce compliance as a highway is considered essential infrastructure, and it goes on. There are a number of contraventions or other applicable legislation that may also be enforced by Alberta and its police forces. So at that point in time, the reason for rejecting Alberta's RFA was, in fact, that the position of Government of Canada was that Alberta had the required legal authorities. Is that correct?
Yeah, if you could read down through the entire letter, because I want to see how this is dealt with. And I think it's also, it's relevant that in the last paragraph, where the letter also refers to the lack of commercial resources, the Canadian Armed Forces being the only federal asset, and discussions that make clear that CAF have neither the type of assets required nor the expertise to do this without significant possible risk. So it was an answer to Minister MacIver's specific request for tow trucks belonging to CAF. And it was, I think it was an important context for this letter as well.
But certainly also the position of Canada was that Alberta still had authorities that it could exercise to deal with the blockade at Coots, correct?
There is some reference to that in this letter, yes.
Okay, thank you. And if we scroll down to the last paragraph in the letter, there's reference there to the use of federal resources may be reconsidered at a future date once all other provincial options and capabilities have been exhausted. What was meant by that?
Well, again, we were also examining across all of government. We were also talking about the possibility of providing funding to assist them in acquiring through private and commercial means the vehicles that they required.
But of course, contingent on all other provincial options and capabilities having been exhausted, correct?
Well, and again, not just exhausted or unlikely to succeed. I think that's a reasonable consideration as well. I think we were trying to communicate. My concern, quite frankly, is I felt a necessity to reply to Minister MacIver, who had made a request to give him the information. He very specifically asked for something, and we were saying no. And I think, as you saw in the email above this, I was concerned that we weren't able to say yes, but I was also concerned that we needed to reply to his letter.
And that reference, of course, is to at the very top when you approve this response as the response to go to Alberta.
Yep.
And then I'll ask you, Mr. Clerk, to please go up to the top. There's a reference to has the PMO approved? And I take the PMO to be the Prime Minister's office. Is that correct?
That's the usual, that acronym represents the Prime Minister's office.
For sure. And was it a requirement that the Prime Minister's office approve a response to an RFA?
No, not normally, but clearly there was communication between the offices because there's also an issue of intergovernment affairs between ourselves and the provinces. I think there was a complexity to this request because it involved a number of different ministries, and it was an unusual outcome because we always try to find a way to say yes.
Do you know if the Prime Minister's office ever did approve a response to Alberta's RFA?
I have no knowledge of that. I'm not involved in those communications.
All right. There is reference in the records to your Chief of Staff arranging a February 9th meeting with the Prime Minister to discuss the RFA. Were you aware of those discussions?
No.
Okay, thank you. I am over my time. I would ask the indulgence of the Commissioner for a couple more minutes just to touch on 2 more things, please.
Okay, go ahead, but try and make it fast. Everyone's been
For
over,
sure.
with one exception, as I recall.
All right, Mr. Clerk, could you please pull up document ssm.nsc.can 403164? And this is an email dated February 17th from you to your Chief of Staff, Minister Blair.
Yes.
I'll have you scroll down a little bit to that second email. It says, Zita, this letter from Alberta is incredibly helpful. They are asking for federal assistance. They say they've exhausted all existing authorities and resources. They are practically begging for us to help. We should think about publishing this. I'll take it this is reference to the February 5th RFA that your office received from Minister McIver. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. You wanted this letter to be published as support for Government of Canada's invocation of the Emergencies Act, correct?
My intention was that it would be published because we were putting documentary evidence before Parliament. There was an ongoing parliamentary debate and there was a vote scheduled for the following week. And my recommendation, because specifically Minister McIver had talked about the RCMP exhausting, the language isn't in front of me, but I believe his letter said all of their resources and options. And I thought that was particularly relevant to the discussion around the invocation of the Act.
But you were also aware prior to the invocation of the Act of Alberta's success in purchasing tow equipment, correct?
I was aware that they'd purchased tow equipment. I also was aware that it had become somewhat moot because after the investigation by the RCMP, the seizure of weapons and the arrest of a number of individuals, the blockade that existed at Coots, most of those people skedaddled.
All right, thank you. One last record to put before you. That's PB.can 401132. And this is an appearance that a transcript of an appearance you had on Global News on February 13th at 11 a.m. Eastern Time.
We don't have it, sorry.
And if you scroll down, please, Mr. Clerk, to page 2.
They don't have it. They don't have it.
There's a question from Mercedes Stevenson. You can see it now just at the bottom of your screen. Are you prepared to invoke the Emergencies Act?
It's not on the bottom of my screen, but
sorry, can you scroll down there, please, Mr. Clerk? There it is there. And your response is, certainly, I will tell you the Emergencies Act has been under a very fulsome consideration right from the first day as to what needs to be done. When you refer to right from the first day, what day are you talking about?
Actually, my responsibility as the Minister of Emergency Preparedness is to examine every federal authority and resource that can be brought to bear. As I've earlier testified, I'd actually examined the use of this particular act during the pandemic and determined that the threshold was not met. And throughout this event, I was aware of this and many other legislative options available to us. And so it was something that we were prepared to examine. But as you can see in my answer, a more fulsome answer, below that, I was very clear that our work with the provinces was important. And I talked about the Ontario steps that they had taken with their own Emergency Act. And as I believe it said, we will see if their effectiveness is sufficient to bring the situation in Ontario under control. And as I've said, I don't believe that we had at the time of this discussion on the Sunday morning reached that decision. And I was indicating that we were prepared to look at every option.
But you'll agree, your answer was that it was under very fulsome consideration. So it's not just a background option, it's something that you were seriously considering, correct?
What I was attempting to convey is that every option was on the table, and we were prepared to examine every option and then to do what was required to bring about a peaceful resolution of these blockades.
Okay, I understand that you did
I'm going to have to say that you're now more than double your time. So one last question is all I'll allow.
All right, you will agree with me that by speaking on news programs on February 13th, you made the public aware that the federal government was considering the Emergencies Act, correct?
I anticipated that the public was expecting their government to consider every option to bring about a peaceful resolution to these protests because it was hugely impactful, not just to the people of Ottawa and the communities impacted, but to the entire country.
All right. Thank you very much for answering my questions today, Minister Blair.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the province of Saskatchewan, please.
Good evening, Minister. My name is Mike Morris, and I'm counsel for the government of Saskatchewan. Sir, will you agree with me that after the cabinet meeting on February 13th, the Prime Minister was left with full discretion as to whether the Emergencies Act would be invoked the next day, following his consultation with First Ministers?
Just to be clear, sir, because if I'm going to agree with you, I want to be precise.
Yes.
The matter had been discussed at Cabinet. It was left what we call ad referendum to the Prime Minister, but it was very clear to everybody that the Prime Minister's decision was contingent upon the consultation that he would undertake the following day with First Ministers.
Understood. My understanding is that Cabinet did not meet again then, though, until after the Emergencies Act was invoked. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the Prime Minister did not then take the consultations back to Cabinet before invoking the Act. You'll agree with me.
And I believe, sir, that we'd had the Cabinet meeting, as you've indicated, the night before. There was a Cabinet discussion, but the final decision was left ad referendum to the Prime Minister following his consultations with the First Ministers.
I understand your answer. Minister Blair, I understand you're the President of the Privy Council, correct?
Yes, I am.
On Friday, we heard evidence from the Deputy Clerk of the Privy Council, and I'd like to pull up the transcript for some of the evidence given by the Deputy Clerk, Ms. Drouin. So, Registrar, if we could pull up the transcript, it's TRN 6026. And spoiler alert, we're going to be looking at page 300 of the transcript where Ms. Drouin is giving evidence. It'll be 300, right?
300.
Not on the PDF, but on the
300
itself. So can you go down just a little bit further? Remember is where I want to start. Okay, up just a bit. Okay, this is Ms. Drouin's evidence from last week. And she says, remember that we also discussed today that the moment we talk about the Emergency Act, that can trigger some reactions. And that was the CSIS assessment on the risk of triggering or invoking the Emergency Act. So we were quite aware that the moment that we talk publicly about the Emergency Act, the timeline to take a decision is very short. It can be a go or no go, but you cannot wait. I'm just going to ask you to scroll down a little bit further now, please. Scroll down a little bit further. Thank you. No, up. Okay, next paragraph. You cannot put that in the domain without taking a decision. And what we were afraid happened very rapidly. The moment we hang off the call on the FMM, it was already out there that we were thinking about the Emergency Act. So this is why, we were very concerned and concerned that talking about the Emergency Act will request a very rapid decision, a no or a yes, but a rapid decision. Now, you can probably anticipate my next question, Minister, but did you share Ms. Drouin's concern about publicly talking about the Emergencies Act?
I think if I read this correctly, the Deputy Clerk's concern is that after a very important step in any process of invocation involves consultation with the First Ministers, and Deputy Drouin's concern appears to be that after that call, some of that information was being made public, which I think, and I do understand the concern, because it does, although it's not the final decision, many might take an inference that this was likely to happen. That, in my opinion, is different than suggesting we were considering all options, which was a conversation that I'd had a number of times prior to that. But if the deputy's concern, quite frankly, I have great respect for the deputy, and if this was a concern she had, and it aligns somewhat with CIS's advice that the invocation of the act could result in a violent reaction from some.
Okay. My friend for counsel for the government of Alberta referred to your interview with Mercedes Stevenson. I understand you also gave an interview with Rosemary Barton on Sunday morning, February 13th. Is that correct, Minister?
Yes, sir.
And that was on Rosemary Barton Live. I understand at that time you advised Ms. Barton that the IRG had been having daily discussions about the potential invocation of the Emergencies Act. Is that fair?
I'd actually have to see that to understand the precise language. I was trying to be, and it was always my intent to be very precise, that we were considering all of our options, including the Emergencies Act, but that no decision had yet been made.
Who knows,
You
Thomas?
recall telling Ms. Barton that the police now have new authorities and very effective tools. We just need the police to do their job.
Yes, I do, and I was referring to the new authorities as those that had come from the province of Ontario, with the invocation of their emergencies measures and as well the regulations that they had brought in on the Saturday.
And do you also recall stating that it was somewhat inexplicable why enforcement was not happening?
I was asked if I could explain the law enforcement's response, and I said it was somewhat inexplicable. And my meaning there, I hope, was clear, that I could neither explain nor account for law enforcement's response. Frankly, that's up to them.
Okay. Did you think that your statements might suggest that a decision needed to be made fairly promptly about invoking the Emergencies Act or not?
I don't believe that would have influenced either the Prime Minister or the First Ministers in their deliberations.
Okay. I understand that you were not present at the First Minister's meeting held on February 14th. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Now, in your view, would it have been appropriate to advise what that meeting was going to be about before the start of the meeting?
You're asking me to speculate on something, frankly, I have no knowledge of, and I was not part of that meeting.
If you were a premier, would you have preferred being advised in advance about what a First Minister's meeting is going to be about?
That's quite a hypothetical, sir, and I've never thought about being a premier.
You're well over time, so with that answer, you're going to have to wrap up, please.
Last question. Thank you, Commissioner. Minister, from your perspective, would there have been any risk to advising the premiers about what the First Minister's meeting was going to be about?
Respectfully, sir, I don't believe I'm in a position to assess that risk.
Okay, that's my last question, so thank you for answering them.
Thank you. Next is the Canadian
Or not
Constitution
answering them,
Foundation.
whichever.
The CCF. Let's go. Oh, here we go. He's good. Miller.
Minister Blair, good evening. My name is Sujit Chaudhry. I am counsel for the Canadian Constitution Foundation. I have some questions for you about some remarks you made or evidence you provided in your witness statement regarding the sequencing of requests by the OPS to the OPP and the RCMP. And so just for the sake of time, I'd prefer not to call it up, although I will if you'd like to refresh your memory. But do you recall you said that the City of Ottawa and the OPS were not following the proper procedure for requesting resources because requests for police resources in Ontario are formally governed by Section 9 of the Police Services Act?
And I believe that I expanded upon that evidence in my examination in chief earlier today, sir, that I am familiar, of course, with a number of circumstances where various police services may seek and obtain assistance from others. I was also just simply pointing out to council that there is a provision within the Police Services Act that allows for a police chief dealing with an emergency that exceeds the capacity of his police service to manage. There is a section in the act that allows him to request assistance from the OPP.
And Minister Blair, would you agree that that provision, although it authorizes a municipal police force or a chief of police to seek assistance from the OPP, it doesn't require that they go first to the OPP before going to the RCMP?
No, and in fact, well, again, depending on the circumstances, they often go to neighboring police services. I can tell you from experience, in the Toronto Police Service, we very frequently assisted other municipalities because we had a fairly robust and well-established public order unit that we would assist those other police services.
Okay. And so you'll recall the tripartite calls that Chief Slowly participated on February 7th and 8th.
Yes, sir.
And you had a brief interaction with him. And this was after the request for policing resources was sent simultaneously by Mayor Watson and Chair Deans, both to Ontario and to the federal government. And this type of concern about sequencing, it wasn't ever relayed to him, was it?
I did not discuss the Ontario Police Services Act with the mayor.
Right.
My primary interaction was with the mayor, and on the first tripartite meeting, Chief Slowly joined that call right at the end, and we did not discuss.
And you'd agree there's nothing in the RCMP Act that says that the RCMP can't respond to a request from a municipal police service?
No, and in fact they do, but there is actually, the Ontario Police Services Act is silent to the RCMP. And the RCMP has some capacity to respond, but under normal circumstances, it's somewhat limited.
Sure, and this wasn't a normal circumstance though, was it?
No, I think that, as I said, it was uniquely challenging for the City of Ottawa and then in the multiple other jurisdictions that were being impacted by the blockades.
And so if I could conclude here, so you'd agree that even though in the normal course, it might be appropriate and it might be standard practice for a municipal police service in this province to first go to the OPP or to other municipal police forces before going to the RCMP, perhaps in the case of the convoy and in the National Capital Region, it might have been entirely appropriate to set aside that normal practice and go directly to the RCMP in parallel.
I can tell you from a long experience that the RCMP are actually a very important and valued partner in providing public safety services here in the National Capital Region. And because they have a presence here, probably stronger than anywhere else in Ontario.
Thank you, sir.
Of course, sir.
Thank you. Next is the DDF, JCCF, Democracy Fund, and
Mr. Blair, I'm Rob Kittredge, counsel for the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms, and we share standing at these hearings with the Democracy Fund and Citizens for Freedom. You understand that in order to declare a public order emergency pursuant to the Emergencies Act, there must be a threat to the security of Canada, as that term is defined in Section 2 of the CSIS Act, right?
Yes.
And I guess let's put that definition up on the screen, please, just for reference. COM 935, Section 2. Are you familiar with the Section 2 CSIS Act definition of a threat to the security of Canada?
Yes.
CSIS themselves advised Cabinet that the protests didn't pose a Section 2 CSIS Act threat. You were aware of their assessment, weren't you?
But I think context is really important, sir. The advice that I understood from CSIS is that it did not meet the CSIS threshold for them to enable them to initiate an investigation And they were very clear about that. But for the purposes of the Emergencies Act, that definition, I believe, has a broader application.
No, it doesn't.
That is contained within that definition, and it really the
Can't just make up a
threat of
definition.
violence, I believe very clearly the threat of violence. I also believe that the threat of violence existed.
Holy hell!
And I
Choking on his
also
words.
believe that
Choking on
the
his words.
threshold for in that definition is different for the Emergencies Act than it was in the very narrow
Than in the
application
law.
of that definition to enable the CSIS to undertake an investigation.
All right,
I
and-
was previously the minister responsible
So
for CSIS.
you would think
I'm
you would
not
need
unfamiliar
more
with
to invoke an
the
act,
extensive
like the Emergencies Act, than you do
jurisprudence
to
and very
start
high standards
investigating
that
someone.
exists for CSIS to take that action.
In the interest of just trying to,
Like-
I'm hoping to understand.
So
your
by
thinking
making
a
that
little bit
argument-
better, and in the interest of trying to do that in 5
He-
minutes,
he's making the point
if
that-
you can help
that
us
there should be a
get
lesser
through this
threshold.
in-
That didn't mean
in,
his
you
the
know,
CSIS
shorter
threat to
answers wherever
or
possible.
to
That would
investigate.
be,
How could it
that would
meet
be
a
really
higher threshold?
appreciated. You, looking at this definition here, you haven't raised any concerns about espionage, sabotage, foreign interference, or a credible threat to overthrow the government of Canada associated with the protests, have you?
And again, there was some concern, not the activities of a foreign state actor, but that there was some concern about foreign influenced activities, detrimental
Unfounded
to the interests of
concern.
Canada, and as well, just to be very clear, I believe there was more than ample evidence in support.
Somebody's messing
that
with
the
his
threat
camera.
or the use of acts of serious violence, and that or is rather important. I
Right.
think,
Well,
very many people felt threatened.
Okay, fair enough.
intimidated.
You had outlined several concerns to Commission Council earlier: disruptions to supply chains, impacts on the flow of goods and services, disruptions to
Oh, he's ready.
transportation,
People felt-
disruptions at the border.
People
et
felt
cetera.
threatened, he
These
just
things
said.
may be undesirable
Felt
and they may have an
threatened.
impact on Canadians,
exactly
but
what's
they aren't
happening,
in and
Thomas.
of themselves serious violence, are they?
No, but I think there is an underlying threat of serious violence. Just if I may very quickly give you an example. In our
No, but.
conversations with,
Look at his
with the
face.
police,
He's like, you're wasting my
both
time.
the
No,
RCMP
but.
in Alberta and the Ottawa Police Service here in Ottawa, they were very concerned. And CSIS actually reaffirmed this concern that any enforcement on their part could result in a violent and provoke a very violent response. I think as well, in all the people that we dealt with in
That would
Windsor
always be a
and in
concern with
Ottawa,
large crowds. If
um,
you move violently on them,
certainly
they may
disruption of
react
critical infrastructure
violently.
was a very serious issue of national.
That can be said about any large
It's a very
crowd.
serious issue, but it's not serious violence in and of itself. I mean,
No,
you
but-
spent a
no,
lot of
no,
time
but-
earlier on today speaking to Commission
no,
Council
but-
about your concerns about the protests.
Oh, shit, he's fuming.
And you outlined concerns
He's
like
crying.
the impact of
Yeah.
He's crying
the
so hard.
disruption to supply
Wait,
chains
can-
on Canadians. And you
if I may
spent quite a
finish-
bit of time on that.
if I
You
may
didn't spend
finish,
much
sir.
time
Yeah.
identifying any
And I'm
real
pleased to have the
concerns
opportunity to
of
do so
serious
now,
violence,
sir.
Did you?
I believe that many Canadians experience threats of violence, intimidation, and fear as a result of the activities
Cite it.
taking place. at these
Intimidation and
That's
fear
not-
aren't in and of
Let him-
themselves.
Let him finish the answer,
Well,
then you can.
I mean,
Yeah, okay,
in the
Commissioner.
interest of getting me through
Yeah.
this in 5 minutes and
Yeah,
giving
but
me a
if
chance
you
Yeah.
to
let
answer.
him answer, then there's no
Oh, my-
asking
it's
the
true.
question.
Okay, Commissioner.
True. Intimidation and fear in and of themselves, though, aren't serious violence. I mean, the experience of intimidation and fear, serious violence means something, doesn't it?
Commissioner's made his
Well,
mind up.
in threats of violence, and I think very many people felt very threatened by what was taking place.
That's not
Quite
the
frankly, intimidation and a very real apprehension of risk and danger as a
Apprehension.
result of these activities. I think we heard from very many Canadians who
That's
were very
not-
sincerely fearful about these things, and we heard from the
Because
police
of lies
who
and
told
rhetoric
us that
coming from the
just in
government.
normal, even writing
You say-
municipal bylaw tickets could precipitate a violent response.
But it
And so the
didn't.
police were
That's
very
the case of
fearful
every bylaw
a
ticket.
Violent
Wait,
reaction.
hold on.
But writing municipal bylaw tickets didn't incite a violent response, did it?
Well, again, we were talking about a threat of violence, not just merely the act. You know, I
Right.
think it's
So,
very clear. If somebody gets punched
can I
or
just-
or something blows up, that's crystal clear. But acts of
What an attempt!
intimidation,
What like
obstruction,
open politicking,
This is crazy.
obstructing the
can
proceeding,
also be quite
obstructing
violent.
the
So-
If they're
proceeding.
experienced
Yeah,
by
crazy.
There's been a lot said here in the last couple of minutes, and I'm very close to, if not over my time here. But
Successfully obstructed.
I guess I'd like to ask you, You're making a lot of noise about intimidation and threats of violence, but can you point me to any particular specific threat of violence or event that was violent?
Well, sir, you've characterized my response as noise, but I was trying to answer your question.
Well, I appreciate that, but I'm just trying to cut through this and get an answer out of you.
I can tell you we heard from very many Canadians who were very fearful about the activities of these blockades and protests. You know, they were afraid to walk down their street. They were intimidated and fearful of all those reactions. Some of the the symbols and other things that were on display were very threatening to very many Canadians. And frankly, the threat of violence is every bit as impactful on a community and on individuals.
No, it's not.
It was a very
perceived threat is not the same as violence.
The definition in Section 2 of the CSIS Act of a threat to the security of Canada doesn't capture everything that you in your capacity as a Minister of Emergency Preparedness would consider to be a threat to the security of Canada, does it?
I'm not sure what you mean. I think this definition is fairly comprehensive and includes the type of behaviors that I've referred to.
But you would say that in your occupation as Minister of Emergency Preparedness, this sets the limit of what you would consider to be a threat to the security of Canada, Section 2 of the CSIS Act.
I think this defines what, in my opinion, would be a public order threat to the security of Canada. There can be other types of threats that were not necessarily evident here. A cyber attack, for example, that's targeted at critical infrastructure that shuts off a pipeline or a power grid or a water treatment plant. Those can also manifest themselves as threats.
He's so nervous, and look at how red he is.
I know.
Look at how red he is. What a fucking liar.
Physical
and
violence
what is that?
in the first instance.
Okay. And just a final question. It's your belief that this definition here in Section 2 of the CSIS Act applies differently to CSIS than it does in the context of the Emergencies Act, right?
I'm aware in the way in which this definition applies to CSIS's authority as determined by the courts to initiate an investigation. But I also believe that in its reference in the Emergencies Act, that this it needs to be looked at in a broader context than simply whether or not CSIS.
No, because it didn't apply in my case.
And there is, I think, very useful guidance.
You should need more. You should need more.
The Emergencies Act uses a different definition of a threat to the security of Canada.
No, I think this definition as provided.
If it's broader, it's different.
In my opinion, is appropriate and does in fact identify the events and the circumstances that we have described as a concern within the act as in fact a threat to the security of Canada.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Well, they don't. They don't.
Okay, next is the CCLA.
You might think that,
please.
but they don't.
CCLA, let's go, CCLA. Get someone
Come
in
on.
there. Oh, look at this guy. Look at this guy. His face was so red and flushed.
Don't get to just interpret whatever you want.
He's just like, holy shit, what is he bumping?
Well, he's chugging that water down. Look at his cheeks, flushed like crazy. You could see him turn red in real time earlier. In real time, he went red.
Canadian Civil Liberties
Could see it.
Association. I just have a few minutes with you, and I just want to ask you about those few days, I guess between February 10th and the 14th. So I think this is when we switch from the SSE meetings to the IRG meetings. Is that right? Okay. And is it fair to say, I mean, I think probably starting at the end of January, but certainly by this time that the federal government was feeling significant pressure from many quarters to do something about what was happening across the country?
Respectfully, I would characterize that the government was feeling significant concern.
Respectfully.
We were concerned about the impact these protests were having on the people of Ottawa and the other communities impacted and critical infrastructure.
Yeah, but your bullshit over the last couple of years doesn't matter, and what you did to millions of Canadians doesn't fucking matter, you selfish prick.
But also at the seat of Parliament. We had people in the nation's capital.
If I may, Parliament continued to function throughout this, notwithstanding it was a challenge and noisy. I think the impacts, from my perspective, were far more significant on the people living in Ottawa, trying to do business in Ottawa. And
Ottawa is a massive city.
Windsor, and I'm also very mindful.
99.98% of Ottawa was unaffected, completely unaffected.
Living, to go about their business. It was very impactful on a lot of people in a lot of different places.
Not one.
And
Pickled brain
around
syndrome.
this time, the 10th.
You know how big Ottawa is?
When Ontario.
It's the biggest, second biggest municipality in
North
America.
emergency under the Emergency Management.
It's huge.
Look at him. Look at him. He's like, please end this. Please end this. Please, I can't go on. Please.
11th, and I think
God, you're coming.
Under that
I have to
act
do
were
it. I have to
actually
do it.
published. So
I
the
have to do
actual
it.
sort of operative provisions that gave police.
Please.
Yeah, he's not gonna make it much longer.
Came
No,
into
he's not.
existence on the 12th.
He can't handle this. He's just fucking up left, right, and center. He
now,
can't handle it.
Then we have
Short
the
circuit.
13th,
1,
where
0,
there's
1.
An IRG meeting.
One,
Was there any
Look at his face.
consideration, I guess by you, I'm not
Looks like he's
asking
on
you
another
to
fucking
disclose
planet.
the deliberations of cabinet, but any consideration around giving the Ontario orders
He
some
totally is,
time
Dan.
to work?
Totally.
I can tell you, I had asked my staff for a full list of the Ontario measures that were enacted the day before. I also looked at their utility and whether they would address the concerns that had been raised to us about, and I'll just
Say
give you
something,
some
Matt.
quick examples if I may.
Okay, shut this guy. Let's not listen
Yeah,
to this
no,
idiot.
I'm not sleepy. I'm just watching. That's the only thing I'm doing right now.
You're doing good, Matt. You're doing good.
I'm pretty sleepy for what it's worth.
Look at him just going on and on and on and on.
Oh, let me count my talking points. Let me count my 1 lie, 2 lie, 3 lie, 4. Oh wait.
There's literally no difference in having it on or having it off. He's just lying.
No.
He's just like inserting
Diatribe, lie, diatribe, political talking point.
We're wasting time. There's no difference.
New
in having it
language.
or not. You literally don't miss anything.
Eventually got there. There was still considerable deliberations going on, but again, the limitations of the federal statute, and they also did not have the ability to designate certain spaces, which was a concern as well, because we were concerned they were concentrating, for example, on Wellington. I was very concerned about their ability to go back to a municipal intersection just off the Ambassador Bridge, and so we looked at whether or not the Ontario regulations provided us with adequate assurance that those matters could be dealt with. And although they were very welcome, I want to be very clear that I was very appreciative of the work that Ontario had done and the measures that they brought forward. In my opinion, after an examination of them, they didn't address all of the deficiencies and the lack of tools that we had identified.
Okay. Now, would you say that at this point, you and perhaps some of your colleagues in the federal government are feeling embarrassed about what's happening in Canada, feeling that there's international attention and it looks like Canada's struggling to deal with this situation?
Respectfully, I've never indulged myself in feelings of embarrassment. I've got a job to do. We have a responsibility to protect Canadians, to protect critical infrastructure in this country, and to respond appropriately to unlawful activity. I personally, and I believe all of my colleagues, we're deeply motivated by our responsibility to Canadians to do what was required to restore the rule of law and peace.
Okay, can we turn up ssm.nsc.can 402999? And this is another text message between you and your chief of staff. Now, I don't think we have dates on most of these.
I recall this.
Okay, and I think this is you on the
I recall
on the
this.
side of the screen. I'm wondering if anyone
No
else
way.
is embarrassed that the protest on Wellington is expanding. Dozens of new porta potties and a new stage.
So,
I'm
he
embarrassed
says,
for
"I
my
was never-"
former profession and worried for my government, which is being made to look very weak and ineffective. I can't believe that I'm hoping that Doug Ford will save us.
And again, and my remarks obviously are intemperate, and I regret that, but let me be very clear.
Let me be very clear.
I was very concerned by a number of things. First of all, there was an expansion in some of the protest activity that was taking place in Ottawa.
Yeah, they have toilets
I was
now.
hearing very clearly how concerned
Basic
people of
human
Ottawa
necessities.
were about that not just the activity that was taking place, but that it appeared to become even more entrenched. There was also a lot of public discourse, and particularly in Ottawa, but in other places as well, about people losing confidence in the police. And trust and confidence in the police is absolutely essential for them to do their job. And so I was very concerned about the impact that the apparent ineffectiveness of
Give
the
them more
police to
weapons,
deal with
then.
this was causing
That'll help.
in the public's confidence, in their competence and their ability to resolve this. And finally, one of the things that we were also hearing a lot of people are very confused about who is responsible for policing in the city of Ottawa. And you know, for most people, they don't differentiate between the responsibilities of different orders of government. And what I was also hearing is that many people assumed that the federal government was responsible for this. And my comment was that I knew it was primarily the provincial responsibility, the province's responsibility under their Police Services Act to take certain steps. And I was hoping that they would take those steps. And by the way, subsequently on, I believe, December 11th, they did, in fact, pass their own Emergencies Act and introduce regulations on the 12th.
Okay, and I know I'm out of time. Can I just have one more moment to wrap up? Thank you, Commissioner. So the IRG on the 13th, and then there's a cabinet meeting the night of the 13th as well. And then the following morning is when there's the First Minister's meeting, and then the act is invoked. But we know that the morning of or overnight leading into the 14th, the blockade at Coots was dealt with and arrests were made. And the Ambassador Bridge, I believe, had also been cleared. Is there anything that could have happened between the 13th and the 14th that, in your view, would have caused the government or should have caused the government to pause and say, perhaps we don't need to take this nuclear option that we're about to take?
Well, thank you for the question. I want to be very clear. We approach, and certainly my approach to this, but I believe
I want to be very clear. I want to be very clear. How many times?
Prime Minister, we approached the invocation of the Emergency Act with great caution, with real reluctance. We saw it as a last resort, and we were prepared to do what was required, but only if required, and only for as long as was required. And so throughout all of our deliberations, there was that concern. You asked what circumstances might have enabled us to say we're done. If we'd been able to receive some assurances that, the blockade at Coots had gone on for almost, I think, 13 days. Its resolution was not as a result of the towing away of those trucks or the people deciding to leave. It was a direct result of an RCMP investigation in which several people were arrested, charged with very serious criminal offenses and the seizure of quite a number of weapons. And then they moved very quickly. We still had significant blockades at Emerson. We were seeing them in the Pacific Highway. Although the Ambassador Bridge had been reopened, there was lots of intelligence suggesting that they would return. The police were telling us they had the ability to clear it, but not the ability to hold it. And we were hearing of an intention to go to the Point Edwards Bridge at Sarnia, to go to the Priest Bridge, to go to other bridges, all of which would have had a similar effect.
He's just giving a speech.
Significantly impacting Canadians and Canadian interests. And so we were still dealing with a set of circumstances where...
Yeah, look at how red he is. Look at the line of red around his face.
Oh, I know. He's way more red now. I know.
Look, it's breaking
around his
mouth. He's literally fucking red.
And we were still dealing with
two of the major problems were completely done.
It looks like he's breaking out into a major rash.
Criminal Lawyers Association.
Weapons unrelated to the
Minister,
protest.
my name is Greg Del Biggio. I'm one of the lawyers representing the Criminal Lawyers Association and the Canadian Council of Criminal Defense Lawyers. You have testified that, in your view, reliance upon the Emergencies Act was a matter of last resort, and I'm going to pick up on that theme, okay? When Commission Counsel asked you questions, what now probably feels like some time ago, he asked you questions about why there was about mistrust between, as I understood it, police agencies. He used the phrase ships passing in the night. He, in a question, suggests there was confusion and disagreement about who goes where and does what. Your answer to that was in reference to governance. But my question is, as you look back today, to what extent do you believe that better communications, more effective communications between police agencies and within police agencies might have avoided the need for resort upon the Emergencies Act?
And first of all, let me agree vigorously that good communications within police services and between police services is very important in them doing the important job that we task them with in our society to keep the public safe. What we were also dealing with, however, in government was the reality that that communication perhaps had not been as effective. And as a result of, and again, it's not my job here to assess responsibility, but the reality was this had persisted for a very long time. In many respects, it had gotten more difficult and dangerous, and we were concerned that it had to be resolved. And so, I'm in complete agreement that good communications within police services and between police services, and I would also add, between those governance bodies responsible for policing and the public. I think those communications really critically important and on all aspects of this. But in the event that had not been as effective as perhaps we would have preferred or wanted it to be, we were dealing with a situation that was uniquely challenging and required, unfortunately, in my opinion, an extraordinary response.
You looked at the Emergencies Act because circumstances pushed it onto your plate and you had to deal with it. My responsibility is to look at all federal authorities in existing legislation. And because of, frankly, my background, I also look at municipal bylaws in their application and highway, like Ontario statutes, such as the Highway Traffic Act, which can also be applicable and useful in these circumstances. And so one of my responsibilities is to look at every legal authority. I've already mentioned, for example, at Windsor, we looked at the International Bridges and Tunnels Act to see if there was any application that would assist us with. And what we found in the unique and challenging circumstances that police and communities were confronted with as a result of these blockades, there were, I think, a need for additional tools and authorities to enable them to affect the important lawful purpose of restoring the peace. And finally, Minister, when you testify that about your belief that the Emergencies Act is a matter of last resort, that's not just a personal preference you're expressing, that's your belief with respect to what the law requires, right?
It is what
yes,
it
I believe
requires.
that is a requirement that, and as well, the law also requires that it be charter compliant, that it be time limited, and it also provides a number of parliamentary processes and an inquiry. All of those are very high standards that the law puts in place, and in my opinion, appropriately high standards.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Call on the Government of Canada, please.
Oh, yay.
Commissioner?
Oh,
yes.
Before he begins, my colleagues at the Government of Canada have moments ago provided some unredacted records finally based on our motions. One of those records is relevant and material to this witness extraordinarily. And if my friend, I'd be asking to deviate on that basis because they were just provided moments ago. To be able to ask this witness for 5 more minutes so I may question them about this new document. I can advise it's February 12th minutes readout from a ministerial meeting about this very issue, and it's very enlightening.
Does it involve this witness?
You just said it did.
It does.
Okay. What's your position on that?
I'm trying to sort that out right now, as I'm not aware of what my friend is speaking of in terms of the specific document.
Hair guy, holy fuck,
I
his hair is
see
all
that
over the
there's
place.
been a
I've never seen his hair like this.
Holy crap, give me a second, I'm a little flustered.
From the Government of Canada with respect to one of my friend's motions with an attachment to it. And frankly, Commissioner, I don't think
we are
informed
going into
enough of
overtime.
those at the council table at the moment to respond to what my friend has. If we took 2 minutes, we may be able to get there.
Yeah, maybe we'll take 5 minutes, a 5-minute break, and probably the witness can appreciate it. It's
look
been
at
a
him.
long afternoon or evening, so we'll take 5 minutes, and then maybe you can sort it out, and we can come back, because obviously it's better to have the questioning. And you can also deal with Commission Council. I don't know if they can help.
Breaking developments.
I'm sure they're
We're
willing
all-
to help if.
So tired.
Okay,
So tired.
thank you. We'll take 5 minutes and you can, Commission Council, come and get me if it's.
Needs to take his
The
blood
commission is in
pressure
recess for
Okay. What do you
La
think, guys?
Commission. I think that Bill Blair doesn't get to change the definition of things to suit his Emergency Act needs. That's unreal. Like, so what? There's lawful and legal definitions of things. Like, it's very plain English. There are a few lines so that there isn't any confusion, not so that Minister Blair can reinterpret them to suit his agenda.
Yeah, Mr. Blair and CSIS and the sorry. Let me remove CSIS from that because Director Vigneault does not represent CSIS. He's the director of CSIS. He's a political appointee and a former and a year or 3 ago was an advisor to the Liberal cabinet. So he's a politician fulfilling a mandate as the director of CSIS, who's very politically associated with the Liberal Party. So let's remove him and let's take what the organization said.
To prepare for emergencies. Sorry.
Let's say what an emergency.
Testing your nerves.
What the Emergencies Act says as a whole, like what CSIS as a whole says, is that there was no threat to the national security at any time. And when Bill Blair went on his time-wasting rants over there, which I was live tweeting about. By the way, guys, go follow us on go follow me on Twitter. Go like all my stuff. Get my stuff to trend. Go like everything. Go comment on everything. Go retweet everything. Do it on the Facebook too. That's great. If you could go do that, that would be really helpful. Thank you so much. Go like everything. I commented all of the things that are big happening in real time.
I'm going to get some stuff too, maybe. That would be fun. Start doing the tweet machine. That's what I need. Another thing to do. What do we got? 5 minutes? We are going into overtime here.
It's been a long day, eh?
Well, I think it's going to be something if it's worth objecting and then taking a 5-minute break for, and then coming back to ask additional questions of this witness. I think it's probably something.
There's something big because he wouldn't have said that with just a little thing.
Yes. Last minute unredacted documents coming up.
So CSIS as a whole, regardless of their director Vigneault, said that it did not pose a credible threat to the security did not pose a threat to the security of Canada, nor any kind of credible threat, nor did any threat ever materialize into violence. It didn't happen. So they've got nothing to play with. They've got an empty hand.
People felt scared, though. People felt scared, John.
Yeah, and Bill Blair was asked specifically for an example of that happening,
and could not provide. Yeah,
and he could not provide anything. He was asked over and over again, and he just ranted and raved about how the people of Canada felt. What about how the people of Canada felt about what his government was doing, about their prime minister saying that they fucking take up space and driving some Antifa whack job in Winnipeg to run them over with a car?
Yeah.
Because the prime minister because the prime minister's words inspired ideologically motivated violent extremism. And forced a leftist sympathizer of the prime minister to run over a group of protesters in Winnipeg days after his rancid speech about hate symbols and all kinds of bullshit, which is IMVE according to CSIS. Why isn't the prime minister being investigated for that? His words led to violent extremism. Where's the repercussions for that? He literally caused a group of people to be run over because he othered them so fucking hard and made people petrified of other people who made certain personal medical decisions that he has no accreditation, no anything to comment on their decisions. He's got no leg to stand on at all. He's an ant in a molehill. He's an ant in a mountain. He's got nothing nowhere. And his words led to violence in Winnipeg. His words led to a leftist whack job who sympathizes with him to run over a group of people who don't agree with the prime minister in Winnipeg. The prime minister's words caused violence in Winnipeg. Where's the repercussions for that? Where's the IMVE assessment for that? Where's the truth about that? Where's that fucking bullshit coming in? Huh? You gonna tell me? Because that's what IMVE is, right? It's words that lead to the threat or the death or the potential for death. Running over people is attempting to kill them. Those people. That guy, by the way, is a predator as well. Came out recently. He's charged again with more stuff.
Oh yeah, so he's a menace.
And he's let out again.
Oh, of course he is. Of course.
Let out again with conditions lighter than Tamara Lee had.
Yeah, and you, at the same time too, now you got the removing of all kinds of mandatory minimum sentences too for all kinds of serious gun crimes, serious like violent crimes. Yeah. Well, meanwhile, and then making the sale of all kinds of guns legal, making all kinds of guns arbitrarily illegal. It's ridiculous. And then making the crimes with guns not have minimums. Like it's absolutely lunacy.
I'm talking too much. I'm monopolizing a little bit here, guys, but get on the Twitter, like all the comments, retweet all the comments. It really helps us in the algorithm. It helps me in the algorithm. Get on that Twitter account. Push your finger, follow the Twitter account, like the tweets, retweet everything. Just boost us in the algorithm. Let's get it done. Everyone else, it's your turn.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see where was the violence that they're talking about. Where violence?
No threats of violence. There was none. There was none.
At the end, it makes me freak because it was the most peaceful thing I've ever been at for 23 days.
Cheers. Yeah, well, some people thought that you were dangerous.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Got my beard?
Yeah, probably because you're Quebecois, I guess.
Yeah, we're
they're racists.
Yeah, no, we were not.
Not you, them.
No,
the other side.
Yeah, like the racism and the violence and all of this. Oh, it makes me berserk just hearing all of these because it was so not true. It was such the opposite.
Yeah, it's pretty gaslighty. And if you're seeing that with your own eyes, and then people are telling you this stuff that's completely not true. Like you're like, hey, I'm here, I'm watching it, I'm live streaming it, whatever. People are telling you things that are categorically not true. Like they're absolutely outright untrue. Like,
I brought my dad one day. I'll just say it quickly. I brought my dad one day, and he arrived home, and he says to my mom, he says, "You're turning off this TV because it's a bunch of lie. I never saw something like this. There's nothing true about what's going on right now."
They're back.
And he, anyway, okay, let's continue.
Was advised of the information that has now been unredacted in a document that's previously been seen as a ministerial update readout.
Okay, and is that acceptable?
No, I advised my friend it wasn't. I would like to ask 5 minutes worth of questions. That's it, sir. That's all I would ask.
Okay. Well, I think I'm going to exercise my discretion and let the convoy ask a few questions. And the reason is this has been a very difficult
look at Bill Blair's face. Look at Bill Blair's face.
The government
look at his face. Holy shit. Look at him.
A lot
look
of
at him.
Produced
look at him.
Look at him. Very appreciative of their continuing efforts.
His jaw.
Similarly with
his jaw about hit the floor over there. Look at that shit.
Oh man.
And in some cases, we appreciate the government.
He's just getting his oxygen back.
And can then provide more clarity when after they review them.
And
all of this is, I think,
let me button my
to
coat.
the government's credit. Having said that, it does in some cases result in the parties having missed opportunities, and I would feel much better allowing the convoy to do the 5 minutes if they hadn't well exceeded their time, but in the circumstances, I'm still prepared to give them some time. And it's no negative reflection on the government, and nor on your ability to question. I'm not questioning that you would do it fairly. It's simply in recognition of the circumstances we're operating under, and I think an accommodation is appropriate. So
accept that.
Thanks for that long-winded response.
But it is, please be respectful of what the ruling is.
Okay, here we go.
Everybody, Miller time.
Hopefully
Every
this is
single
already in
person.
relativity.
Every single person. Miller time.
It is
every single person in the
document,
chat. Every person in the chat. Miller time.
ssm.ssc.0000287220, I think. Is that, do you have it? Great. Thank you. So, Minister, this is the 1 p.m. ministerial update readout, and you can scroll up and see it's a readout of what happened at your ministerial meeting on February 12th, 2022, all right? And if we can scroll down,
to the second page, please, where it says Ottawa. Thank you. So I just need to know if you were made aware of this. Essentially, right there, it says plan. This is for the third from the bottom. Plan presented yesterday was solely for approval. OPP, RCMP have approved. Will further present to minister. Meeting with Solly at 2. You're aware of that? You're aware that was what was advised on February 12th?
I was present at that meeting, and although I don't have a specific memory of every point that's listed here,
No, come on,
I
yes.
believe this was part of the discussion.
Right, and you can agree with me that the plan presented was the one from the Deputy Minister of Public Safety, Mr. Stewart?
And I don't have any information on like whether the Deputy Minister was, I have no recollection of what you've just said.
Okay.
And so I'm unable to agree with you.
Right, and are you aware, and is already in evidence, that on February 12th at 5 p.m., Deputy Minister Di Tommaso texted with Chief Slully, and he too approved the plan?
I have no knowledge of that.
Well, if that's the case, and all of the police in the jurisdiction of Ottawa approved the plan, why'd you invoke the Emergencies Act?
The invocation of the Emergencies Act was not contingent upon an approved plan. It was contingent upon what was necessary to bring about a peaceful resolution.
But isn't the RCMP, the OPP, and the OPS approving a plan that isn't the Emergencies Act?
Look at his face.
Yeah.
His mouth is looking at him. He's like, take a screenshot.
Hold on.
And again, I wasn't getting advice from law enforcement. We were getting
Oh,
information from law enforcement.
Missed it.
I don't have
His
any
face, he was like-
insight at all into whatever
like-
plan may have been devised by them.
Let me
I
try
had
if I
every
can
expectation
duplicate it.
that they were working together and would develop a plan, but I don't know its
No, it was
particulars.
like this. It was like-
And frankly, our decision was based on the threat assessment, the determination of the circumstances that existed across the country. And yes, I think it's a positive development that the police are working together in a plan, but the execution of that plan had not yet been realized and the threat had not yet abated.
Last question.
The plan didn't get a
all right,
chance.
The engagement plan,
They really
the
did.
proposal, in all of the cabinet minute meetings where it was discussed, it's attached to the minutes as a document that was discussed. So I take it, can you agree that the engagement proposal, you had that document, right?
I don't know that's what they're referring to in the document you've put in front of me today.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, now I'm calling on the Government of Canada again.
Oh, hair guy coming up. Man, we're
No,
34
they don't know how
minutes
to
into
do it.
overtime.
They don't know how to do it. They're like they're docking over there. They're panicked. That was
Like, wait, regroup.
It's Brendan Vinny and
Holy
Heisa
hell.
for the Government of Canada.
His hair is just about running on his head.
Just on the last point, looking at that word plan and the bullet point my friend was taking you to, are you certain sitting here today which plan that referred to?
No, sir. I make an assumption that it was the police operational plan, but I've never been given the details of their planning. I've never asked for it and did not require it.
Okay. So
Yeah,
is
I
it,
did not really
looking at what's noted there, is it equally possible sitting here today as far as you know that that's the engagement plan as opposed to enforcement plan?
And I don't know and wouldn't, I don't think it's appropriate to try to venture a guess. It's clear that there was discussion that they had come to an agreement with respect to a plan, but I don't know its particulars.
They didn't need the emergency.
All right. I would like to come back now to the broader issues here and ask you some questions about the environment that you were assessing as one of a number of members of cabinet. This morning, Commission Council asked, or this afternoon, Commission Council had asked you a number of questions about your perspective on the policing of public protest, which included a couple of well-known protest events that occurred when you were the chief of police at the Toronto Police Service.
Now we're going back to
Do you recall that? I'm taking you through the 2009 Tamil protests, for example.
Yes, sir.
And another well-known protest event in Toronto when you were the chief was the G20 held in June of 2010, right?
Yes, sir.
I think You and I are both quite familiar with that event, as well as the later process of accountability for some of the orders that were given by the Bronze Level Incident Commander on this Sunday, June 27th.
Yes, sir.
And as I recall, the evidence in that example, you ultimately intervened and ordered that an end be brought to certain of those operations when they came to your attention.
That's correct, sir.
I would like to ask you to focus for a moment on the events in Toronto on Saturday, June the 26th, and thinking about the scenario before us here in this inquiry. Do you recall what happened on June the 26th of 2010 in Toronto?
On the Saturday, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. There was a very difficult situation. What had been a relatively peaceful protest, although involving a very significant number of protesters, and there had been some incidents leading up to that. But on Saturday, unfortunately, a very significant portion of the protest began to riot. Tumultuously is I think the appropriate term. They were marching down towards the summit site. They turned and began running rapidly north up Yonge Street, smashing windows as they went. There was a number of police cars that were set on fire, and a number of my officers were injured as well.
Yes, and so one of your officers was quite seriously injured as a result of the police car being attacked by protesters. Was that right?
He was injured and rescued from the vehicle, which was subsequently set on fire.
Now, leading up to that event, sir, were you aware that there was a not insignificant amount of advance information and intelligence available with respect to certain actors, I think most famously associated with the Black Bloc actors that were shared with the Toronto Police Service?
Yes, sir. I recall that vividly.
And those individuals and groups were assessed as intending to cause violence to property and potentially persons.
Cool, in Toronto during the G20 or whatever, but not fucking in Ottawa during the Freedom Convoy. Thanks.
And
in fact, am I correct that some of these identifiable groups
use it as like a shining example of what to do?
Or were found to warrant the issuance and execution of search warrants in advance of the protests?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
But the events you described on Saturday, June the 26th, they involved individuals who were not on your radar specifically, didn't they?
That's correct, sir.
The groups that smashed stores and laid waste to a long section of Yonge Street in downtown Toronto, do you know whether all of them were part of the target group assessed or as subjects of interest ahead of the summit?
I believe many of them were not previously identified as subject of interest. I also believe, sir, that a number of people, frankly, get caught up in the moment. And it's part of the mob mentality sometimes when people begin to riot, that others who may not have come with that intention join in, and it becomes very challenging for the police to restore order.
Do you have the same perspective with respect to what occurred on Queen Street West, where at least two of the burning police cars, I understand, occurred?
Yes, sir. I recall watching that actually on video from police headquarters, and again, there was an element of that protest on Queen West, which was directly related to a number of identified anarchist groups, including the Black Bloc, but there were also very many other people that had not previously been identified and who joined in.
Putting yourself back to the situation in the streets of Toronto on June the 26th, sitting there in the middle of that afternoon, would you have had any reason to think that obtaining more surveillance or monitoring authorities or wiretap authorities would have been useful as a response to what was going on in the streets amongst that mass of people?
It's very difficult to say, if I may. I would also remind you, sir, that at that time I was the chief of police in Toronto, but there was an integrated command team that was put in place. The leadership of that response, planned well in advance and agreed to by all parties, was led by the RCMP. There was also integrated intelligence gathering units related to that. Certainly, we had a fair bit of intelligence available to us, but it was clearly not entirely complete. I think in hindsight, we could always have hopefully have done more.
would that have been a useful public order response on June the 26th of 2010 when those events were occurring in plain sight on broadcast and social media in real time?
Yes, and unfortunately, law enforcement did not have the capacity to monitor all social media, and neither do we now, by the way, or neither do they now have that capacity. But again, the extent to which more information is available, better intelligence can enable a more effective response.
Now, coming back to February the 14th or 13th, the period in question leading up to the invocation of the Emergencies Act, did you have a view about whether there was an atmosphere of lawlessness in the city of Ottawa?
Yes, sir.
What does that have to do with anything?
I think, to be very clear, not just simply characterized by, some of the activities which were bouncy castles and hot tubs, but there was a number of activities which were concerning as I viewed them. And for example, there was a very real concern being expressed by citizens about people bringing jerry cans full of gasoline into the demonstration site. It is rather unusual. I will tell you, for flammable liquids, potentially explosive liquids being brought into
this is all been
a
testified
demonstration
to.
site, it can create a manifestly dangerous situation. And so the police had said they were not going to allow it. But what we then witnessed is all sorts of people were coming into the site, carrying jerry cans, some of which had water, some of which may have had fluid, but it had the effect of thwarting the ability of the police to effect the purpose that they had stated that was their intention, to keep those gas cans out.
Thwarting the police from stealing citizens' private property.
There was a clear anticipation of police tactics. There was, I think, a very thoughtful.
Those things were illegal, like containers, transporting containers. All of it. All of it was in illegal transport containers.
This is
how you're supposed
to persist with the unlawful activity.
So you're supposed to transport gas.
So when you draw on that example, when you're
and they tried to bring in those slip trucks too, with an even safer way.
Of lawlessness or relative lawlessness in that scenario. Is your assessment based only on information?
How do you think people get fuel normally?
Officials, intelligence agencies, and these channels, or does it include what you can see with your own eyes?
Require an emergency act.
I was obviously being briefed by our
too many people
officials,
gassing
but
up.
I was in the city of Ottawa at the time. I reside in the downtown area. I was in that area and saw some.
How'd you survive?
Firsthand.
How'd you survive?
Where an
you didn't burst into flames?
Persists.
You weren't attacked violently?
For a protracted period.
You got to work every day, no problem?
The likelihood that there will be acts of serious violence against persons or property in a given city?
I think it can. We also recognize that in areas where there is significant disorder, and that can manifest itself in many ways, but certainly during this protest, I think we could characterize a lot of the behavior as significant disorder in the downtown core. It has the effect, first of all, it has the effect on
disorder is not
violence.
violence.
The neighborhood, the law-abiding citizens.
Okay, still not violence. Still not violence.
So what about the prime minister? What about the prime minister whose words made a leftist maniac in Winnipeg, run over a group of freedom protesters? The prime minister's words led to direct violence in Winnipeg in January. Or was it February? Whatever, late January or early February. That's the only example of actual serious attack that we have for this entire protest. And that was a result of the Prime Minister's words, the Prime Minister othering the protesters so much, dehumanizing them, that somebody like that deranged maniac thought it was okay to go out and do violence. That's his government. That's on him. That's on his Prime Minister. That's on his cabinet. You're muted, Daisy.
So that it would become impossible or at any rate to have an effective public order response occur in both places at once. And my question for you, sir, is looking from the federal perspective, did you have a similar concern about the potential stretching of resources amongst the RCMP?
I was witnessing very clearly the challenges that the OPP was having, not just for their activities in Windsor and Ottawa, but also having to cover off the Peace Bridge, assist the Niagara Regional Police, the Sarnia Police over at Point Edwards. There was also other activities on other highways, 402, for example, all of which had the effect of really pulling and stretching the capacity to respond of the OPP and their policing partners in Ontario. We also saw, for example, as a result of the Coutts blockade, there was an Article 9 request from the province of Alberta to move additional RCMP officers into Alberta to assist with managing that particular event. They were drawn primarily from British Columbia. But then we saw almost immediately there was protest and blockade activity taking place at the Pacific Highway. So the place from which those resources had been drawn was then being challenged. And it appeared to be an effort to stretch even thinner limited police resources. And, I think one of the things we heard very clearly from the commissioner.
Trying to insinuate this was coordinated.
He had to make some very difficult choices about what he could do first and what he would then have to do subsequently, because he just didn't have unlimited resources to bring to bear.
If there are inadequate numbers of police officers available to maintain law and order in a given location, do you consider that might affect the likelihood that there will be acts of serious violence that occur in that location against persons or property?
I think it's very important to have enough resources to effect a lawful purpose. And again, I leave that decision to the operational commanders on the ground. But in my experience, having insufficient people to deal with a substantial...
There's no shovel in the world big enough for that shit.
Where we were in our dozens up against thousands, and it becomes extremely difficult to bring that situation to a peaceful conclusion.
I'd like to ask you about the risk of counter-protest. Do you see that as a relevant risk in a protest situation where a risk of counter-protest develops in terms of...
It can be. And I want to be very clear that I know that there was a high level of frustration in Windsor and in Ottawa and in other places with the blockades that were taking place. And I did not see evidence of a violent response. But when there has been counter demonstrations, the police are also very challenged to sort of stand between the two protesting groups to maintain the peace between them. And that can be a very challenging environment. And it's because people who become quite upset and emotional and feel that they're being treated unfairly may, and I say may very carefully because we did not see evidence of this in Ottawa, certainly, but they can become quite agitated.
Also, I wonder why people went to Ottawa. He's touching the point about what his government did to everyone else, but it only applies to people he agrees with, Oh, I understand why they could be very frustrated. Fuck off.
Ammunition and body armor from Coots on February 14?
Yeah. Actually, I had been advised earlier in the week, I believe around the 10th, by the RCMP commissioner speaking at an IRG that I had convened, that there was concern about the presence of firearms at Coots. That immediately alerted, for me, was a very significant potential escalation of violence and risk at that site. Where the police advised that they had that information and that they were dealing with it. And when the investigation was complete, I believe on the morning of, on the 13th, going over into the 14th, and they began making arrests, the weapons that were seized, the charges that were laid, were deeply concerning. I can't comment on any aspect of that matter now before the courts, but I can tell you it was deeply concerning that. And that's not to suggest, I want to be very clear, that's not to suggest that I came to believe that everyone involved in these protests was potentially armed, but it was deeply concerning that embedded within that protest in Alberta was a number of people who did appear to be armed, and that there clearly was some evidence that they intended to cause harm.
Did it have any effect on your view of the likelihood or the risk level that there would be acts of serious violence against persons or property in Ontario when you learned on February 13 of the theft of a trailer of 2,000 guns near Peterborough, Ontario?
Yeah, that was concerning, and we were getting information.
It was completely unrelated.
I'm aware as well that subsequently it was determined that was not related to the
exactly.
protest activities. But in the moment of their theft and not
Got
knowing
a little
where
bit of
they were,
truth.
it was concerning that there was that many guns.
Well, anytime a whole truck full of guns goes missing, it's a bit concerning, obviously.
I'd like to ask you about a subject some of the lawyers in this inquiry have
It's like a
repeatedly
cube
asked
truck worth of
about,
guns went
is,
missing.
Whether or not you believe in the rule of law.
That's more dangerous than everyone involved in Ottawa who had no guns or weapons charges at all coming from that. Zero.
Does the rule of
Zero.
law include the
Didn't
sense
the
that
guns
citizens
were
will
fake?
generally
Didn't they say
not
acknowledge
there.
and abide by the law of their own volition?
Not those ones.
I think overwhelmingly in our country.
But yes, one of the
The vast majority of Canadians embrace the rule of law. It's frankly part of our social contract that we all agree that these are the laws and that we will all obey them.
What happens to the capacity of police to do their jobs if the vast majority of people do not voluntarily abide by the law?
I can advise it. It can be very difficult. If a large number of people choose not to obey the law, the capacity of the police, and frankly, I don't think it's necessary or appropriate for the police to charge everybody. It would overwhelm our criminal justice system. You couldn't bring all those people before the court. I think
so we all
the
just have
law
to stand
works
up.
best when it's done with
Perfect.
the consent of the people, and we all agree.
Yeah, I would agree.
To abide by those rules.
Yes, we
in
agree
how we
into the
treat
rule
each
of
other
law.
and how we live together.
Yes,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
hopefully
yeah.
you would
Do
live
you
by
see
that.
that if large numbers of
you
Canadians
would.
repeatedly and for extended periods
Oh my goodness, this guy.
refuse or fail to abide by laws, by court orders, and so forth, do you
Court
think
order.
this has any
Oh.
effect on the willingness
Oh.
of
Nobody-
Canadians to follow the law themselves?
Nobody had, listen, the courts are the courts, and that is something I fundamentally agree with, that we have a basic duty to respect the rule of law in that sense. And I have advocated for respecting the decisions of the courts. You can try to make changes in court. You can advocate for yourself, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know where they're going with this. This is just how it feels.
And so I think that one of the reasons that it is such a livable country is because we all agree that the rule of law is important and should prevail.
But let's say that they didn't. Let's say that large numbers of
Why are
Canadians
these
for a long
hypotheticals?
period of time declined to obey the law, to abide by court orders, and so.
Is he talking about the fucking public health resistance? Like, that's a totally different ballgame.
I don't know.
That's what he's talking about.
People lose confidence in the rule of law when they lose confidence in their police services to uphold and maintain the rule of law, when they lose confidence in the criminal justice system to provide justice for everyone. Like, when that confidence is lost, then I think it's far more likely that people will ignore the law and would engage in criminal behavior.
And in that situation, do you see that it has any effect on the likelihood that there will be serious acts of violence committed by someone or other against persons or property?
What a
I think
big
as we
statement.
saw the persistence of clearly unlawful and disorderly behaviors around these convoys, I think the situation, in my opinion, was escalating towards a greater likelihood of a violent outcome.
All right. I want
See how he
ask
mixes
about
those
one
two
more
together?
area, which is with
And
respect to
disorder.
what Mr. Cameron had asked about some.
But he doesn't
This to some
describe
extent
any
earlier. I think
unlawfulness.
you referenced it as well in later testimony. But it's with respect to the implementation or execution of the ultimate public order operation that occurred in Ottawa, specifically after the invocation of the Emergencies Act. I wonder if we could
This is a
call
long
up
day, eh?
pb.ken.401805.
Oh, I know.
Matt, are you still alive?
And it will be at 1 minute.
Sanity
35
check.
seconds.
Sanity check. Is everyone still present, alive?
And while this is coming up,
I'm
Minister,
doing a couple of things with my
in
son
this
before he goes to bed, but I'm still here. Don't worry, I'm still listening.
Good.
the enforcement operation in the city of Ottawa on February 18th and following was conducted in an excessively brutal fashion.
There was.
One witness, I believe, suggested that they couldn't believe that something like this was happening in Canada.
Yeah, they couldn't.
Did you observe the public order operation at any time?
Yes, sir, I did.
Well, he's not.
If we could, when we get to the 1:35 mark,
They're going after, what's his name?
I'm going to show
Mr.
you
Deering,
what appears
or
to be
whatever,
drone
the
footage
veteran.
taken by the RCMP to record the execution of the
Chris
public
Deering?
order operation on the 19th. And I'll just let you observe that for a
Are they
moment.
gonna
and then
show
ask
the
you to comment
violence?
on the execution and whether it is.
Are they going to show
Up
the
to
violence?
snuff.
They're not showing the violence. Of course they're not. They're not showing the officers pinning down people and kneeing them.
And I'll note as we go that it appears that at a certain point the footage will be sped up and that'll be indicated on the screen.
They're not actually showing the parts. They're not showing the parts that are problematic. They're not showing the after the effect of people. They're not showing the actual parts. They're not showing the actual footage of people being beat. They're not showing that at all. This is completely irrelevant.
This is when they pop smoke and then the line of police advance through the smoke, beating people and dragging some away.
Yeah, but they're not showing. We can see people being arrested down by that Bearcat, but we're not seeing the knees.
Is this what that appears to be, sir? Is a film of the that public order operation?
Yeah, but you're not showing the
Can you
famous
stop
clips.
the video there?
You're not showing the clips that actually matter of people being beat.
Would you tell us your views on whether that represents a well-executed public order operation?
I've been involved in many, sir, and that again, I describe this, sir, type of behavior as textbook. I believe that the officers were responding in a very proportional and measured way. One of the things that happens in any public order event, if you line the police officers up, there will be some people that will come and push against them. And you know, clearly the police had adequate resources and a clear plan and were moving people out. I was particularly impressed as I watched that the protesters were given passive egress so that they could leave. And that's really important when you're trying to clear a street, that you give people a reasonable point of exit from that street. The other thing that I would observe is the presence of those vehicles. I think even as I watched this, the police were dealing with a unique challenge because those vehicles were in many cases still present in that event. But I thought the way in which they managed the movement of those people was entirely proportionate. And I looked very carefully. I personally did not see any thing that I would characterize as excessive force. There is a minimal amount of force that is necessary to effect that purpose, and that's what I believe I witnessed.
Alexa Lavoie may
The
disagree.
public order operation that occurred in Ottawa resulted in any deaths or serious bodily injuries to members of the public or to members of the police?
I'm not aware of that. I've seen absolutely no evidence or indication of that.
Thank you, sir. Those are my questions.
Okay. Any re-examination?
If feelings matter, it certainly led to one hell of a lot of trauma.
Area that I'd like to explore.
I thought we cared about trauma.
The witness.
Go ahead.
Shouldn't take more than a few minutes. Minister Blair, at a point earlier in the evening when you were being asked some questions by counsel for Alberta, you discussed the possibility, you discussed the fact that you were facing a vote in the House and you thought a letter from Alberta might be useful in garnering some support in that cause. And I'd like to ask you about, in general, the efforts that you made to gain support for either that vote or just generally public opinion in terms of the invocation of the Act. And so if I could ask the clerk to call up this document, OPP 404583. And when you get it, to go to page 54. That's it, PDF 54 should have.
Yes, good point, Christine. Chris Deering would probably disagree
Yes,
as well.
there we are.
A lot of people would disagree.
This isn't an exchange that you're involved in, Minister Blair, but you're mentioned in it. Commissioner Creek is in green on the right of the screen, and Commissioner Lucky is in blue on the left of the screen. And she says this, the text begins with something that appears just a continuation of an earlier conversation, and then she says, has Minister Blair hit you up for a letter to support the EA? Question mark. And I guess the first question is, did you hit up Commissioner Carrick for a letter to support the EA? And we're using that colloquially, and we wouldn't be suggesting there was necessarily anything wrong in you having contacted
Can I say, sir, I personally believe it would have been wrong.
Veteran Chris Deering did.
Friends. I would not have called Commissioner Creek or any other police chief to seek their support for essentially a political move. I did have conversations. There are a number of organizations, police chief organizations, who are advocacy organizations. The Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police Justice and the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police. I'm quite familiar with those organizations. I was previously the president of both. Those organizations are advocates for policing and public safety, And yes, we did receive support from the OACP and the CACP, but I did not. I have no idea what Commissioner Lucky was referring to there, but I would have considered it entirely inappropriate to call Commissioner Creek. I didn't call the chief of my old service. I did reach out to the associations through their executive directors, not chiefs of police, to allow those associations to comment, and they said whatever they said. I also had all communication with the president of the Canadian Police Association, which represents all the unions in police unions in Canada, and all three organizations, the CPA, the OACP, and the CACP, all sent very strong letters of support for the Emergencies Act and the measures that were provided.
Well, you've, as in some other instances, you've followed right to the end of my line of questions, and so thank you, Commissioner. That completes the questions on that topic.
Okay, thank you. If I can just ask a few short questions, and some of them it's for a little clarification. And I know it's been a long afternoon, evening. I just want to confirm the point you made about the Police Services Act and requesting the OPP assist. The difference there is, as I understood it, and I just want to be sure I have the right note, is the OPP is required to assist, as opposed to other police services, including the RCMP, would likely support or help, but the difference is requirement. Am I right about that?
My understanding of the Act, sir, is that the OPP is, if a chief believes an emergency exceeds their capacity and they ask the OPP for help, that the OPP commissioner is required. They can also ask another municipal police service or First Nations police service who do have in the legislation, as I understand it, and this legislation has been amended a few times, so I stand to be corrected, but I believe this is still correct. Those municipal police services could decline. Interestingly enough, the Ontario Police Services Act is completely silent to the RCMP.
And that, I mean, is that because policing is a provincial responsibility?
Yes, sir, I believe that's true. And certainly the police of jurisdiction in 7 of our provinces, for example, are the RCMP serving under contract to the provincial authority. But in Ontario, the RCMP have a very important policing role in Ontario and in Quebec. They provide federal policing services. They do Tier 1 investigations. They do money laundering. They head up the integrated national security and enforcement teams. Like, those are very important RCMP responsibilities, but they also quite routinely will come and help other police services with the deployment of their uniform officers.
Another question, and this is about the relationship between the Solicitor General and the OPP, or you, not you, but in your former role over the RCMP, or even police services boards. And I guess, to use a concrete example, is it appropriate in your view, or could it be that the board or the Solicitor General indicate its priority? And to use a specific, would it be improper for the Solicitor General of Ontario to have said, there are big problems in Ottawa and in Windsor. Our view is Windsor is more important. It's of course up to you, but as far as the province is concerned, our priority is Windsor, but it's your decision.
And sir, I believe that is an operational decision. The decision you just described, and the deployment of their people, I believe that's the responsibility of the commissioner in this case, and would be inappropriate to receive direction. Direction, if I may, I'll just give you a quick example. When I was the public safety minister, I only issued one direction to the commissioner of the RCMP, and it was a ministerial directive in writing, which I made public, and it was to require that they respond to ATIP requests in a timely way, and that was it. And I was very careful not to sort of wade into this issue of operations.
So just to pursue that, so in this case, even though it was just what the province would like, but it's up to him, that you think would still constitute interference?
I think ultimately, in my opinion, the decision as to where he can safely deploy his people and do his job is an operational decision that I personally would have deferred to the commissioner.
Okay. And then there was a question you answered about whether you were aware that Commissioner Lucky had said that there were still police tools available that had not been fully utilized.
I was not made aware, I've subsequently heard through this inquiry that information was available, but I was not aware of it at that cabinet meeting.
Now, leaving aside Commissioner Lucky's comments, were you aware that the police had tools available to it that they had not utilized?
I believe that, I always believe, quite frankly, that the police have to utilize all of the tools that are available to them. And where they have an existing authority, then that authority is the one that should stand. But I had also come to believe, sir, that there were a number of circumstances and challenges that the police were facing where they did not have the appropriate tools to deal with it. They had not asked specifically, and had not certainly asked me specifically for those tools, but they had indicated the insufficiency of their existing authorities and
objection,
tools,
not true.
And had
Not
indicated
true.
that
Not true.
that I
Not
believe was
true.
necessary
Not
for us
true.
to remedy and address.
Not true. Not true. That's not what was testified.
Okay,
not true. That's not true. That was not testified.
You,
that is a lie.
You made a mention, and I'm not sure I've got the correct note, when you were talking about the deficiencies or the tools that were added by the Emergencies Act. You talked about the financial and the FinTrack, and you mentioned the tow trucks. And I'm just trying to, you did mention designated spaces. And I'm just trying to understand, because we've had a fair amount of evidence here, let's just say, I'm not quite clear for sake of argument, on whether the common law powers to create exclusion zones was adequate to deal with the Ottawa situation, or whether it required the act, emergency.
The plan was in place using the common law available
I've
powers.
actually given some consideration to that. I was a little bit concerned with the agreement that the city had attempted to enter into. Frankly, it kind of quickly fell apart because they had
No, it didn't. It fell
suggested
apart
that,
because the city
the
stopped.
trucks would park on Wellington and Sir John A. and not out of the residential area. I understand their motivation, but I was concerned it had the effect of potentially giving permission for those trucks to remain on Wellington and Sir John A., which I think could have been problematic. I was also very mindful of the challenge that Windsor had experienced because this had taken place in a municipal intersection. And our ability to designate that space because of its, I think, significant impact and vulnerability for critical infrastructure, that we needed to go beyond simply the tools of a municipal bylaw and potentially
common
take
law
a
isn't
proactive
common
stance
law.
with respect
Common
to that.
common law isn't a municipal bylaw, and they also had the EMCPA, which allowed them to clear critical infrastructure like roads and intersections. You fucking liars.
Always clearly understood or articulated.
Exactly.
And they're always subject to challenge. And I think some particularity with respect to defining those spaces could prove useful to the police to effect their purpose.
Yeah, the
When you did
MCPA
the
allowed them to do
G20, were there problems with the creation of exclusion zones?
There was indeed, sir. And it needs to
Yeah,
be very
disagree,
carefully defined and very carefully communicated.
Okay, well, I thank you very much for, if nothing else, for your endurance. And thank you for coming, and that ends the examination and your testimony.
Thank you, Justice.
So thank you and have a good evening. We're going to adjourn until tomorrow morning at 9:30. And we'll have, I think, 2 new witnesses tomorrow.
The commission is adjourned. La commission est adjournée.
Oh my God. Okay, debrief. What's your thinking?
Wow.
They're lying.
My brain is cooked a little bit, but
They're lying.
yeah, there's a lot of lying. Definitely a lot of
They're
lying.
lying.
you know, he's trying to change the definition and the meaning of things to suit things. And they had a narrative beforehand. They perpetuated that narrative.
I can't wait to see what the facts are about that one. That the guy that Miller brought up. Everyone's saying that there's going to be lawsuits flying. Let's see.
Yeah. We'll see.
Hey, what
I
are
don't
the
know.
consequences of them lying at that commission?
Nothing. Theoretically perjury, but that's not going to happen.
Well, yeah, or I guess maybe there could be some type of further, depending on what the issue is and what the conflict is. They could be called to some other committees or further investigations later.
My hope is that a future government.
This stuff is on the record.
My hope is that a future government that's a different government. This is my honest hope. My hope is that a different government do another commission on the same exact subject matter with the same exact witnesses. I'm hoping that the next
It's just that it just sad
that would be really interesting, eh? Will never happen, but
no, it will, and I really think.
You think so?
Yeah.
If it does, I think it would be fantastic. But
the next government of Canada. The next government of Canada needs to hold another inquiry, and it needs to focus more on.
Oh, there's a lot of there's a lot of stuff that needs to be looked into.
Right
yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
As country has changed, my friend, big time.
I can't do the summary videos, guys. I'm dead. I can't do it, so that's why I'm.
I can't even think. I can't even think right now. Actually,
it's a non-stand all day. Like, it was.
Yeah. Okay. Let's sign off here. I'm gonna collapse.
You're gonna sign off? Okay, so you're coming with us tomorrow, Matt? Thank you everyone for joining today. If you enjoyed the program, please consider supporting the work by going to buymeacoffee.com/patriotsmoothie. Alternatively, you can give e-transfers to e-transfer@dacmedia@gmail.com. I'm going to intend Matt will be invited to come back for the rest of the week, and Daisy will be compelled to come back the rest of the week.
Yes.
And then we're going to attempt to bring in more people. We've got different guests I'm trying to line up, so it's going to be an action-packed week. A lot of lives coming up, folks. You're not going to want to tune away. I'm hoping that I don't get called away, but there's a potential that I might not be able to stream one of the days. We'll try to make it happen. Everyone have a fantastic evening.
You too, my friend. Thank you very much.